The country of Yen, the East China Sea. In the center of the endless sea, an icy island floats. Within 1,000 miles, there is a vast deep sea. This place is called the Death Triangle. All nearby fishing boats that approach this island will inexplicably hit the rocks and then sink. Even airplanes cannot fly across it from high altitudes. Because the sky above the entire sea area has been covered with clouds for a long time, with lightning and thunder. Almost no one can get close to this terrifying sea area. Everything seemed to be controlled by the invisible black hand of death. However, right in the center of the Death Triangle, there is a huge island floating. According to legend, it is called by the world the 18 levels of hell. This is the most mysterious prison in the Yen Kingdom. Under the entire island, there are 18 layers of terrifying and heavy-duty prisons. Thousands of horrific international felons are imprisoned. Here is the Tomb of the Devil. The deepest part of the entire island, the 18th level of hell. In a dark metal room, a young man with fair skin wearing a white shirt was sitting calmly cross-legged on the ground, flipping through a book in his hand. However, what makes people feel terrible and shocking is, just outside the door of the room, an entire battalion of soldiers was stationed 24 hours a day and night. Every soldier is armed with live ammunition and an assault rifle. This is A-level combat alert. Everything seems to be just for the young man stationed and guarded in the iron cell room. However, what is even more shocking is, a few hundred meters away from the iron prison room, there is a dark and cold reactor. This is number Shenzhou 77. Atomic weapons. The launch direction of this reactor is facing the door of the iron cell. In other words, this weapon is used to shock and deal with the young man in the iron prison. This is simply, what kind of existence is being held in that small iron prison room? Actually, let an entire regiment of soldiers be stationed on A-level alert. Moreover, it is also necessary to equip a strategic level reactor for defensive shock. At the same time, in Hell Island, a woman in uniform, wearing high heels and holding a thick stack of parole documents on her chest, walked quickly towards the deepest part of the island. The woman was dressed in formal attire, with a special badge on her chest, which was enough to show her noble title. The first floor of hell, all the way down to the 18th floor of hell. On each floor, there are extremely terrifying prisoners. The prisoners in these jails are more and more terrifying every layer. Those detained on the first level are only ordinary internationally wanted criminals. And on the second level, the brutal killers are imprisoned. On the third level, those imprisoned are the terrifying genius physicists and those super agents. As for those detained on the 16th and 17th floors, they are simply terrorist tycoons who have shocked the world. Every prisoner here, if released, would be enough to shock the whole world. The He ghost demon, Hades, the king of Hades, the bloody man killer. Names that shocked the world. They once shocked the world and made the whole world fearful. 'Cause a huge earthquake in the world. Now, these terrifying characters have only become members of the 18 levels of hell, and are permanently imprisoned there, never to be reincarnated. This is simply a gathering place for demons from hell. How terrifying and taboo is this hell island? After passing through the 17th floor of hell, the woman slowly entered the most terrifying place in the legend, the 18th floor of hell. But when she stepped into the legendary 18th floor, she was shocked to find that there was only one dark and narrow corridor in the entire 18th floor of hell. What shocked her even more was, there was only a lonely iron cell at the end of the corridor. The rumors are true. In the center of the 18th floor of hell, there is the only iron prison. Inside, the most brutal creatures on the entire hell island are imprisoned. The woman's beautiful eyes were solemn and she took a deep breath. She reached out and touched the firearm at her waist. After confirming that it was loaded, she cautiously walked deeper into the corridor. At the end of the dark corridor is a tightly sealed prison. The cell door is forged from titanium alloy. The entire prison door had no lock at all. In order to prevent the people inside from escaping, the prison door was welded with molten metal and integrated with the wall. Outside the prison door, more than 30 people were stationed in turns, equipped with assault rifles and loaded with live ammunition. Passing through the dark and gloomy corridor, she finally came to the door of this lonely iron prison. The uniformed woman came to the cell and handed a stack of documents to the man stationed there. The captain stepped forward, took the documents solemnly, and read it carefully. "Really planning to release?" the captain asked with a solemn expression. "Yes, this is what the superiors want." The woman in uniform nodded solemnly with a pretty face. The captain took a deep breath and checked the documents again, checking them step by step. Only then did he finally give the order to open the prison door. Since the entire titanium alloy prison door was poured infused with molten iron, it could only be cut with a hydraulic cutting machine. The moment the heavy metal door was cut and opened, the 30 armed soldiers present raised their guns, and dozens of assault rifles were all locked and aimed at the prison door. The prison door was opened. The woman looked into the iron prison, and then her eyes narrowed slightly, with surprise. Looking through the thick railings of the iron prison, I saw an elegant young man sitting in the iron prison. His face is clean and fair, with slightly long black hair hanging behind his head. There is no trace of stubble on his face. He was wearing a clean white shirt, which looked out of place in the cold and gloomy prison. The young man sat on the ground, his eyes soft and calm, as if he was isolated from the world. "He is the most brutal and terrifying creature on the 18th floor of hell?" The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. "The young man in front of me is so elegant, just like a weak scholar. How could he be a forbidden creature on the entire Hell Island?" The woman in uniform stood at the door of the cell, her beautiful eyes were complicated and solemn, and she spoke carefully. "Death, God?" Chen Zonghong ignored her. The air was silent for a few seconds, but the woman did not put down her hand. She continued to salute. "I have been ordered to come here and beg Your Excellency, the God of Death, to take action and carry out an S-class mission." After the woman finished speaking, she found that Chen Zonghong still paid attention. She could only bite the bullet and continue. "Killers from the dark world of the West have sneaked into the south of the Yangtze River in large numbers and run rampant. All the agents dispatched by the organization have never returned. Therefore, I would like to ask you to come out. Get lost." Chen Zonghong didn't even give her a chance to finish her sentence, and directly said one word coldly. The atmosphere became a little quiet. Lan Qing hesitated for a moment, and said with a solemn expression on her pretty face, "The boss asked me to tell you, among the people who invaded the Yin Kingdom, the people who discovered the temple." "Ha!" At this moment, the air was dead silent. Suddenly, the whole corridor prison seemed to be trapped in time, and suddenly fell into freezing cold. In the dark corridor, several wall lamps flickered, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Lan Qing was stunned. She couldn't react. What was happening around her? At this moment, Chen Zonghong, who had been lowering his head to read a book, his breath gradually fluctuated, like a beast, resurrecting. He slowly raised his head. That fair face, at this moment, exuded an unprecedented violence. Like an ancient beast, resurrected from endless years. Those demon-like pupils, bloodshot eyes spread. A surge of evil energy broke out. Whoosh! A terrible sound of wind passed by. His figure disappeared instantly. Instant movement? Lan Qing's heart trembled suddenly. She didn't react at all, let alone see the scene in front of her clearly. Chen Zonghong's figure had teleported in front of her. Lan Qing's beautiful eyes trembled, and she had no time to avoid the reaction. She subconsciously pulled out the gun from her waist. But as soon as she took out the gun, before she could shoot, the gun suddenly twisted and was crushed into metal shavings by a white palm. This? Use your bare hands to crush a firearm? Lan Qing's beautiful eyes widened, and she was completely stunned. At the same time, a white palm fiercely pinched her neck and got stuck in front of the steel fence. The expressions of the armed soldiers at the door also changed suddenly, and all 30 assault rifles were aimed at him. "You're just a machine, do you want to do anything to me?" Chen Zonghong's voice was cold and disdainful. "Don't be nervous. I'm too lazy to kill you." This group of 30 armed soldiers guarded the prison 24 hours a day for a year. That's just because Chen Zonghong is too lazy to kill them. If he wanted to do it, A year ago, this armed platoon of soldiers, known as the Secret Special Forces Brigade, should have disappeared. Chen Zonghong stared at Lan Qing coldly, as if he was a devil. Repeat what you just said? Lan Qing was stuck in front of the iron fence, her pretty face turned pale and frightened. She felt as if her neck was about to be pinched, and the suffocating feeling of death filled her whole body. The boss asked me to tell you, among the people who infiltrated the Yin Kingdom, there are people from the temple. Her voice was trembling with fear, and her pretty face turned completely pale. The mission, to kill the strong men of the temple. Boom! When you hear the word temple, Chen Zonghong's eyes were blood red, and a murderous aura surged crazily. 2 years ago, in order to find this organization, he went on a killing spree in the Western Pacific. Taiping Island was stained with blood, and corpses filled the sea. 2 years later, this name appeared again in Yin country. The mission, I accepted it. Chen Zong let go of his hand and threw Lan Qing away without mercy. Bang! Lan Qing hit a wall behind her so hard that the entire wall was dented and cracked. Chen Zonghong's expression was cold and indifferent, like a humanoid beast. His body suddenly hit the steel cage. Frame, boom! The entire steel cage was instantly twisted and exploded by the impact. Just like a human tank, he stepped directly out of the 18th floor of hell, which is known as the most iron-walled prison in Asia. At the scene, 30 assault rifles locked onto him instantly. But his figure is as fast as lightning. Disappeared instantly. There was only a terrifying afterimage, passing by quickly. Clang, clang, clang. There was a terrifying metal explosion. After a few seconds, his figure slowly walked out of the dark corridor. And those 30 soldiers, all the assault rifles in their hands, were chopped into pieces by him with his bare hands, leaving only the remains of metal firearms on the ground. Breaking metal firearms with bare hands? This. Looking at the figure gradually disappearing, the faces of all the soldiers present looked extremely embarrassed and pale. At this moment, these soldiers finally understood. Over the years, it's not that this young man has been unable to escape from the 18th floor. But he was too lazy to leave at all. If he wants to leave, I'm afraid, not even the atomic reactor 100 meters away can stop him. In the past, people were dying, but today the water is still cold. The 18th level of hell imprisoned him for a whole year, and now, death, come out of the cage. The moment Chen Zonghong walked out of the 18th level of hell, the entire Hell Island boiled. The felons imprisoned in Hell Island were relieved, and everyone seemed to have experienced a long life after the disaster. The demonic creature from the 18th level of hell finally left. Lan Qing followed out of Hell Island. She was still in a state of panic and fear, and her clothes were already wet with cold sweat. That young man was too terrifying. At that moment, she seemed to have walked back from the underworld. The man's oppressive aura suffocated her to the point where her soul trembled. How terrifying is he? His departure can actually make the whole Hell Island boil? That kind of pressure is simply unimaginable. Lan Qing's heart was filled with shock and horror. A young man in his 20s, with a fair complexion and elegant temperament. However, he has become the most ferocious creature on the 18th floor of hell? And his code name is even more creepy. Grim Reaper. 2 years, 753 days. Chen Zonghong looked up at the sky. Under his black hair, his pupils flashed with a sad memory. Chen Zonghong reached out and touched the bullet pendant hanging on her chest. This was the bullet taken out from between her eyebrows. This bullet took her life. He also took away the entire Yenghua Academy of Sciences, the best doctor of allium weapons. Ren Jie's body was hung on the Great Wall. The doctor's uniform on her body was riddled with holes and stained with blood. She was tortured to death by the Templar organization. When Chen Zonghong found her, he put her body together piece by piece with trembling hands. Yenghua Academy of Sciences, Doctor of Weapons. Ren Jie. He died heroically at the Jiaguan Great Wall. He was only 28 years old during his lifetime. Such cruel and violent acts not only killed a doctor of the Yin Kingdom, but also challenged the iron-blooded soul of the Yin Kingdom. Chen Zongheng kept the bullet and hung it on his chest. That childish figure in the Sai courtyard that year. That beautiful shadow elongated by the moonlight at the Weaponry Engineering College that year. They were childhood sweethearts, but in the end they were separated by nature. Chen Zongheng will never forget her silver bell-like laughter in his life. That sound will always echo in his mind and has become his only belief in the past 2 years. If you don't take revenge for this, I vow not to be reincarnated. For 2 whole years, he never forgot the bullet in his chest. Massacre Taiping Island and hunt down the Templar organization. Xiaojia, I will kill every angel in the temple and destroy every temple group in the world. I will tear off the wings of the angels in the temple and use the blood of the demon angels to pay homage to your dead soul. Around Shinzong's body, the endless air suddenly turned cold, as if he had transformed into hell. Raging murderous intent filled the air, like a sword whistling. Lan Qing's pretty face turned pale, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, she seemed to see a terrifying and vicious demon breaking out of the prison of hell. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Lan Qing trembled, took out a stack of information bags and carefully handed them to Chen Zongheng. This is the key person in this mission. Organize an investigation, and the target of the Holy Church's response is her. President of the Chiu Group, Xiu Erin. If you get close to her, you can find the Holy Church organization. Chen Zongheng's eyes were cold and enchanted. He slowly took the information, his figure was like a demon, and slowly walked towards the Hell Island airport. There, a camouflage helicopter was waiting. The pilot was in uniform and had a special medal on his shoulder. Only members of this medal are qualified to welcome this vicious demon out of prison. At the same time, in Kyoto in the north, a mysterious office. A silver-haired old man sat in front of the office chair. His eyes were deep and closed. His fingers were tapping the desk surface. Dingle bell. Suddenly, the red phone in front of the desk rang. The silver-haired old man opened his eyes and glanced at the caller ID on the dedicated phone, 0002. Ha! The old man's face was solemn and solemn. In the entire north, among dozens of phone calls, there is only one person who can use 2 as the dedicated line number. The old man suddenly stood up from his chair and answered the phone solemnly. Are you really going to let him out? A deep and hoarse man's voice came from the phone. Boss, yes. The old man held the phone and said solemnly, only he can complete this task. During the call, the man was silent for a few seconds, said hoarsely, have you forgotten the trouble he caused a year ago? Now the entire West is looking for him. So, this task should be carried out by him. The old man said solemnly, holding the phone with deep eyes, monsters should be left to their kind to deal with. There was silence on the other end of the phone again. After a long time, the person on the phone slowly spoke, Zhang Yuyu, remember, if you poke trouble again, the organization will not come forward to clean up the mess a second time. The old man held the phone and solemnly nodded, yes. Don't worry. Chapter 2 The Devil's Eyes. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the sunset dyed the entire sky red. Shanghai International Airport. A passenger plane roared from the northern sky and landed on the airport runway. Chen Zongheng slowly stepped out of the cabin and glanced at the sky with a deep and cold gaze. He took out a photo from his pocket. On the photo was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She has long black hair shawl, blue eyes, and standard Asian facial features. Chen Zongheng stared at the photo for a long time, then suddenly crumpled the entire photo into a ball and held it tightly in his hands. Temple, Seraph, I will personally behead you, and use your blood to pay homage to Xiaojie. He slowly opened his palms, and the photo was crushed into pieces. The breeze blew and scattered in the air. After walking out of the airport, we took a taxi and arrived in front of a small hotel. Chen Zongheng got out of the car dressed lightly, without any luggage or weapons. There is only a pack of Yushi cigarettes in my pocket. I booked a room with my temporary ID card and checked in. After confirming the safety of the surrounding area, President Chen opened the mission information in the information bag and browsed through the mission details indifferently. Target person, Xiu Erin, President of Chiu Group. Target location, Shanghai City, Sheraton Hotel. Shura, the most beautiful CEO in Shanghai, is the target of the temple organization who is willing to break into the Yin Kingdom. According to the details of the mission clue, tonight, Shura will hold a press conference at the Sheraton Hotel. And tonight is the best time for the temple to take action. Chen Zonghang's eyes slowly condensed, and a murderous intent surged out uncontrollably. Standing in front of the mirror, he slowly took off his plain jacket. His skin is very fair, the kind of fair skin that makes even women feel ashamed. There was no dangerous aura on his elegant face. But what's shocking is that his fair body is filled with horrific scars. The scars were crisscrossing, distorting his skin. What was even more horrifying was that the entire skin on his back was burned and twisted by the terrifying flames, and the rough and ferocious burns seemed like the mark of hell. The terrifying and ferocious scars all over the body are completely incompatible with the fair, elegant, and tired face of the scholar. A strong contrast. With calm eyes, he put on a white shirt and a gentleman's vest. Use a comb to comb your black hair back into a standard European style. Don't forget to pin a bow tie on your shirt collar. Then, he put on the black tuxedo. He raised his arm and glanced at the expensive Omega watch on his wrist. The time pointed to 5 o'clock in the evening. It's time to take action. He lit a cigar and left the room. In front of the hotel, a black Maserati car has been waiting for a long time. Chen Zonghang took a deep breath from his cigar, opened the door and got into the driver's seat. The car was prepared by the organization in advance. 5.0 large displacement sedan, low-key, luxurious and powerful. This is one of the necessary equipment for a spy to perform his mission. A powerful car allows him to pursue the enemy with ease, and allows him to quickly escape from the scene afterwards and hide in the sea of people. Buzz. The Maserati car roared and roared away. In the evening, Sheraton Hotel. In front of the entire hotel, luxury cars with Shanghai and Shanghai license plates were parked, almost forming a grand luxury car exhibition. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Aston Martin, Maybach. Luxury cars kept driving in, and gentlemen in formal suits and ladies in formal dresses stepped out of the luxury cars. Under the guidance of the hotel doorman, they were invited into the hotel. Tonight, a new drug product launch dinner hosted by the Chiu Group's daughter will be held at the Sheraton Hotel. Businessmen gathered and celebrities gathered. A black Maserati car slowly parked in front of the hotel porch. The hotel doorman stepped forward respectfully and opened the car door. Chen Zonghang was dressed in a tuxedo, with a cigar in his mouth, and stepped out of the car with extraordinary temperament. At this time, he seemed to have transformed into a distinguished gentleman. That innate temperament made him seem so suitable for this dinner. There is no flaw at all. This is a private dinner conference, and everyone entering the event must provide a VIP card. Chen Zonghang had prepared all this a long time ago and presented the VIP card. Go through the gate. He was a gentleman and walked into the hotel calmly. After entering the hotel, Chen Zonghang's eyes were cold. The moment he passed by a male waiter, he suddenly turned around and followed the waiter leisurely. A few seconds later, Chen Zonghang put on a waiter's uniform and walked out of the corridor tool room with an indifferent expression. The male waiter was knocked unconscious and fell into the tool room. Chen Zonghang held the wine tray in his left hand, disguised himself as a bartender, and walked towards the banquet hall. Sheraton Hotel, dinner room scene. In front of dozens of banquet tables, celebrities, gentlemen, and wealthy ladies from all walks of life have already taken their seats. Tonight, this is a grand new pharmaceutical product launch conference, which affects the entire pharmaceutical business in Yin country. It will even cause unprecedented fluctuations in the international pharmaceutical industry. Shura, the youngest president of Chiu's Medicine and the daughter of Chiu's Group, is wearing a silver dress and long black hair tied into a bun, with a noble and charming temperament. As the protagonist of tonight's banquet, she will appear on stage to personally announce the latest research results of Chiu's Medicine. Shura gently held the microphone in her hand, stepped on silver high heels, and walked onto the exhibition stand. As she took the stage, hundreds of people in the entire banquet hall focused their attention on her on the stage. Shura, the youngest female president of Chios Pharmaceuticals, the rich daughter of Chios Group. She has already controlled the core of the entire pharmaceutical industry at a young age. This kind of woman makes everyone look up to her. Chen Zongheng held the wine tray in his left hand and walked through the banquet hall, pretending to serve the guests wine, but in fact, he was scanning the surroundings for the identity of every guest. He didn't pay attention to the female president on the booth. The only thing he cares about is the killers of the Templar organization. Chen Zongheng looked around every corner and found no suspicious figure. On the banquet hall, Shura had beautiful eyes. As the protagonist of this banquet, she smiled and began to give a speech. Welcome, everyone, to attend tonight's Chiosher Medicine New Product Launch Conference. Dressed in a silver skirt, Shura stood in the center of the platform, as if like a star in the sky, and delivered a speech with a magnetic voice. The applause kept ringing. Shura's beautiful eyes exuded a radiant look. She paused and announced in a magnetic voice, "Now, on behalf of Chios Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, I will release the latest developed influenza-inhibiting drug Zinkingtai sustained release capsules." Throughout the banquet hall, the lights gradually softened, and spotlights were cast on the exhibition stand. All the guests present looked towards the stage. On the big screen of the booth, a box of novelly designed pharmaceutical 3D promotional videos appeared. Shura stood next to the screen and introduced this newly developed medical product magnetically. Zinkingtai adopts a new formula patented technology, which removes the original PPA ingredient and replaces it with pseudoephedrine hydrochloride as the main raw material. In the audience, all the guests held their breath and focused on the big screen with eager anticipation. Everyone understands the efficacy and profitability of this pharmaceutical product. This will be a patented technology that will subvert the entire pharmaceutical industry. Zinkingtai will be used to treat symptoms caused by epidemic viruses, target and kill germs. Shura's beautiful eyes were shining, and she kept introducing the products with a calm demeanor. And every word she spoke aroused the high attention and nerves of all the guests present. This woman, who has risen like a rising star in the pharmaceutical industry, is standing in the midst of a huge revolution that is subverting the pharmaceutical industry. All the guests looked eagerly. What they care about is not the medicine itself. Rather, it is the formula for making this medicine. This new product of Shura adopts the latest research and development and refining model. This model can be said to subvert the entire current pharmaceutical industry. Unprecedented. The entire pharmaceutical industry chain may be disrupted. Hey! I'm telling you, why are you standing there stupidly? I'm out of wine, come here and pour me some wine. Not far away, a woman in a gorgeous dress shouted coldly at Chen Zongheng with dissatisfaction. Chen Zongheng's eyes were cold, and he slowly came to the woman in the long skirt while holding a wine tray. What are you looking at me for? Not pouring wine for me? How dare a bartender pretend to be indifferent in front of me, the woman in the long skirt scolded with a cold face. This was the first time she had seen such an arrogant and cold bartender. This made her very dissatisfied. Chen Zongheng's eyes were cold and he glanced at her. Boom! At this moment, the woman in the long skirt's heart trembled suddenly. The delicate body is instantly like falling into an ice cellar. She was shocked by the bartender's cold eyes, and her pretty face turned pale. In those eyes, it was like an endless sea of blood from hell, surging with killing. These are not the eyes of a human at all, but the eyes of a demon. You want me to pour you wine? Chen Zongheng's voice was calm, and he slowly stepped forward with the bottle in hand. I. The woman in the long skirt was completely shocked at this time, and her whole body trembled and fell back. This man's aura made her soul tremble. Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm, he slowly picked up the wine glass, poured red wine into the empty glass in the woman's hand. However, the woman in the long skirt was trembling even more. At this moment, she seemed to feel a suffocating feeling as her soul was being oppressed and her neck was being strangled. Not to mention who in this world dares to let the god of death pour wine? Can she withstand it? At the same time, the tall glass in the hand of the woman in the long skirt seemed unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. With a clang sound, the goblet instantly broke into pieces. Chapter 3 Seraphim, Long Time No See. At this time, outside the banquet hall corridor. Throughout the corridor, there are personal bodyguards in suits guarding every few meters. Tonight's dinner was attended by all business celebrities from Shanghai, so first-level security guards were used. Dozens of special bodyguard teams fully ensure the safety of the entire banquet. At this moment, suddenly from the far end of the corridor, a blonde foreign woman came. She has blonde hair, shawl and sunglasses on her face. She is wearing a rose-red OL uniform, and under her long fair legs is a pair of black high heels. Sunglasses can't hide her beauty at all. The woman stepped on high heels and walked towards the corridor in a sexy manner. Two bodyguards waiting in front of the corridor were about to stop her, reminding her to give her the admission ticket. Suddenly, she flicked her long hair, and her long golden hair caressed it gently in front of the two bodyguards. The fragrant wind drifted by, and the two bodyguards looked dumbfounded and stayed in place. Tuck, 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 the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. Wherever the woman's figure passed, the figures of the bodyguards seemed to be sluggish, and they instantly turned to stone and froze in place. A few seconds later, cracks slowly appeared on the faces of those dull bodyguards. Blood continued to overflow along the cracks. It didn't take long. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. At the end of the corridor, the last bodyguard was left with a shocked look on his face. He suddenly took out his walkie-talkie, and was about to call for help urgently. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of a woman flashed in front of him. Goodbye. The corners of the blonde woman's mouth raised in a ghostly and charming arc, and her long black hair flicked. Puff, puff. The blonde hair was like a sharp steel wire, instantly cutting through his skin, piercing it. The bodyguard looked shocked and covered his neck with both hands, but it didn't prevent his death. Bang! His body also fell. In the banquet hall, Chen Zonghong frowned slightly. He smelled a trace of blood in the air. He stood in the middle of the banquet hall, his eyes slowly scanning the surroundings. At the dinner party, the press conference was still going on. Hundreds of guests present were focused on the booth. No one noticed that a blonde foreign woman quietly blended into the dinner crowd. She took off the sunglasses on her face and wore a rose-red OL uniform that outlined her body in a seductive and sexy manner. The blonde beautiful eyes looked around, and finally their eyes fell on Chiu-Erin on the booth. The corners of the foreign woman's mouth curved ghostly. Tonight, her target was Chiu-Erin, the daughter of the Chiu group on the stage. Picking up a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet next to the banquet hall, she pretended to be a female bartender and walked towards the booth. At the booth, Chiu-E had a charming temperament and was analyzing and explaining the latest medicines. She didn't realize that there was a danger approaching. The blonde woman walked up to the booth carrying red wine. Everyone in the entire banquet hall looked normal, and no one doubted this woman in uniform. Everyone thought she was a very beautiful female bartender, nothing more. The blonde woman walked over to Chiu-Erin and picked up the red wine in her left hand, as if she was going to pour wine for Chiu-Erin. And in her right sleeve, a silver anesthetic injection quietly emerged. Anesthetize the target person and take advantage of the chaos to kidnap him away from the scene. This is her mission. Seamless. Miss Chiu, let me pour you some wine. Liquor. The blonde woman smiled lightly and began to pour wine into the wineglass in Chiu-Erin's hand. At the same time, the woman's right hand inadvertently stretched towards Chiu-Erin's white neck, and the anesthetic injection appeared in the air. The moment the silver needle was about to pierce Chiu-Erin's neck. Whoosh! Suddenly a chopstick flew from the audience. Click! The chopsticks instantly penetrated the syringe of the anesthetic silver needle in the woman's right hand. The anesthetic liquid leaked and splashed out, filling the room with a pungent smell. Chiu-Erin turned her head in astonishment, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the anesthetic syringe in the blonde woman's hand. She smelled the scent of anesthetic. Chiu-Erin could react and retreat. At the same time, around the audience, a group of bodyguards' expressions suddenly hardened and they rushed forward to protect Miss Chiu-Erin. On the booth, the blonde woman's pretty face was cold and her beautiful eyes were looking towards the direction where the chopsticks were flying. The next second, the woman's pupils shrank. Not far away from the stage stood a familiar man's figure, a black tuxedo, a fair and elegant face. His eyes were as strange as a devil. Death, God. The blonde woman's pretty face changed color instantly. She has killed countless people and is the six-winged killing angel in the temple. But at this time, the only person who could make her become distraught was that terrifying creature, the desperate code name that made the entire west of the Pacific tremble. Grim Reaper. Under the banquet hall, Chen Zonghong slowly raised his head. Seraph, long time no see. His voice was calm and indifferent, his fists were slowly clenched, and a sudden cold breath came out of his pupils. The pretty face of the blonde woman turned pale, and she took a step back in shock. She is classified as the six-winged angel of death, and she is one of the top angels in the church. But even so, at this moment she was still frightened by the man in front of her. Because this is the god of death. Within 2 years, the terrifying creatures slaughtered dozens of top archangels in the temple. Back then, she almost died under the blade of this terrifying man. The Templar organization, is everything okay? Seraph, is she still alive? Chen Zonghong's voice was extremely cold, even with a hint of trembling. It was an extremely murderous tremor. He is familiar with all the angel killers in the temple. 2 years ago, he hunted down the entire Western Hemisphere. Massacre all the way from the west of the Pacific Ocean, vowing to kill all the angels' corpses. Let Seraph live well, because I will personally kill the temple headquarters, cut off her head, and place it as a memorial in front of Xiaojie's tomb. Chen Zonghong's voice was as cold, and the oppressive air was like an ice cellar. When will the hatred of a gentleman be destroyed? Drive the long sword to traverse the ends of the earth. He hunted down the temple organization for 2 full years, and finally, faced him again. 2 years ago, he made a blood oath, to kill all the angels and destroy the church. Now, the bloody blade has left the body. The seraphim of the Holy Church organization were appearing in front of him. Aha! The seraph instantly took out 2 pistols from his waist. Facing the enemy, life and death must be divided. Boom, boom, boom. Gunshots exploded. Countless bullets pierced the air and blasted towards Chen Zonghong's head. Chen Zonghong's face looked cold, and his body suddenly flashed. The figure under his feet teleported like a ghost. Whoosh! Several bullets passed by his ears in an instant, and shot into the ground behind him. Physical speed, dodging supersonic bullet attacks? This level of movement is simply shocking and terrifying. Chapter 4: The Ultimate Vicious Weapon, Devil May Cry appears. The entire banquet scene was in chaos. The guests retreated in shock and panic. Xiao Yiren was protected by dozens of bodyguards. Her beautiful eyes were confused and frightened, staring blankly at the gun battle not far away. In the center of the banquet hall, Chen Zonghong's figure teleported like a ghost, his whole body almost turned into an afterimage. This speed completely exceeds the normal limit of the human body. He dodged countless attacks instantly. Whoosh! He rushed towards the seraphim. Crack, click, click. Chen Zonghong disassembled it with lightning in his hands. The 2 weapons in the hands of the seraphim were instantly dismantled into a pile of metal parts, scattered on the ground. The seraph's expression suddenly changed. Several poisonous silver needles flashed in his hands. Whoosh! The silver needle flew out, and the poison exploded in the air. Chen Zonghong's pupils condensed and his sleeves suddenly swept away. Dang, dang, dang. Countless silver needles were all shot to the ground. The poison corroded the carpet until white smoke emitted. The seraphim's eyes were horrified, and his delicate body suddenly turned around and backed up. But she didn't have time to retreat. Chen Zonghong's punch had already arrived. Boom! The seraph was instantly thrown away by a huge force. Her delicate body hit the wall behind her so hard that the whole wall cracked instantly. Pfft! A trace of bright red blood overflowed from the corner of the seraphim's mouth, and his face looked hideous and pale. Her long hair was messy, and she looked like a blood rose that was about to wither. Looking at the entire Western world, the code name of seraphim is terrifying. But today, this angel, known as the Deadly One in the West, was blown away with a single move. Chen Zongheng's face was as cold, and he walked towards her step by step. 2 years ago, which angel was Xiajie killed by? Chen Zongheng clenched his hands tightly, making a snapping sound of his bones and joints. There were streaks of blood spreading in his pupils. The seraphim held his wound in severe pain, but a hint of sarcasm flashed across his lips. Our temple has killed too many people from the Yin kingdom. Which one are you referring to? Whoosh! Chen Zong suddenly teleported in front of her and punched her in the chest. Click! The sound of the sternum breaking. The seraphim was once again blasted away, severely smashing a table at the back. Her blonde hair was messy at this time, and only struggle, lingering breath, and a hint of ferocity were left on her pretty face. 2 years ago, in Kyoto. Yenghua Academy of Weapons Science. Weapons Dr. Rin Jie. Was he killed by which angel in your church? Chen Zongheng's voice suddenly turned cold to the extreme, like the sound of hell. His eyes were filled with endless bloodshot eyes. That is the murderous intention of hatred. That year, the memory of that woman, he would always remember it. We were childhood sweethearts, and we went to school together. The memory of iron and blood wraps around the fingers of tenderness. Chen Zongheng will never forget her appearance before her death. The blood stained the ground red, leaving only her doctor's uniform full of bullet holes and the blood-stained metal. It turned out to be her. I remember. She must have been in despair when she died. The seraphim suddenly laughed, with a ferocious provocation in his voice. Ha ha ha. When you saw her, she was already a bloody mess, right? Zheng. A soft cry. Chen Zongheng raised his right hand, and a silver short blade with a weird and terrifying shape appeared. Weapon, Devil May Cry. The god of death never sacrifices weapons, just because there is no one in the world worthy of it. But today, he used Devil May Cry. This weapon that was once classified as the ultimate ferocious weapon in the Western world, appears again. Poof! Chen Zongheng waved his right hand, and the devil's cry cut through the void, instantly penetrating the seraphim's abdomen and body. The Devil May Cry saber penetrated her abdomen. It drew another arc in midair and flew back to Chen Zongheng's hands. The wound penetrated the seraph's abdomen, and the red color overflowed. It couldn't be stopped. In this world, there is no possibility of healing for those injured by Devil May Cry. All we can do is drain away our vitality, waiting for death. How you killed Xiejie back then, I will kill you today. Chen Zongheng held a ghost in his hand and cried, his voice suddenly as cold as ice. The wrath of the god of death, sacrifice with blood. I will make you shed every drop of blood on your body and kneel down to Xiejie. Devil May Cry flew out from his hand again. Boom! The seraph fell to his knees hard on the ground. Chen Zongheng's face was as cold as he stepped forward step by step. Every angel in the church will be buried with Xiajie. Your heads will become her burial objects. Chen Zongheng's voice suddenly became as cold, and it was filled with hatred like blood. At this moment, the seraph's pale face suddenly smiled, a ferocious and strange smile. Death, you can't kill me. The smile on the corner of her mouth was stained with blood, which looked so weird. Chen Zongheng paused, slowly turned his head and looked around. I saw dozens of foreign men in straight suits suddenly emerging from the chaotic crowd at the dinner party. The weapons in his hands were instantly locked and aimed at Chen Zongheng. People from the Holy Church organization have arrived at the scene. Put down your weapons, raise your hands and surrender. Dozens of killers shouted and threatened in Chinese. Poof! The killer's answer was the silver light scratched by Devil May Cry. The devil's cry instantly penetrated the killer's throat. The killer's eyes widened in disbelief, but he had no chance to question. Who dares to stop the person I, Chen Zongheng, want to kill? Chen Zongheng's voice was as cold. The entire banquet hall was in chaos instantly. Killing people in public. All the guests present were in chaos. Shocked, horrified. Endless fear spreads. Chen Zongheng's eyes were like a demon appearing in the world. You came just in time. The people of the temple just happened to be buried with Xiajie. With cold steps, he slowly walked towards the seraphim again. Bang bang bang. Dozens of people behind him opened fire instantly. Countless bullets and bullets rushed towards Chen Zonghang like crazy. Chen Zonghang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Zheng. The ghost cries out. Dang, dang, dang. The countless tongues of fire in front of him were instantly blocked by Devil May Cry and fell to the ground. Under such a dense, hundreds of attacks, he was intact? At this moment, everyone present looked stunned and stunned. This scene was simply beyond what their hearts could bear. Isn't this really an illusion? And his opponent was even more shocked. This is the power of death? The true strength of Yengua's god of death? Thermal weapons and firearms can't hurt him? Not far away, the host of this banquet. Xiao Yiren's pretty face turned pale, looking at this gunfight in disbelief. Her heart almost lost the ability to beat. The scene in front of her made her unable to believe it. How could a human being block so many fast attacks with his bare hands? At this moment, the seraphim endured the severe pain, and suddenly rolled. He rushed in front of Xiao Yiren's bodyguards, flicked his long-haired hidden weapon, and instantly attacked the group of bodyguards in front of Xiao Yiren. Kill! Xiao Yiren's face turned pale. She didn't even have time to step back and avoid. A piece of sharp glass had already touched her snow-white neck. Seraphim took Xiao Yiren hostage. God of Death, do you dare to take one step forward and try again? The seraphim held a piece of glass and pressed it hard against the neck of the hostage Xiao Yiren, threatening. If you dare to come forward, I will kill this woman. Seraph's voice was ferocious, and Senhan threatened, I know who you work for. If this hostage dies because of you, how should you explain to the organization? The atmosphere at the scene was extremely strange and ferocious. Chen Zonghang's face was as cold as cold. He ignored the threat of the seraphim at all. He held Devil May Cry and stepped forward step by step. The seraph held Xiao Yiren hostage. As Chen Zonghang took a step forward, the glass in her hand pierced Xiao Yiren's neck. Blood has slowly overflowed down Xiao Yiren's neck. The glass piece penetrated the skin by just a centimeter and was about to pierce Xiao Yiren's neck. But Chen Zong's expression didn't change, and he continued to come. He seemed not to care at all about the life or death of the hostage woman in front of him. The seraph's face was stern, and he held Xiao Yiren and stepped back. If you dare to touch the seraphim, the entire dark world will hunt you endlessly. All around, the group of killers looked ferocious and threatened angrily. Poof! Devil May Cry turned into silver light and instantly penetrated the killer who threatened. Bang! The killer's body fell to the ground hard. Devil May Cry flew through an arc in midair and returned to Chen Zonghang's hands. No one can stop the person I, Chen Zonghang, want to kill. His voice was calm and indifferent, but filled with terrifying murderous brutality. In this world, who can stop the God of Death? God of Death. If you dare to kill me today, I guarantee that within 3 days, the entire dark world and international mercenaries will dig you up 3 feet into the ground and make you pay for your life. The seraph held the piece of glass and pressed hard against it. On Xiao Yiren's neck, he threatened ferociously. Oh, really? Looking forward to it. Chen Zonghang's voice was as cold as a demon. He suddenly raised his right hand, and the Devil May Cry saber shot out rapidly. Poof! Devil May Cry turned into a silver light. The glass piece in Seraph's hand fell to the ground. In the center of her eyebrows, a subtle trace of blood gradually appeared. The head is penetrated, and there is no chance of death. The Seraph's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! Her body slowly fell to the ground. This world-famous Templar angel killer, Seraphim, has fallen here. Chapter 5 West of the Pacific. The entire banquet hall was in dead silence. Everyone was so frightened by the scene in front of them that they dared not breathe. This scene is too shocking. Too scary. Xiao Yiren froze on the spot, her delicate body trembling slightly, and her mind went blank. Bang bang bang. The dozens of temple killers looked furious and ferocious, and began to attack Chen Zonghong without hesitation. Seraphim were killed. One of the best aces in the history of their church died in the Yin Kingdom? This was like severely cutting off the temple's arm in public. Countless tons of fire came overwhelmingly. Chen Zonghong teleported quickly, dodging among thousands of tons of fire. The tons of fire cannot touch it at all. How dare you, an ant, to cause trouble to the Yin Kingdom? His pupils froze, holding devil weeping, silver light flashed. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of endless weapons cutting through skin echoed in the air, and blood filled the air. In an instant, Chen Zonghong stopped and retracted the devil may cry silver blade with his right hand. The dozens of Templar killers stared wide-eyed and covered their necks, their bodies stagnant in place. On their necks, traces of bloody blood were overflowing. Chen Zonghong scanned the group of foreigners with his eyes, and said coldly, "Western world. All organizations, listen. I, the god of death, am back." Bang bang bang. The bodies of dozens of Templar killers fell to the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of top members of the temple were wiped out. Death, return. Among the corpses everywhere, the hidden body-worn surveillance probes flashed, transmitting the scene at this moment, to the west tens of thousands of kilometers away. Chen Zonghong took back the devil may cry saber, took a piece of tablecloth and slowly wiped away the stains on his hands. At this time, he was as elegant as a gentleman who had just finished enjoying Western food. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, all the guests present would have found it hard to believe. The indifferent and gentlemanly man in front of them was the executioner who personally massacred the lives of more than a dozen foreigners. Then, he picked up a bottle of red wine on the table and calmly poured himself a glass of wine. The first glass was a tribute to an old friend. The red wine slowly poured to the ground. His face was calm, and a trace of complex memories flashed in his eyes. "Xiaojie, this glass is for you. This is the 107th angel I killed for you. Second cup, toast to yourself." He drank the red wine in one gulp, the bitterness and sourness reverberated through his taste buds. There was silence in the entire banquet hall. All the guests stayed in place in panic, no one dared to move even half a step, no one dared to say a word. For the third cup, he raised the wineglass high towards the north, and then dropped the wineglass violently. "Respect the heaven. The rivers and mountains are shattered, the Chen family has a blood feud. His killing was not over. The sword has not cut off all the corpses of the enemy, and the sword has not drunk all the evil blood. All this has only just begun. Kyoto, north of Yin country. The forbidden city where dragons and tigers are entrenched is destined to fight with it." From the moment he was released from prison, there was no turning back. Slowly stepping over the corpses on the ground, Chen Zonghong looked indifferent, and walked towards the outside of the banquet hall. In the entire scene, no one dared to stop him. Xiao Yiren, who was stagnant in place, finally regained her consciousness. Her pretty face was confused and she hurriedly came to Chen Zonghong. "Thank you, for your life-saving grace." Xiao Yiren bowed respectfully and saluted Chen Zonghong. The moment she was taken hostage, she thought she was certain to die. Fortunately, she was eventually saved by the man in front of her. Chen Zonghong glanced at her indifferently, then passed her by, and left the banquet hall. Xiao Yiren's pretty face was left with a confused face, stagnant in place. It took a few seconds for Qiu Yi to react. She led her group of personal bodyguards and urgently followed Chen Zonghong in the direction he left. To the west of the Pacific Ocean, in a mysterious primitive jungle, there is a mysterious base stationed. Here is the headquarters of the terrifying temple organization. At this time, the entire temple organization was completely shaken. Seraphim, one of the top ace angels in the church. The top-secret killer who spent countless resources and painstaking efforts to cultivate, unexpectedly died? Fell in Yinghua continent? This is simply a huge blow to the temple organization. What shocked the entire temple organization even more was the surveillance footage that came from thousands of miles away. In the picture, that familiar figure appeared in front of everyone again. Death is back. Inside the church of the temple headquarters. A beautiful Asian woman double. The woman stood solemnly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her hands behind her back. Her eyes were flashing with endless anger. She is the top being in the temple, the supreme one, Seraph. After a long silence, Seraph turned around, slowly took out a military green encrypted mobile phone and dialed a number. Mobilize the Ace team, continue to sneak into the Yin Kingdom, and complete the unfinished mission of the Seraphim. Also, issue a red notice to hunt down the god of death across Asia. On the southern coast of the Pacific Ocean, the United States global military bases. A burly middle-aged man stood in front of the base's observation deck. He was wearing a camouflage combat uniform, and on his left shoulder, there was a 4-star epaulette. 4-star commander. This is a 4-star leader of the Western world. He held a pair of telescopes and looked at the eastern sky for a long time. After a long time, he put down the telescope. He stretched out his right hand and put it on his left arm, slowly stroking his left arm. If anyone were present, they would probably be shocked. Because his entire left arm is actually made of metal. He is a commander who lost his left arm. Now, a metal arm has replaced his original left hand. God of Death, you have finally appeared. The middle-aged man's pupils were cold and frightening, and his voice was full of endless bloodshed. I will use your blood, and the huge price of the entire Yin Kingdom to repay the hatred. Late at night, Shanghai. The black Maserati car slowly stopped in front of the hotel. Chen Zhonghan lit a cigar and slowly stepped out of the car. Kill the Seraphs and kill the ace of the Templar group, the mission is over. He will return to Kyoto to resume his duties. At this moment, in the distance of the dark street, 3 Mercedes-Benz cars were slowly approaching. These 3 Mercedes-Benz cars followed Chen Zhonghan from the moment he left the hotel. Chen Zhonghan lit a cigar and ignored the 3 Mercedes-Benz cars behind him, and walked into the hotel calmly and indifferently. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a soft and complex female voice came from behind. Xiaoyiren, who was dressed in a silver dress, stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz and walked towards Chen Zhonghan with hurried steps. Sir, there is no way to repay a life-saving grace. Xiaoyiren was interrupted by the man in front of her before she could finish her words. I'm not saving you, I just happen to want to kill her. You don't need to be sentimental. Chen Zhonghan's voice was cold, and he turned and walked upstairs to the hotel. Xiaoyiren's pretty face turned pale and she was stunned for a moment. She gritted her teeth, and followed closely. Sir, I have a request. Xiaoyiren stepped forward quickly and stopped in front of Chen Zhonghan. There was a pleading look on her pretty face. Chen Zhonghan raised his head and stared at her indifferently. Sir, I would like to ask you to be the security director of our group. Xiaoyiren gritted her teeth and pleaded solemnly. She had just seen Chen Zhonghan's terrifying skills with her own eyes. She had a strong desire to recruit people with such skills. Now, her situation is precarious, and almost all the forces in the world are staring at her. She urgently needs a strong and skilled person to protect her safety. At this moment, the mysterious man in front of her is exactly the strong man she needs. Xiaoyiren is a business elite and a counselor. When she meets a powerful and terrifying figure, she doesn't want to miss it, so she tries to recruit him. Chen Zhonghan glanced at her coldly. You are so brave. I will give you a chance to leave before I want to kill anyone. How ignorant is this woman in front of me? How dare you let the god of death, who is feared all over the world, act as his security guard? It's simply wishful thinking and audacious. Xiaoyiren bit her red lips tightly, not wanting to give up. What kind of treatment do you want? As long as you ask, I will be satisfied. She doesn't want to give up on this mysterious strong man. Xiaoyiren is hungry for talents and urgently needs a strong man with terrifying skills to be by her side. She doesn't care whether the other person's identity is good or evil. The only thing she needs at this time is to protect herself. Safety. The corner of Chen Zhonghan's mouth raised a cold and mocking arc. Treatment? Who in the world dares to hire the god of death? Which organization can afford to pay his death commission? 3 years ago, the Dubai royal family was willing to pay a sky-high price of $1 billion to beg the god of death to take action. As a result, he was coldly and mercilessly rejected by Chen Zongheng. How can the name of the god of death be hired with just money? What's more, Chen Zongheng doesn't care about money at all. There was an unimaginable amount of money stored in his Yenghua secret bank account. You can't afford what I want. Chen Zongheng's voice was cold and his eyes glanced at Qiu Yiren. Qiu Yiren's heart trembled suddenly. At this moment, she seemed to see the breath of death. Chen Zongheng looked indifferent and passed by her. Chapter 6 Top Secret Information. Access denied. At the same time, the crime scene occurred at the Sheraton Hotel late at night. It has been surrounded by dozens of investigation team vehicles. Dozens of heavily armed investigation team members were waiting around the hotel, and the atmosphere at the scene was extremely solemn. A report was received that a vicious serial murder occurred at the Sheraton Hotel. The entire Shanghai Municipal Investigation Team was dispatched instantly and rushed to the scene. Captain Wu Tongwei looked solemn, slowly scanning the murder scene in the hotel banquet hall. This was the bloodiest, most shocking murder scene he had ever seen in his life. Throughout the crime scene, there were no signs of struggle or resistance. There are more than a dozen corpses of foreigners on the ground, all of which were killed by simple blows. Kill with one hit, no extra moves. It's like a carefully arranged murder scene. Master, based on the witness descriptions of the guests at the scene, and the comparison of traces and fingerprints, so far, only one murderer has been found? Yi Mucha, a member of the young investigation team, looked at Master Wu Tongwei with a complicated face. This murder case was too suspenseful for her to make any conclusions. According to the descriptions of hundreds of witnesses at the scene, only a young man in a tuxedo committed the crime at the crime scene. But this description is too incredible. It's almost impossible. Facing dozens of foreigners with guns, how did the young man commit the murder with his bare hands? Wu Tongwei narrowed his eyes slightly and said deeply and solemnly, "There is indeed only one murderer." He carried some kind of terrifying and sharp weapon in his hand. That weapon cut the throats of these foreigners and killed them instantly. Master, how is this possible? Yi Mucha's eyes widened in disbelief. One man with his bare hands, confronting dozens of foreign men with guns. Wu Tongwei scanned the traces of the scene with an unusually solemn expression. There are many forces in this world that are difficult for us to contact. Their mystery is beyond the imagination of normal humans. Report. Team Wu. The murderer's fingerprints were found at the scene. Two members of the investigation team looked solemnly and handed a bag of broken wine glasses to Wu Tongwei. The wine glass was stained with the murderer's fingerprints. Wu Tongwei took the evidence bag and stared at the fragments of the wine glass with solemn eyes, for a long time. For some reason, a thought flashed through his mind that he didn't even dare to think about. This murderer, I'm afraid, has no intention of hiding his identity at all? Fingerprints at the scene, clues and traces, hundreds of witnesses, everything, just because he didn't want to clear it? Or, he didn't even bother to clean up the evidence? Shanghai City, tonight, is destined to be sleepless. Dozens of investigation team vehicles roared, bringing dozens of bodies and evidence from the scene back to the investigation team building. Wu Tongwei immediately asked the physical evidence department to conduct analysis. Compare the identity of the criminal based on the fingerprints of the murderer left at the crime scene. The large database begins to quickly scan and compare data. As long as you have the other party's fingerprints, you can quickly screen out his identity information. Half an hour later, the corresponding fingerprint identity was finally matched in the database on the computer screen. But when the staff member clicked on the identity file, a red dialog box suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Beep, 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 accompanied by a burst of sirens. On the big screen, a line of words appeared. Top secret information from the Yen Kingdom. Access denied. Captain Wu Tongwei's pupils shrank and he stared at the line of red fonts on the computer screen in disbelief. All the staff present were also shocked. Everyone's eyes were filled with solemn horror. Yenghua, top secret information? What does this mean? The serial murder case at the Sheraton Hotel tonight, could it be? Was it the official organization of China that took action? At the same time, the head of the Shanghai investigation team, Ho Liangdong, suddenly received a mysterious phone call from Kyoto. 10 minutes later, Ho Liangdong issued an order to the entire team of staff. The investigation into the Sheraton Hotel serial murder case has been terminated. All clues at the crime scene were destroyed. Those dozens of foreign corpses were handed over to the upper-level organizations of Yanjing. In the early morning, a flash of oriental fish belly white appears in the sky. In the hotel room, Chen Zongheng finished his 1000th push-up and then took a shower. After changing his clothes, he lit a cigarette, went downstairs, and exited the room. Seraphim is dead and he will leave Shanghai. Just as Chen Zong walked out of the hotel door, a magnetic voice suddenly called him. Good morning, sir. Xiao Yiren was wearing a white work uniform and standing in front of a Mercedes-Benz not far from the hotel. She had been here since early in the morning and waited for more than 2 hours, and then she finally saw this man. Chen Zongheng took a deep drag on his cigarette and ignored the woman. He went straight to his Maserati, opened the door and got into the cab. Xiao Yiren stepped forward quickly and placed her delicate body in front of the Maserati, blocking the way. Are you seeking death? Chen Zongheng's voice was cold and he stared at the woman blocking the car. I'm sorry. Xiao Yiren stood in front of the car and bowed apologetically, pleading in her voice, Sir, the Chiu Group and myself really need someone of your skill to protect our security. Xiao Yiren is a woman who is unyielding. This is true in business, this is true in medical research, and the same is true when looking for talents. As long as Chen Zongheng didn't agree for one day, she planned to keep visiting. Even if she pays a third visit to the thatched cottage, she will not hesitate to damage her reputation and status as the wealthy CEO. I told you, you can't afford what I want. Chen Zongheng's voice was indifferent and he paid no attention to the woman in front of him. He started the car directly. What remuneration do you want? How much commission? As long as you ask. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes were pleading. Last night's dinner, the assassination crisis made her deeply afraid. So she wanted to hire the man in front of her at all costs to ensure her safety. Sir, how about 100 million? Our Chiu Group is willing to pay you an annual salary of 100 million. We will hire you as the security director of the group. Xiao Yiren said solemnly with a pretty face. Her face didn't look like she was joking at all. Spending a huge sum of 100 million to hire a security director is almost a crazy move. Inside the Maserati, a flash of disdain flashed across Chen Zongheng's lips. 100 million? With only 100 million, he plans to hire a codename figure that scares the entire Pacific and Western Hemisphere, the god of death? I wonder if this woman is too innocent, or if this woman is too naive. Based on your rank and status, you are not qualified for me to protect you. Chen Zongheng's voice was cold and disdainful, and he suddenly stepped on the accelerator and brake. Buzz. The Maserati car flicked sideways, and the front of the car drifted rapidly along Xiao Yiren's delicate body. Buzz. The engine roared, and the Maserati sped away, leaving behind a pair of gradually blurring shadows of car lights hundreds of meters away. Xiao Yiren's pretty face was dull, and she stood there blankly. In her mind, she kept recalling the man's words, based on your level and status, you are not qualified for me to protect you. Shanghai International Airport. Chen Zongheng was wearing a leather jacket. After passing the airport security check, he walked indifferently towards the boarding passage. After killing the Seraphim, he was about to leave the city. Because he has a more important mission. Staying in a mere ant-land in Shanghai and waiting for the killer angel from the Bible to come? This is not his style. He, the god of death, will never wait for someone to die. Go abroad and pursue overseas. Go straight to the Bible headquarters. Bloody slaughter. This is the method of death. At this moment, suddenly his cell phone rang. Chen Zongheng took out his cell phone, and a mysterious name appeared on the caller ID, Zhang Zhou Yu. He looked indifferent and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, a hoarse old voice came, how about action? Behead a seraph. Chen Zongheng replied indifferently. There was silence for a moment on the phone, and then he replied with one word, okay. The organization sent out dozens of agents to complete the task, and as soon as the god of death came out, he killed a seraph instantly. This terrifying strength gap is shocking. God of death, you, stay in Shanghai for now. The old voice on the phone said suddenly after a long silence. Chen Zonghong frowned. The reason? The Bible organization has made many failed attempts to assassinate Chiu Aaron, and it is bound to come back again. You, stay with Chiu Aaron and wait for Bible's next move. An old and profound voice floated out of the phone. Zhang Zhouyu, what did you say? Chen Zongheng's brows suddenly frowned and became cold. I will go overseas, find the Bible headquarters personally, and kill with blood. As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell silent. This is his method of death. Death never waits. Shura in hell will always take the initiative. Letting the hell death wait and see, this is an insult to his code name. On the phone, the man named Zhang Yuyu had a deep voice. God of death, don't forget the trouble you caused a year ago. The air on both ends of the phone suddenly fell silent. A year ago, that crisis swept across the Pacific Ocean. That year, the codename of Death was listed as the most wanted target in the world by the United States. Blood is turbulent, and murderous intent envelopes the entire North Pacific. That year, the West launched a heavy military attack and carried out crazy armed demonstrations in the eastern waters of the Pacific. The forces on the M side even did not hesitate to send Ford-class aircraft carriers to form a sea and air front. Joint war exercise, pointing the sword to the east. The huge earthquake and turmoil lasted for half a year, and finally subsided. Chen Zonghong was holding the phone, and his pupils were filled with traces of blood, as if there were endless flames burning. Zhang Yuyu, are you scared? Chen Zonghong's voice was cold. There was slight silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Your name is still hanging high on the global red list in the West. If you go out to sea, you will definitely cause turmoil again. Zhang Universe's voice was extremely solemn and profound. The god of death, if you want to take revenge, you must first lie dormant. As long as you go to sea, you will definitely cause chaos again. If you can find the black power behind the Bible, the whole North will stand for you. Hearing this, Chen Zongheng's breathing became a little heavier. Zhang Yuzhou, you keep your word? I promise you 1,000 pieces of gold. Stay in Shanghai, sneak into the Chiu group, hibernate in secret, waiting for the arrival of the Bible. On the phone, Zhang Yuyu's voice was more solemn than ever before. Remember our common enemy. Chen Zongheng breathed deeply, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. His voice was as cold as a demon. Codename Death, accept the mission. Chiu Group Building. A taxi stopped at the door of the building. Chen Zongheng slowly stepped out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. Standing in front of this skyscraper hundreds of meters high, he took a deep breath of cigarette and then walked indifferently towards Chiu's building. Sir, what can I do for you? Inside the building, two front desk ladies stopped him. Chen Zongling's eyes were cold. I'm looking for Chiu Aaron and asking her to come see me. The two little girls at the front desk were stunned. This fair-skinned and cold man is here to see Mr. Chiu? Sir, what's your surname? Chen. Chen Zonghong replied indifferently. The two girls at the front desk immediately looked through the president's itinerary records, but found no appointment for Mr. Chen. This man is obviously a liar. Think about it. The guests Mr. Chiu normally receives are all business elites in neat suits. The man in front of him is wearing a leather jacket and exudes a sense of poverty and gangsterism. How can such a ruffian man know Mr. Chiu? It's simply a lie. Mr. Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Chiu's reservations today are full. We don't have your reservation, so you can't go in. The two girls at the front desk said seriously. Chen Zongheng frowned and said coldly, then let Chiu Aaron come down to see me. The atmosphere at the scene seemed a bit inexplicable. The two little girls at the front desk looked at each other. This was the first time for them to meet such an unreasonable person. Who does this man think he is? And let Mr. Chiu come down to see him in person? Look at the torn leather jacket he's wearing. How could a CEO of Mr. Chiu's level come to see such a person? This man must be out of his mind. The two little girls at the front desk winked at the security guard at the door. Soon, 4 security guards came forward with solemn expressions. Sir, I'm sorry, Chiu's building is a private venue, not open to the public. Please come out. The 4 security guards made a pleased gesture. Chen Zonghong stood there and glanced at the security guards indifferently. The god of death who has made the entire west of the Pacific fearful, is being stopped at the door by a few security guards at this moment? If this scene spreads, I'm afraid those international killers and mercenaries will be shocked and their eyes will drop. While I don't want to kill anyone yet, I advise you, it's best to get out of the way. Chen Zonghong's voice was calm, but with a chill in it. Back then, he entered the Russian Federation Kremlin negotiations alone, and hundreds of ace special operations team members did not dare to stop him. Now, these 4 little ant-like security guards in front of him dare to stop him? This is simply asking for death. That's unreasonable. This is a group building, not a place for you to run wild. The 4 security guards immediately became furious. The 4 people gathered around them and immediately took action to invite this man out. A security guard angrily put his hand on Chen Zonghong's shoulder, and was about to take action, suddenly. Click. A sound. The entire arm of the security guard was twisted directly by the huge force. He howled miserably, and his whole body was directly blown away by a huge force. Death's shoulder, how can anyone touch it? Behind the codename Reaper represents the highest killing status in the 3rd Division of Beijing. Ordinary people will die if they touch it. The remaining 3 security guards looked shocked. They hadn't reacted yet. The chest had been kicked with a huge force, and the 3 of them flew out at the same time. Chen Zonghong slowly retracted his long legs and dusted off his trousers. The 2 little girls at the front desk turned pale. They were completely frightened. In the blink of an eye, all 4 security guards were blown away? Didn't they even see clearly what happened? Let Shura come down to see me immediately, otherwise, what she begged me for yesterday will be null and void. Chen Zonghong had a cigarette in his mouth and his voice was calm and indifferent, like a demon. Chiu's building, conference room. Shura was sitting at the conference table, having an important meeting with the senior executives of the group. At this moment, the secretary suddenly came to her ear and said, Mr. Chiu, there is a man causing trouble downstairs, and he asked you to go down to see him, otherwise, your plea to him yesterday will be null and void. Didn't I say that? Don't disturb me when I'm in a meeting. Leave such insignificant matters to the security department. Shura's temper has been bad recently and he said impatiently. Wait, what did you say? Shura suddenly reacted and stared at the secretary with her beautiful eyes. There is a man causing trouble downstairs. The secretary repeated carefully. Next sentence. Shura's voice was a little urgent. The secretary was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, he said, let you go down to see him, otherwise, your plea to him yesterday will be null and void. Shura's pretty face was startled, her beautiful eyes slightly frowned, as if she was thinking. What does he look like? Shura asked with a pretty face. The hair is a little long, the face is quite thin, he is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a leather jacket. The secretary described slowly. Ha! Shura, who was in a meeting, suddenly stood up from the conference table. The meeting is suspended. I'm going downstairs to pick up a distinguished guest. After Shura finished speaking, she quickly walked out of the conference room. Secretary Sun Shui also left immediately. In the conference room, all the executives looked at each other. No reaction at all? What's going on? What about the important meeting that was agreed upon? Downstairs of Chiu's building. Chen Zonghong just stood there, with a cigarette in his mouth, exuding an aura of indifference. Around him, a large group of security personnel were dispatched urgently and surrounded him. The entire scene, the atmosphere was extremely cold. Several security captains had even taken out their electric batons, and the crackling sound of electricity exploded in the air, with a menacing tone. Boy, don't drink the toast without being punished. I'll give you 3 seconds and leave immediately, otherwise, do you believe this million-volt electric baton will stab you? A security captain warned with a stern look on his face. Stop. Suddenly, a sharp shout sounded from the hall. As soon as Choi-rin stepped out of the elevator, she saw the scene and immediately shouted. Her pretty face was solemn, and she stepped quickly on high heels, towards Chen Zonghung's direction. When the security captain saw Mr. Chiu coming, he hurriedly and respectfully reported, "Report to Mr. Chiu, this guy is causing trouble in our building without restraint." Small security guards like them never have the opportunity to contact the rich president. Today is a rare opportunity to talk directly to the president. How could the security captain miss this opportunity? He stepped forward diligently, eager to express himself. But Choi-rin ignored the security captain at all. She walked quickly to Chen Zonghung, then bowed respectfully and saluted, "Sir, I'm sorry. It was my subordinates who were rude. I apologize to you." Ha! The whole place fell silent. All the security guards present were shocked by this scene. What's going on? The high-ranking daughter of their Chiu group, the noble female CEO who was famous in Shanghai City actually, kowtows to the man in front of her. And apologize so humbly? The 2 little girls at the front desk were also confused at this time. They didn't expect this man who looked so arrogant actually knew Mr. Chiu? And Mr. Chiu still has such respect for this man? The security captain was now covered in cold sweat, and his brain. The mind went blank. That's all. Chen Zonghung shook his head indifferently, a trace of restlessness flashed in his eyes. His codename is an absolute taboo on overseas battlefields. But at this time, the god of death with a terrible reputation is in front of a small group, and he is the same as a few security guards? If this spreads out, it will be simply, "Sir, please come upstairs and have a chat. I have prepared the best Yuchin Longjing for you." Choi-rin carefully invited with a respectful face. She didn't expect that this mysterious strong man would actually come to her door. This made Choi-rin a little happy and excited. From last night, when this man killed people unscrupulously in the banquet hall, to today, when he appeared safe and sound downstairs in his group, all these prove that this man is not simple. To be able to kill people invisible at the snap of a finger in Shanghai City, and to be able to enter and leave the city calmly afterwards? What's even more shocking is that the investigation team didn't even come to find him? The identity of this man is unfathomable. Choi-rin strengthened her judgment. If such a powerful and mysterious man could be hired as the security director of the group, then her safety would be truly guaranteed. Chen Zonghung did not refuse the invitation and followed Choi-rin into the elevator. The elevator rose to the 99th floor, and Choi-rin personally led Chen Zonghung and invited him to his president's office. This scene caused the group of colleagues outside the president's office to whisper and look at each other. Very few people can enter Mr. Chiu's private office directly on weekdays. As for men, less so. The whole company, except for the chairman and a few core major shareholders, the rest of the male colleagues are not qualified to enter Mr. Chiu's office at all. But today, such a strange man was directly invited into the private office by Mr. Chiu? Could it be that this strange man is one of the core shareholders of the group? Impossible? Among the shareholders of the group, there is no such a young man. So who is this man? Is this a strong question in the hearts of all administrative colleagues outside the office? Sitting on the sofa in Choi-rin's private office, Chen Zonghong looked indifferent and smoked a cigarette lightly. The overall style of the office is extremely elegant, with several bouquets of fresh roses planted in every corner. There is a faint scent of roses floating in the air, and a hint of feminine fragrance. On the coffee table, there is a cup of carefully brewed Yuchin Longjing tea. Choi-rin specially ordered people to prepare it for Chen Zonghung. Choi-rin's office is very clean. She does not allow anyone to come in except the secretary. But today, for the first time, she invited a strange man, and this man actually smoked in her office. She hates the smell of cigarettes the most. But she can tolerate all this. Because she valued this man's skills, she needed to hire this man. Choi-rin is not a teenage girl. She has high emotional intelligence and IQ. She knows how to choose and control. So at this time, she respected Chen Zongheng very much. "Sir, are you here this time interested in my previous proposal?" Xiao Yiren asked in a magnetic voice as she folded her legs lightly and sat on the sofa opposite him. Chen Zongheng didn't say anything, just smoking alone. He didn't put out the cigarette but until all the cigarette was burned. "I can agree to your previous request," Chen Zongheng said slowly with a deep voice. Xiao Yiren's pretty face was slightly startled, as if she didn't expect that this man would agree so quickly. She originally thought that this man would negotiate and increase some bargaining chips in terms of remuneration, but she didn't expect that he would directly agree. "Sir, are you really willing to come to our Chiu group as the security director?" Xiao Yiren stared at Chen Zongheng with her beautiful eyes, and there was a trace of excitement that was difficult to conceal on her pretty face. Chen Zongheng nodded slowly without any unnecessary nonsense. With a mission in hand, he needs to lurk next to Chiu Yi and wait for the Bible organization to attack again. Protecting the Chiu Yi people was second. What he cared about were the killer angels from the Bible. In the CEO's office, Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes were shining with radiance. "Sir, do you have any requirements regarding commission remuneration?" She looked at Chen Zongheng and asked in a magnetic voice. "No, just give me the salary you mentioned before." Chen Zongheng replied indifferently. He didn't care about money at all. "Okay. In terms of annual salary, I will give you 100 million in remuneration. In addition, at the end of the year, I will give you an additional 50 million in bonus and dividends. What do you think?" Xiao Yi asked in a magnetic voice. "Whatever," Chen Zongheng said calmly, looking a little impatient. He really doesn't like this little money. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will immediately order someone to prepare a contract." Xiao Yiren couldn't hide the look on her pretty face. She was a little excited to recruit a strong person to become the group's security director. Soon, the young secretary Sun Shui walked into the office with a confidential signed contract. Chen Zongheng signed the contract impatiently. Xiao Yiren carefully read through the contract signed by this man. This was also the first time that she knew this man's name. Chen, vertical, horizontal? This name made her heart skip a beat. The wind and rain come in all directions, but this is not Yuanming House. In this world, there are people named Zongheng? One vertical and one horizontal rivalry in the world. This name is too arrogant and domineering. Her beautiful eyes looked at the three vigorous signatures on the contract. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes were full of energy. Recruiting a mysterious and powerful man into the company will be accompanied by unknown risks. But Xiao Yiren believes in her own judgment. From the moment Chen Zongheng saved her last night, she believed that this man's heart was not evil. She was willing to take a gamble for this man's powerful physical abilities. "Mr. Chen, welcome to join the Chiu group." Xiao Yiren extended her hand. Chen Zongheng did not shake hands with her, but glanced at her indifferently. "From now on, you belong to my protection target, and you will obey my command in everything. So, from this moment on, your life does not belong to you. And belongs to me." Domineering, strong, and rough tone and gesture. Xiao Yiren's jade hand was hanging in the air, and her pretty face was stunned, dull. This was the first time she heard such a different tone of voice. Secretary Sun Shui stood aside, also looking confused. What is going on? Sun Shui has been with the company for 5 years, and this is the first time she has seen an employee subordinate dare to talk to Mr. Chiu in such a domineering and arrogant tone. Who is the boss here? Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes were clear, and she retracted her hand in embarrassment. Mr. Chen, this is my personal secretary, Sun Shui. If you have any work problems, you can go to her directly. Xiao Yiren recommended her secretary to Chen Zongheng. Secretary Sun Shui was wearing an OL uniform and bowed slightly to Chen Zongheng. Chen Zongheng didn't pay attention at all. He glanced around the office indifferently, and then suddenly walked to the desk and sat down calmly. Secretary Sun Shui's pretty face frowned slightly. This man is too unscrupulous? Mr. Chiu is a very principled person. He usually hates people touching things in the office at will. But at this moment, this man actually sat lawlessly on Mr. Chio's office chair? This. Xiao on the side was also stunned, looking at this man in astonishment. Chen Zongheng reached under the president's mahogany desk with his hands, and took out a silver metal device as small as a soybean from under the desk. This is it? Xiao pretty face changed slightly. MF7 low frequency, microbug. Chen Zongheng's voice was calm and indifferent. He squeezed the silver metal with both hands and crushed it into pieces. Shanghai City, in a dark and mysterious room. A man is wearing a monitoring headset device, eavesdropping on the transmitted audio signal. Suddenly, a burst of electricity suddenly came from the headset. I almost want to pierce his eardrum. The man looked furious and violently smashed the headset. Chio Group, President's Office. Xiao pretty face turned pale, with shock and disbelief in her eyes. She couldn't believe that someone had installed a bug in her office. Secretary Sun Shui also looked at this scene with a shocked expression. With the company's security being so tight, how dare anyone dare to install eavesdropping equipment? Chen Zongheng was not finished yet. He scanned the entire office and found 4 listening devices on the sofa, desk lamp, bookcase, and other places. His ears were like a pair of low-frequency wireless radars, covering everything he passed. Any monitoring equipment was invisible. Looking at this small pile of smashed metal monitors, Xiao beautiful eyes turned slightly cold. I will definitely find out who did it. The smell of disinfectant water remains on the monitor, and the installation location matches the cleaning point. Chen Zongheng said in a calm voice, starting tomorrow, all cleaning staff in the company will be replaced. As soon as these words came out, Xiao pretty face was shocked again. Was it the company's cleaning staff? After thinking for a long time, she nodded solemnly. Mr. Chen, thank you very much. Xiao said her thanks solemnly with a respectful face. It was a great achievement to find the monitor for the company. If the monitor continued to be hidden, she didn't even know how long she would survive. Once the secret in her hand is revealed, she and the entire group will be ruined. Chen Zongheng lit a cigarette and said slowly, I need to know everything about your company. Please prepare all the documents and send them to me before evening. Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Also, Chen Zongheng glanced at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. If you don't want to die, replace the windows with reflective bulletproof glass. After saying that, he held a cigarette in his mouth and walked out of the president's office indifferently. Secretary Sun Shui followed Xiao signal and arranged and prepared the office for him. The company's highest-level security director, with an annual salary of 100 million. Chen Zongheng's office is naturally not bad either. Sun Shui arranged a large independent office for Chen Zongheng. The office is only separated by a wall from the president's office. This is also what Xiao means. Chen Zongheng walked into the office and glanced at him briefly, but his expression could not be seen. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with this office? Sun Shui asked softly. Chen Zongheng nodded slowly and sat on the chair without ceremony. You have nothing to do here, go out. He said coldly to this beautiful and delicate secretary without any gentle tone. Sun Shui nodded lightly. Well, Mr. Chen, if you need anything else, please contact me directly. I'm in the office next to yours. Sun Shui said, exiting the office and closing the door. At this time, outside the office, the group of administrative colleagues had already exploded. Everyone is talking and speculating about the identity of this mysterious man? Who is this man? How could we set up an office area next to Mr. Chio's office? This is simply unprecedented treatment. And that office has been empty for a long time. It's as big as 100 square meters. Even Sun Shui, the president's secretary, is not qualified to move in. But this man actually moved in easily? Could it be that he is a relative of President Xiao? In the office, Chen Zongheng just sat on the chair, puffing out smoke rings. The ultimate codename that once caused so much bloodshed in the Pacific and the Western Hemisphere, Death, was sitting in a small office at this moment, taking on the security business of a group company. This sudden change made Chen Zongheng himself feel. It feels ridiculous. If he hadn't been waiting for the Bible organization's attack, he would never have accepted such a childish task. Half an hour later, Secretary Sun Shui walked in holding a thick stack of documents. "Mr. Chen, this is the company information document you requested. Mr. Chiu ordered me to deliver it," Sun Shui said in a loud voice and placed a stack of documents on the desk. Chen Zongheng nodded lightly and began to look through the information documents. Sun Shui bowed slightly and exited the office. Sitting in the office, flipping through the Chiu Group's documents, Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm and indifferent. Shura Group is mainly engaged in pharmaceutical products, medical equipment, medical real estate, and insurance and finance. The group's market capitalization exceeds 100 billion renminbi. This is a giant pharmaceutical company of huge scale. Chen Zongheng was flipping through the group's information, and his eyes suddenly stopped on a report catalog of new products. Zinkingtai sustained release capsules. Suitable for fever, headache, sore limbs, sneezing, runny nose, nasal congestion, cough, sore throat and other symptoms caused by the common cold or influenza. This pharmaceutical product is the new product released by Chiu Weiren at the Sheraton Hotel last night. His eyes narrowed slightly. Last night, Chiu Weiren released medical products, and then, they were attacked by the biblical seraphs? Moreover, the seraphs' action last night seemed not to be an assassination, but a kidnapping. Could it be that there is something in the Chiu people that the Bible organization is eager to get? A sharp coldness flashed across Chen Zongheng's eyes. 2 years ago, the Bible sneaked into China and caused the murder. 2 years later, everything happened again. His eyes were solemn, and the information booklet in his hand was clenched into a ball, and then turned into confetti. Chen Zongheng stayed in the office like this all day, until the sun set. He put out his cigarette butt, got up and stood up. The ashtray on the desk was filled with cigarette butts. He is addicted to smoking as much as his life, and he is addicted to alcohol as his home. In addition to killing people, they also smoke wine and smoke. His life seemed to be wasted in tobacco, alcohol, and murder, waiting for reincarnation. He stood up, dusted off the cigarette ashes on his body, and walked out of the office. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Chiu's building was still busy. It's time to get off work, and colleagues are hurriedly handling the handover of the work at hand. Chen Zongheng looked indifferently, turned around and went straight to the door of the president's office next door. Under the curious and surprised gazes of his administrative colleagues, he pushed open the president's office and walked in. Outside the office, all the colleagues looked at each other. This man didn't knock on the door, and without Secretary Sun's permission, he just pushed the door open and entered the president's office unscrupulously? Why? Mr. Chiu's strict rules and regulations, why did they fail repeatedly with this man? In the president's office, Chiu Weiren was sitting in front of the computer, processing various emails in a complex manner. But suddenly the office door was pushed open. Chiu Weiren's beautiful eyes narrowed, with a hint of sullenness, and she was about to scream, but she looked up and saw a cold and indifferent man. The sullenness in Chiu Weiren's eyes was helplessly extinguished. "Mr. Chen, why did you come in? Is something wrong?" Facing this newly hired security director, Chiu Weiren did not dare to have any temper, let alone neglect. "Why did you become the target of the Bible?" Chen Zongheng asked with an indifferent voice, staring at her. The Bible organization is murderous and cruel, so to be listed as a target, this Chiu Weiren must have a great secret hidden in him. The Bible? What is it? Chiu Weiren's beautiful eyes were startled, a hint of confusion flashed deep in her pupils. "I don't know. I don't know why they dealt with me, perhaps it is for some interests of my group." Her voice was calm and her answers were flawless. But this answer is really problematic. Really? Chen Zongheng glanced at Chiu Weiren with cold eyes. This sight made Chiu Weiren's heart tremble suddenly. It's like being watched by a devil. However, Chen Zongheng did not interrogate further. He did not care about the secrets of this woman. The only thing he cares about is the Bible. Chen Zongheng looked coldly and said slowly, "Take me to your home tonight. I want to investigate the safety of your address." Chiu Weiren's pretty face paused, unable to react? Take this man to your home? Shura hesitated. She never brought any man to her home, including partners. After a long time, she bit her teeth and nodded in agreement. 5:30 in the evening. Chen Zonghong and Shura walked out of the elevator side by side. Outside the building, 3 black Mercedes-Benz S600 cars were waiting respectfully. A group of bodyguards in black suits stood on both sides, protecting the surrounding security. Seeing Shura coming, a bodyguard respectfully opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz for her. Shura leaned over and got into the car. At the same time, she greeted Chen Zonghong outside the car. "Mr. Chen, please ride with me." Chen Zonghong was not polite, turned around and got into the Mercedes-Benz. This scene shocked countless colleagues around. Who is this mysterious man? I have broken the company's rules several times today. I didn't expect that I would leave in a special car with Mr. Chiu at this time. Could it be that this fair-skinned man is Mr. Chiu's caretaker? Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove into a manor and villa area on a tree-lined avenue. Chen Zonghong glanced outside the window inadvertently, and saw only 2 words engraved on the stone tablet at the entrance of the manor area: Ziyuan. Shanghai Ziyuan is one of the most luxurious luxury residential areas in Jiangnan. Shura's home is located here. 3 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly stopped in front of a European-style manor. Chen Zonghong slowly stepped out of the car. His eyes glanced over, and in front of him was a huge European-style manor villa. There is an oversized private outdoor swimming pool, a private garden big enough to accommodate 2 basketball courts, and there is even a helicopter landing pad next to it. The entire manor can be described as extremely luxurious. Around the villa and manor, there is a team of personal bodyguards in neat suits. It can be seen that the security of the entire Chiu family manor is very tight. Shura's mood was a little complicated, and she led Chen Zonghong towards the manor villa. Just as the 2 of them walked into the lobby of the villa, a sweet female voice came from the sofa in the lobby. "Sister, you are finally back. I am waiting for you to serve dinner. I am almost hungry." I saw an innocent girl wearing a cartoon t-shirt sitting on the sofa, playing a game of chicken while saying hello to the door. But when the girl glanced at the door, she was suddenly stunned. "Sister, actually brought a man back?" The girl jumped up from the sofa, swung her long snow-white legs and jumped directly in front of Shura. She glanced at her sister with her beautiful eyes, and then looked at the fair-skinned man. "Who are you?" The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at this man and asked. Chen Zonghong's eyes were cold, and he glanced at the girl lightly. With a sweet jade face and long pale golden hair, she was filled with purity and allure. "My sister, under the autumn frost," Shura explained to Chen Zonghong with some helplessness. "Oh." Chen Zonghong remained indifferent. He didn't care at all about the innocent girl in front of him. Everyone in the Jiangnan business community knows that the Chiu family has a pair of sisters. The beauty is like a carving, and the frost is like a child. My elder sister is Shura, my younger sister is Chiu Shuangxia. Shura is already blooming in the shopping mall, but her sister Chiu Shuangxia is naughty and is still studying. "Sister, who is this? Your boyfriend?" Chiu Shuang gently curled her long pale golden hair between her fingers, and her beautiful eyes looked at this fair-skinned man warily. Sister Shura's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly explained in a complicated manner, "No rudeness. This is Mr. Chen, the group security director I specially hired." "Oh, security director? Why did he come to our house?" He blinked his big eyes under the autumn frost, and his beautiful eyes were even more alert. "Mr. Chen was invited by me to investigate the safety situation at home," Shura solemnly explained, and then welcomed Chen Zonghong into the house. Sister Chiu Shuangxia continued to look away, focusing on playing the game of King of Glory. Although Chen Zonghong is quite fair, he has no interest in Chiu Shuangxia. What handsome guy has she not seen at Fudan University? The handsome boys who usually chase her line up almost all the way from the classroom door to the school gate. She has a very high definition of handsome men, who are extraordinary and difficult for ordinary people to catch her eye. Therefore, she has not been in love yet, and has almost become a rare single school beauty in Fudan University. The entire villa hall can be described as extremely luxurious. All kinds of magnificent decorations make it look like a palace. Chen Zongheng's eyes were indifferent, and he did not pay attention to these luxurious buildings in front of him. He glanced over, and then slowly stepped up the spiral staircase. Wherever his binaural hearing covers, all low-frequency signals are captured in his ears. "Mr. Chen, who are you?" Xiao Weiren followed behind and asked doubtfully. "Looking for the monitor." Chen Zongheng replied indifferently, not bothering to explain too much. His hearing is extremely sharp, it can cover any monitoring equipment. Within a radius of more than 10 square meters, any electronic device can hardly escape his eyes and ears. Along the steps to the second floor, he was constantly surveying every corridor and corner, looking for hidden threats such as listening devices. No one knows the method of the Bible better than him, which is for the purpose. An organization that does whatever it takes to achieve its goals. There are hundreds of killer angels in the Bible, all of them vicious and cunning. They can approach the target silently, leaving the target unaware, without death. Chen Zongheng didn't care much about Xiao Weiren's safety. He was just looking for any clues about the Bible. Hibernating and waiting for the arrival of those angels. Continuously investigating along the corridor on the second floor, Chen Zongheng began to push open the doors and enter the rooms one after another without any scruples, and began further investigation. When he came to the door of one of the bedrooms, Xiao Weiren suddenly stepped on high heels and blocked the door. This is my bedroom, it's not very convenient," Xiao Weiren said with a somewhat confused face. "It's just an examination, you're overthinking it." Chen Zongheng's eyes were cold, and in a flash, he walked around her and pushed the door open. A feminine fragrance of elegant orchid came to my nose, and what appeared in front of me was a boudoir decorated with crystals. Xiao Weiren's pretty face was a little stunned, and she followed closely. She was a woman who valued privacy very much. She didn't even allow people to enter her office on weekdays. But at this time, her most private boudoir was actually occupied by a strange man. Such a naked intrusion was hard for her to accept. However, there was nothing she could do. This Mr. Chen is the security director whom he begged for nothing, and his purpose seems to be very simple, just investigation. It seems that I just think too much? Thinking of this, Xiao Weiren's expression softened slightly, and she could only let this strange man check her room. Chen Zongheng checked every corner of the room and then walked towards the private bathroom of the bedroom. Xiao Weiren looked calm at first, but she suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly followed her. "Mr. Chen, that." She rushed into the bathroom and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Chen Zongheng was already standing in the bathroom, looking around with cold eyes. And on the ceramic jade table in the bathroom, there were several pieces of tempting women's underwear scattered in a mess. Black lace, flesh-colored stockings, and that purple tube top that makes people spurt blood, those clothes seemed to exude a seductive and charming atmosphere. The quiet air seemed to be filled with a trace of lust. Xiao Weiren's pretty face was red, her whole body was dull, blushing, flustered and nervous, she didn't know how to face it at all. She had changed these clothes in the past 2 days. Because she was too busy at work, she forgot to notify the nanny to wash them, so they were left in such a mess. Unexpectedly, everything was clearly visible to this strange man. Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he slowly glanced around, as if these fatally tempting women's underwear were nothing. There was no trace of desire in his eyes, as cold as ice. As cold as a dead man. After confirming that there was no suspicious equipment, he turned and left the bathroom, leaving Xiao Weiren with a blushing face. The scene was extremely embarrassing. Continue to inspect the rooms throughout the villa, including the boudoir under the autumn frost. However, after checking his sister's boudoir under Qiu Shuang, Chen Zongheng's expression turned a little weird. He lit a cigarette and continued to go upstairs, until he checked every corner of the villa. He then walked down the stairs indifferently. At this time, Xiao Weiren's parents, Xiu Huaihai and Luo Shangnan, were also finishing their company affairs and returning to the villa. When they saw Chen Zongheng, both Xiu Huaihai and his wife were stunned. My sister Qiu Shuangxia, who was sitting on the sofa, said in fear of chaos, "This is the man my sister brought back." Then Xiu Huaihai and his wife's expressions suddenly became complicated and inexplicable. Xiao Weiren hurriedly stepped forward to explain, which relieved the embarrassment. In the evening, Xiao Huaihai specially ordered the manor chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner, leaving Chen Zongheng to dine with him. Use this to find out the reality of the new security director. Xiao Huaihai is a veteran in the business world. He has been running rampant in shopping malls for decades, so he is naturally extremely profound. Although he had heard his daughter report about this Mr. Chen and knew that the security director had saved his daughter's life last night, Xiao Huaihai was still wary of Chen Zongheng. The world is dangerous and must be guarded against. Xiao Huaihai took advantage of the opportunity to drink with Chen Zongheng at the dinner table and kept trying to chat with him and find out the truth about Chen Zongheng. But he got nothing. After dinner, Xiao Huaihai called in the group of personal bodyguards outside the villa. More than 24 personal bodyguards in black suits stood upright in the hall, with a solemn aura. This is a group of top professionally trained private security teams. Mr. Chen, this is the bodyguard team responsible for my Qiu family manor. Have you ever looked at them, to see how good they are? Xiao Huaihai said. Naturally, he had other intentions this time. This team of more than 20 bodyguards is a professional security force that he spent a lot of money to cultivate. At this moment, he used this security team to find out Chen Zongheng's true identity. Chen Zongheng glanced at the bodyguard team indifferently, and then spat out 4 words with disdain: "It's full of loopholes." Ha! Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 20 or so bodyguards present suddenly changed. The bodyguard leader Yang Feng looked arrogant. Our team is full of loopholes? Are you kidding me? They are absolutely professional top-level bodyguards. They have experienced real-life and death missions, and they are qualified to become top-level bodyguards. And the man in front of me belittled them for being full of loopholes? This is simply an insult to their profession. Young man, you got the guts? Come out and show signs? Another bodyguard couldn't help his anger and shouted angrily. A trace of disdain flashed in Chen Zongheng's eyes. Within 1 minute, all of you will fall. Presumptuous. It's so arrogant. The bodyguard leader Yang Feng's face darkened and he said coldly, "Do you understand real protection inspections? What do you know about professionalism? Our Leiyin security team is not something you can just joke about. Boy, we at Leiyin Security are China's top security company. We have protected more celebrities than you have ever seen on the market. Hong Kong star Aaron Kwok, Taiwanese gambling king Wang Helong, chairman of Universal Group. You can probably even count these figures in your daily life. There's no chance to meet, right?" the bodyguard on the side said coldly and sarcastically. Chen Zongheng's eyes were indifferent and he said disdainfully, "I've definitely never seen it before. These so-called celebrities, he really has never met them. Because, he doesn't even bother to see it. A year ago, even the former Prime Minister of Japan begged to meet him, but he rejected him outright. What he came into contact with was a world on another level. But these bodyguards didn't know. They didn't know what kind of existence the man standing in front of them was, just like Chen Zongheng didn't know them. These are characters from 2 different worlds. What celebrities in China have we not protected? Dare you slap your chest and say, as long as our Leiyin security team is here, not even a fly can fly in? A bodyguard said with arrogance. Indeed, as the top security team in the country, Leiyin Security has the capital to be proud of. Ignorance. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Zongheng's mouth. It was mockery and disdain. His fair face remained indifferent, but his right hand suddenly stretched out. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he lightly snapped his fingers. Pa! The entire villa instantly fell into darkness. All lighting equipment and equipment in the manor all stopped. The entire villa instantly fell into darkness. In the darkness, everyone's heart skipped a beat. There seems to be a ghostly sound of wind teleporting around my ears. Ba, ba, ba. Muffled sounds echoed alternately in the dark night. Click. A few seconds later, when the lights in the villa came on again. In the entire villa hall, more than 20 bodyguards fell to the ground in random directions. Only Yang Feng, the bodyguard leader, was left standing there petrified. His forehead had already been soaked with countless cold sweats, and his lips were constantly trembling. Xiaoyiren's pretty face was dull. In the blink of an eye, 20 top bodyguards were all killed? My sister blinked her big eyes under the autumn frost, and her eyes were full of inexplicable emotions. Xiao Huaihai and Luo Shangnan looked shocked, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? How did the lights in this villa go out? How did it light up again? In the blink of an eye, how could the entire bodyguard team fall? All this completely goes against their knowledge. Chen Zonghong slowly lit a cigarette, his eyes indifferently scanned the broken bodies everywhere, and then stepped away. The moment he passed by the bodyguard leader Yang Feng. Yang Feng couldn't hold on any longer, his body trembled suddenly, and he fell to his knees on the ground, his soul trembling with fear. Chen Zonghong walked out of the door of the villa in manner, and paused slightly. He pointed to the opposite side of Chio's manor and said indifferently, the house opposite. I want it. Prepare a house for me, and I will move there. After saying that, his figure disappeared into the night indifferently. Only Chou Yiren's family was left, standing in the hall with shocked expressions on their faces. Yang Feng, get up. Xiao Huaihai looked solemn and complicated, staring at Yang Feng who was kneeling on the ground. What happened just now? Why did all the lights in the villa go out? What do you people do to eat? Xiao Huaihai's anger surged at this moment. The top security team he hired with a lot of money was wiped out in the blink of an eye? This is extremely embarrassing. Yang Feng knelt on the ground, his body trembling, with endless fear in his pupils. He is not human. It's 6 o'clock in the morning in Shanghai, and it's just dawn. In the hotel room, Chen Zonghong finished 9,000 pull-ups and took a cold shower. Then he put on a clean and tidy suit. Standing in front of the mirror, her fair face revealed a hint of elegance. But in those deep eyes, there was an aura of violence that did not match that of a Confucian scholar. Putting on a tie and a watch, he looked like a young gentleman. When Chen Zonghong walked out of the hotel, 3 black Mercedes-Benz S600s were already waiting quietly at the door. Xiao Yiren was wearing a white uniform, sitting in the car, processing emails on her laptop. As the president of the group, her schedule was very busy, but even so, she still found time to pick up Chen Zongheng in person. It is enough to show that she attaches great importance to this security director. The bodyguard respectfully opened the car door for him. Mr. Chen, please. Chen Zonghong looked indifferently and calmly got into the Mercedes-Benz. 3 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly started and drove away. Half an hour later, 3 Mercedes-Benz cars stopped steadily in front of Chio's building. Xiao Yiren and Chen Zonghong slowly stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz. This scene was seen by the security guard at the entrance of the building and colleagues at work. It immediately aroused all kinds of whispers. Oh my God, that pretty boy left in a car with the president last night, and this morning, he came to work with the president again? What's the relationship between him and the president? Could it be that he's really the pretty boy kept by the president? Various scandal speculations continue to spread around colleagues. Xiao Yiren and Chen Zonghong took the elevator to the 99th floor together. The two of them walked into the office separately without saying much. After Xiao Yiren walked into the president's office, her beautiful eyes narrowed. She turned on her computer and sent an email to the entire company, publicly introducing Chen Zonghong's identity and position as security director in the email message. This was also her helpless move. Originally, she did not intend to disclose Chen Zonghong's identity. Unfortunately, there have been too many rumors about the company in the past 2 days. If she doesn't do something, she may cause even greater misunderstandings. So she could only disclose the identity of the new security director to clear up the groundless speculation and scandal. At the same time, the group building, the security team office. Security manager Ding Damon was lying on a chair with a cigarette in his mouth, looking disdainfully at the content of the president's email on his phone. TCH? The newly appointed security director? With that pretty face, can he be the security director? Ding Damon's smoky mouth showed a mocking indifference. That's right. That pretty boy, what does he know about security? Damn, I can do it alone and make him cry for his father and mother. In the office, another security team leader said disdainfully, while also making his position clear. They are all Ding Damon's subordinates. They eat, drink and have fun with Mr. Ding on weekdays, which is extremely comfortable. They naturally sided with Mr. Ding. This position of security director. I have been working hard for so long and I haven't even been able to get it yet. He's just a newcomer and he wants to be the director of security? There's no way. Ding Damon took a deep breath from his cigarette. A cold and cruel look flashed in his eyes. In the entire Chiu mansion, there are hundreds of security personnel, all of whom belong to him. Hundreds of security personnel are all taking orders from him, Ding Damon. He wanted to see what ability the new security director had to compete with him. In the CEO's office, Jo Erin was sitting on a chair, her beautiful eyes blinking, as if she was considering something. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made a call. Hello, is this ZUN Real Estate? I want to purchase a manor villa. I am willing to pay a high price of more than 50%. She remembered Chen Zonghong's request when he left last night. Chen Zonghong needs to live in the manor villa opposite. After careful consideration, Jo Erin decided to purchase the manor at a high price. Although the villa was priced in the tens of digits, she had to do it for safety reasons. Letting Chen Zonghong live near Chiu's manor can better ensure his own safety. This is for the sake of the overall situation. Throughout the whole day, Chen Zonghong sat in the office. He was puffing away cigarette rings one after another, and the ashtray on his desk was already filled with cigarette butts. Just before getting off work in the evening, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. Chen Zonghong spat out one word indifferently. The office door opened, and Jo Erin in OL uniform was standing at the door. Chen Zonghong glanced at her and ignored her. Jo Erin frowned slightly, as if she couldn't bear the smoke in the room, but she still endured it, and walked into the office on high heels. She handed a bunch of password keys to Chen Zonghong. This is the key to Manor 006 in ZUN, the one you named last night. Jo Erin worked very efficiently and had already bought the sky-high price manor. Chen Zonghong looked calmly and slowly took the password key. The furniture and equipment inside are all ready. You can move in tonight. Jo Erin said in a magnetic voice. Chen Zonghong nodded casually. Jo Erin endured the choking smell of smoke and said slowly, I'm going to attend a business banquet tonight. You go with me. Oh. Chen Zonghong spat out one word as if he was precious about his words. After receiving his affirmation, Jo Erin turned around and walked out of the office. In recent days, she has been surrounded by dangers. With Chen Zonghong going with her, her heart can feel a little more at ease. In the evening, 3 Mercedes-Benz cars were already waiting respectfully downstairs of Chiu's building. Jo Erin stepped out of the building with high heels. Chen Zonghong put his hands in his trouser pockets and followed him indifferently. The two got into the car amidst the mixed and surprised looks of their colleagues around them. 3 Mercedes-Benz cars drove off. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz convoy passed through the busy and congested streets and slowly drove into a prestigious hotel on the Bund. Peace Hotel. This is where Jo Erin will attend the business banquet tonight. The old Shanghai beach building is full of history, and the hotel is named after peace, which seems to be a symbol of an era. In front of the hotel, the national flags of the 6 countries are hung. It proves the honorable status of this hotel. Chen Zonghong held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz car. He glanced around lightly, his eyes calm and indifferent. Let's go. Xiaoyi said in a magnetic voice, leading him towards the hotel. The hotel welcome guide took the two of them to the entrance of a huge super banquet hall. In front of the banquet hall, 2 rows of bodyguards in suits were stationed. Each bodyguard has a solemn look on his face, his breathing is deep, and he stands with his hands behind his back. This group is all top experts who have received professional training. Hello, please show me your invitation letter. The bodyguard said with a solemn and cold expression. Jo Erin handed the solid gold invitation to the bodyguard. The bodyguard opened it and after confirming his identity, then nodded, Miss Cho, please come in. Xiaoweirun led Chen Zongheng, and they were about to step in. Suddenly 2 bodyguards stepped forward and stopped Chen Zongheng. "Please show me the invitation." The bodyguard looked cold and solemn, staring at Chen Zongheng. Chen Zongheng's eyes were indifferent. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the bodyguard in front of him. "He is my friend. Please be accommodating and invite him in." Xiaoweirun hurriedly stepped forward and explained. "Banquet rules. You must have an invitation letter to enter." The bodyguard's aura was solemn and stern, leaving no room for negotiation. "Everyone waiting here, please leave voluntarily." The voices of the bodyguards were extremely domineering, and a group of people stared at Chen Zongheng fiercely. "Get out of the way." Chen Zongheng only uttered 2 words, very calmly, with a hint of indifference. The air seemed a bit oppressive. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. "Everyone waiting here, get out." The bodyguards' eyes were fierce and their aura was fierce. This group of bodyguards are not good people to begin with. At this time, their evil intentions spread instantly, which is terrifying. Chen Zongheng still stood there calmly, his eyes indifferent. "I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me?" The bodyguard's eyes were fierce and murderous, with a murderous intent. "If you don't get out, don't blame us for being rude. If I must go in." Chen Zongheng looked indifferently and slowly lit a cigarette. "While my patience is not exhausted, obediently get out of my way." See how this man dares to be so arrogant, speaking arrogantly? Do you still dare to smoke unscrupulously in front of them? These bodyguards were completely furious. Seeking death. "Drag him out, break his limbs," the bodyguard leader shouted angrily, with murderous intent. As soon as the bodyguard leader finished speaking, suddenly an afterimage of his palm struck suddenly. Pa! The head of the bodyguard was slapped hard on the face. His whole body was directly blown away by a huge force. Boom! The bodyguard leader was blasted several meters away and fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and passed out immediately. This scene happened so fast that people couldn't react. Chen Zongheng stood there, slowly retracted his right palm, and said 2 words indifferently: "Noisy." Noisy. All the bodyguards present were shocked, staring at the leader who fell to the ground not far away. Aha! The next second, all the bodyguards looked furious. Brutal electric batons were pulled out of their suits. Wow! 2 rows of bodyguards armed with electric batons rushed forward. Chen Zongheng suddenly raised his leg and kicked it. Bang! A bodyguard who had just rushed up was directly blasted out. Another bodyguard came angrily with an electric baton and stabbed Chen Zongheng in the back with the electric baton. Crackling high-voltage current flashes. But Chen Zongheng looked indifferent and calm, letting the electric current pass through his body. He seemed to be completely immune to the high-voltage electric current of 1 million volts. Bah! Chen Zongheng suddenly turned around and kicked. The electric baton bodyguard was directly blasted dozens of meters away. Boom! The bodyguard's body was embedded in the wall dozens of meters away, and he was vomiting blood. Death! Another bodyguard came angrily, wielding an electric baton. Chen Zongheng's eyes were indifferent, his body flashed upwards, and his long legs struck down hard. The bodyguard was directly pressed by this leg and fell to his knees. The tiles on the floor cracked. His knees were completely shattered. All the bodyguards present looked shocked. They encountered an unprecedented and terrifying enemy. All the bodyguards surged up. Countless electric batons attacked like crazy. Tried to attack and kill Chen Zongheng on the spot. Chen Zongheng held the cigarette but in his mouth and took a deep breath. Leap, spin, sweep. Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguard rushing up in front of him, straight. The dart was directly blown away by the terrifying force, sweeping thousands of armies. For half a year, blood splattered in the air, and figures flew everywhere. The bodyguards were like dolls, being blown away one by one. There was no room for them to fight back. Chen Zongheng stood calmly and indifferently in the center of the field, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The broken bodies were everywhere wailing, and blood was everywhere. He lightly patted the dust on his clothes and then slowly walked towards the door of the banquet hall. Shura was stunned, standing at the door stupidly. She was completely confused. "Aren't you leaving?" Chen Zonghong came to her side and reminded her indifferently. Shura finally recovered from her daze and followed Chen Zonghong into the banquet hall. The banquet hall was filled with luxury and grandeur. The entire banquet hall is full of the prosperity of the old Shanghai beach era. This is the top luxury banquet hall of the Peace Hotel. It has hosted banquets for many dignitaries and diplomats from many countries, and it was the former business and political center of the entire Shanghai beach. In the banquet hall, celebrities and top figures from all walks of life in Shanghai arrived one after another, including many political bigwigs. Everyone stood in front of the dining table, clinking glasses and chatting and laughing. The people attending tonight's banquet almost cover half of the city. But at this time, the protagonist of this banquet has not yet appeared. Shura, with beautiful eyes, came to the wine table, picked up a glass of red wine, and took a sip. Then he stood quietly aside, not striking up a conversation with anyone or talking to anyone. Chen Zonghong stood aside indifferently and picked up a glass of red wine, and took a sip. In the banquet hall, hundreds of guests were sipping wine, chatting and laughing elegantly. Everyone was waiting for the official host of this banquet to appear. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, the mahogany-glazed door of the banquet hall suddenly opened slowly. A young man in tang suit, followed by a group of bodyguards, walked in with an indifferent expression. With the arrival of the young man in tang suit, the faces of the people around him suddenly became extremely respectful. The noise among the crowd also became much quieter, as if they were expressing their respect for this young man. The real owner of this banquet has arrived. Shanghai Beach, the Huang family, the eldest son, Huang Shuyang. Who doesn't know Shanghai Beach, and who doesn't know Qinggang? During the 100 years of the Republic of China, the youth gang that once ran rampant in Shanghai, the leader of the youth gang who was once regarded as a powerful figure, Huang Jinrong. Today's Huangmen of Shanghai is the descendant of the glorious Huangmen. The eldest son Huang Shuyang standing in front of everyone at this time is the direct descendant of Huang Jinrong. The blood of Huang Jinrong flows in his body. Huang Shuyang, a young man in tang suit, had a cold expression, like frost. His eyes kept scanning the banquet hall, as if he was looking for something in the crowd. "Just now, who hit the Huang family bodyguard outside my door?" Huang Shuyang looked cold and suddenly shouted to the hostages in the banquet hall. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with murderous intent. The whole place fell silent instantly, and no one dared to speak anymore. People looked at each other, with confusion, and shock. The Huang family's bodyguard was beaten? Shura's pretty face was complicated, and a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. She turned to look at Chen Zonghong beside her, feeling a little dizzy. This Mr. Chen had caused trouble. Chen Zonghong stood there calmly, drinking red wine by himself, calmly as if he was not involved. "Ask me again. Who hit the Huang family's bodyguard at the door of the banquet hall?" Huang Shuyang's face was frosty, projecting a sinister aura that made people shudder. All the guests present were silent, no one dared to speak. Everyone's face was filled with shock. In this Shanghai city, anyone actually dares to hit Mr. Huang's bodyguard? Or on such an important business banquet occasion today? Is this just looking for death? Huang Shuyang's face was extremely cold at this moment. He glanced around the banquet hall coldly. In the banquet hall, all the guests felt chills on their backs when he stared at them. Mr. Huang, half the sky of this city. If Mr. Huang gets angry, I'm afraid the whole Shanghai city will tremble. Huang Shuyang's eyes were cold, and he grabbed a disabled bodyguard behind him in front of him. "Open your eyes wide and let me see clearly, who hit you?" The disabled bodyguard's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was shaking due to internal trauma. He glanced ferociously at the crowd present. In the end, his eyes rested on Chen Zonghong. The disabled bodyguard stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at Chen Zonghong with a ferocious expression. Everyone present turned their attention to the direction where the disabled bodyguard was pointing. I saw a fair-skinned and elegant young man standing there, sipping the red wine in the glass. calm and composed. Chen Zonghong sipped his wine lightly, his eyes calm and indifferent. He simply ignored everyone because he was disdainful. Huang Shuyan looked cold and walked slowly towards Chen Zonghong. Every step he took was solemn and vigorous, as if containing incomparable pressure and murderous intent. Make the surrounding guests tremble with fear. Did you beat my bodyguard? Huang Shuyan came to Chen Zonghong, his eyes as cold as arrows, staring at him as if he was staring at a dead man. Chen Zonghong glanced at him lightly. You lack discipline, so I taught you a lesson. No need to thank me. Aha! As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. All the guests' hearts skipped a beat. How dare this young man speak to Mr. Huang like this? This is simply life-threatening. Click. Huang Shuyan suddenly took out a pistol from his waist and pressed it hard between Chen Zonghong's eyebrows. You dare to hit my people? Huang Shuyan's eyes were ferocious, with murderous violence emerging. In the entire Shanghai city, anyone who dares to touch a member of the Huang family, there is only one outcome: death. Chen Zonghong still stood there, his eyes indifferent and calm, letting the dark gun point directly at him. Looking at the whole world, how many people dare to point their guns at this terrible god of death? You are very courageous. The corners of Chen Zonghong's mouth raised a curve, which seemed to be mocking, disdainful and indifferent. Click. Huang Shuyan's eyes were ferocious as he suddenly opened the pistol's safety and loaded the bullet. You think I don't dare to kill you? Huang Shuyan's voice was as cold as a sword, casting endless murderous intent. He had murderous intentions. The air is extremely cold. The murderous intent skyrocketed. Xiaoyiren's pretty face turned pale in confusion, and she hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Young Master Huang, stop. Mr. Chen is my friend. If you have anything to say, please give me some face." Xiaoyiren, with her pretty face and serious face, stepped forward to dissuade him. Xiaoyiren had no doubt that Huang Shuyan was determined to shoot and kill people. This Mr. Huang was ruthless and ran rampant in Shanghai City, and shot many enemies. He is totally capable of killing people. Huang Shuyan held a pistol, his eyes were extremely cold, and he slowly turned his head to look at Xiaoyiren. Miss Qiu, do you want to protect him? Huang Shuyan's voice was cold and ferocious. Master Huang, can we sit down and talk if you have anything to say? Put down the gun first. Xiaoyiren said with a serious face. She has seen Chen Zonghong's unfathomable terrifying strength. If there is a real conflict with Huang Shuyan, God knows what unpredictable consequences there will be. Xiaoyiren doesn't want the situation to get out of control, so she must discourage the conflict from expanding further. Huang Shuyan's eyes flickered coldly, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a curve. Okay, since Miss Qiu has spoken, I, Huang, will give Miss Qiu some face. After saying that, Huang Shuyan suddenly took back the firearm in his hand. But the moment he retracted his weapon, he suddenly spat hard on the ground in front of Chen Zonghong. That is ridicule and contempt. Boy, for Miss Qiu's sake, I'll spare your life for now. Huang Shuyan's voice was cold and ferocious, and he turned and walked towards the banquet hall stage. Chen Zonghong stood there calmly and took a slow sip of red wine. It's like being outside the world. Because he didn't take this so-called Huang Gongzi seriously at all. That was his disdain for the ants. How can an ant be worthy of letting the god of death take action? A life and death conflict was resolved, but it did not disrupt the atmosphere of tonight's dinner. The party continues. This business banquet hosted by the eldest son of Huangmen in Shanghai has just begun. Huang Shuyang stood in the crowd in the banquet hall and raised his glass in salute. Drink and chat with the guests and discuss business. On the stage, the female pianist played the famous music master Chopin's Nocturne, and the atmosphere in the dinner hall was elegant. Xiaoyiren and Chen Zonghong stood at the side of the banquet hall, each drinking red wine, without speaking. Chen Zonghong didn't bother to speak. Don't bother to speak, cherish 1,000 words. But Xiaoyiren was worried. The conflict at the dinner just now gave her a sudden uneasy feeling. At this moment, Huang Shuyan, not far away, was holding a wineglass and walking towards the side. Miss Qiu, Cheers. Huang Shuyang handed the wine glass to Qiu Yiren. Qiu Yiren had a pretty face and could only clink glasses with him. Huang Shuyang drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, and then looked at Qiu Yiren deeply. Qiu Yiren had no choice but to drink the red wine in one gulp. But Huang Shuyang didn't mean to stop and snapped his fingers at the waiter. Soon, the waiter came forward with a bottle of Lafite and filled it up for the two of them again. Huang Shuyang toasted again and drank it all in one gulp. Qiu Yiren's beautiful eyes narrowed and she could only drink another glass. Huang Shuyang's mouth curved deeply as he continued to toast Qiu Yiren. This is simply a naked act of drinking. After drinking several glasses of red wine, Qiu Yi's pretty face showed an intoxicating blush. Mr. Huang, I'm sorry for my poor drinking capacity. Qiu Yiren put down the wine glass in her hand and did not intend to drink anymore. Huang Shuyang's eyes were deep. Miss Qiu, are you not giving me, Mr. Huang, face? Qiu Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm and she said calmly, young Master Huang drinks like an ocean. I cannot compare with young Master Huang. Please forgive me. Huang Shuyang shook the wine glass lightly and drank the red liquid in the glass into his mouth. Miss Qiu, do you know why I invited you to tonight's dinner? Huang Shuyang looked at her with deep eyes. Qiu Yiren shook her head, expressing her ignorance. Because I value you. Huang Shuyang raised a corner of his mouth. Miss Qiu, I heard that your Qiu's medicine has released a new product, and my Huang family is very interested. Oh, really? Qiu Yiren showed a slight smile as a professional habit, but she did not intend to delve into this topic with Huang Shuyang. Tonight's business banquet, she only came because her father repeatedly asked her to attend. It can be regarded as a face to the Huang family. As for the rest, she didn't want to have too much in-depth communication. Miss Qiu, people don't tell secrets. This project of your Qiu group, I, the Huang family, are willing to cooperate. As long as you are willing to share the core data, I, Mr. Huang, will provide all the resources and help you want. Huang Shuyang's eyes the light was deep and said slowly. Qiu Yiren's eyes were stunned and she apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang, this project, our Qiu group has no plans to open up cooperation to the outside world yet. I plan to promote the project myself. Huang Shuyang's face changed slightly, and he said slowly, Miss Qiu, our Huang family can give you any help with all resources. Are you no longer considering it? No, it's really not necessary. Qiu Yiren apologized with a smile. Miss Qiu, I'm afraid it's a little early to say this. Huang Shuyang raised his glass and took a sip of red wine, and said deeply, I heard that you have been assassinated by some forces recently? This Shanghai city is calm on the surface, but secretly, or is it a storm? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, the Huang family, I can keep your Qiu group safe. Qiu Yiren's beautiful eyes narrowed and she said nothing. Miss Qiu, besides, your friend just beat up a member of my Huang family, this matter is not over yet. Huang Shuyang's voice became cold, exuding a hint of chill. If you don't cooperate with my Huang family today, I'm afraid I can't explain it, right? Threaten. Naked coercion and inducement. Master Huang, what do you mean? Qiu Yiren stopped smiling and looked at him calmly. Huang Shuyang suddenly laughed, smiling lightly. My point is very simple. If we can't negotiate cooperation tonight, then, Miss Qiu, you don't have to leave this banquet hall. You, and this thing you brought the lackeys, will all die here. Huang Shuyang said slowly with a ferocious and cold voice. He glanced at Chen Zhonghun not far away with a cold look. Huang Shuyang had already seen through Chen Zhonghun's identity at a glance. This man was just a bodyguard brought by Qiu Yiren. With a bodyguard accompanying him, he can be wiped out in a snap of his fingers. As for Qiu Yiren, as long as Huang Shuyang wants, he can do whatever he wants. All because his surname is Huang. His name is Huang Shuyang. Not far away, Chen Zhonghun drank the red wine in his glass with a sip. Then he put down the wine glass, took out a square towel, and wiped his palms. Then, he walked up to Huang Shuyang in a gentlemanly manner. Wild dog, what are you doing standing in front of me? Do you want to die? Huang Shuyan looked coldly and stared at Chen Zongheng in front of him with disdain. In his eyes, this fair-skinned young man is just a dog of Chioiran, nothing more. The corner of Chen Zongheng's mouth flashed with an arc, and he slowly raised his right hand, and then suddenly slapped Huang Shuyan hard in the face. Pa! A crisp and trembling slap echoed in the air. Huang Shuyan's whole body was blown away by a huge force, and his body spun several times in midair, and then landed with a bang. Poof! The moment Huang Shuyan landed on the ground, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Clean and neat, slapped away. Silence. The entire scene was completely silent. All the guests at the scene widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Everyone was confused. Young Master Huang, the notorious young Master Huang Shuyan, was actually slapped away in public? Chioiran's beautiful eyes were dull and her breathing was messy. Looking at Chen Zongheng's figure, she was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? A man in a suit who was watching wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was completely stunned by the scene before him. In this Shanghai city, how dare someone dare to slap young Master Huang? Crazy, simply crazy. Holy shit! Does this pretty young man not want to live anymore? He even dares to slap young Master Huang? In the banquet hall, all the onlookers were completely shocked. Chen Zongheng stood there calmly, and said a word indifferently from the corner of his mouth, noisy ants, lack of lessons. He wiped his right palm again with a square towel, as if he was afraid of contaminating it. From the moment Huang Shuyan threatened Chioiran, he planned to take action. Because no one in this world can threaten the god of death. And Chioiran is Chen Zongheng's protection target. Threatening Chioiran is equivalent to threatening the god of death. Chen Zongheng needs to keep Chioiran alive and use her to lead out the Bible organization. How could Chen Zongheng allow other idlers to wantonly threaten Chioiran's safety? This is a taboo for him. No one can stop the person he wants to kill, Chen Zongheng. No one dares to touch the people he, Chen Zongheng, wants to protect. You dared to hit me? Huang Shuyan was furious and got up from the ground tremblingly. Several bodyguards anxiously stepped forward to support him. The other dozens of bodyguards ferociously surrounded Chen Zongheng. Huang Shuyan's face was ferocious and crazy, with veins on his face exposed, and he stared at Chen Zongheng. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Huang Shuyan suddenly took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Chen Zongheng. He wants to kill someone. Chen Zongheng stood there calmly and indifferently, slowly lighting a cigarette. Who are you? What do you have to do with me? Give me, die. Huang Shuyan's eyes were fiercely red, and the gun in his hand was violently discharging. Bang bang bang. The deafening sound of gunfire penetrated the air of the entire banquet hall. Several bullets pierced rapidly and violently attacked Chen Zongheng. Ignorance. Chen Zongheng's eyes narrowed. He moved his feet and his body suddenly exploded. Puff! Countless bullets passed him by and shot into the ground behind him. Whoosh! Chen Zongheng suddenly teleported to Huang Shuyan and grabbed his shooting arm. You are the king of heaven and it doesn't matter to me. Chen Zongheng's pupils condensed and he exerted force. Crack! The joints of Huang Shuyan's right arm holding the gun were instantly twisted and shattered. Huang Shuyan howled in pain, and he suddenly fell to the ground, trembling in severe pain. The entire scene was in shock. The air seems to be solid. All the guests were stunned. This is. Hundreds of guests all had their eyes widened in disbelief and shock. The dignified son of the Huang family of Shanghai City, the descendant of the Green Gang tycoon Huang Jinrong, unexpectedly had his arm twisted in public? Boy, you have committed a big mistake. Around him, a middle-aged guest looked extremely solemn and glared at Chen Zongheng and said sternly. At this moment, all the guests present looked at Chen Zongheng with extremely complicated and shocked eyes. They looked at Chen Zongheng as if they were looking at a dead person. There is only one thought in everyone's mind: this young man is dead. Chioiran's pretty face turned pale. She approached Chen Zongheng anxiously and said in a low voice, "He is the son of the Huang family, a descendant of Huang Jinrong, the boss of the Qing gang. If you touch him, you will cause trouble. Get out of here quickly, or you won't be able to leave." "No need, you're just an ant, you don't care." Chen Zonghan looked calm and indifferent, gently picked up a glass of red wine in front of the dining table and took a sip, elegantly like a gentleman. At the same time, around him, dozens of bodyguards were already rushing forward to surround Chen Zongheng. Each bodyguard took out a brutal electric baton in his hand. "You dare to hurt our young master?" The bodyguards were furious, and the number of killings could not be concealed. The scene is full of murderous intent. Tonight is destined to be a night of murder. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family, no one will be left alive." Huang Shuyan was supported by several bodyguards. His entire right arm was limp, and blood was flowing out crazily. His voice was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot, trembling with extreme anger. "He is the son of Huai Huang. He has the blood of the heroic Huang Jingong in his body. In the entire Jiangnan, who dares to touch him? But today, his entire arm was forcibly broken? This is simply a heinous blood feud. We will never give up until we destroy the other party's whole family." "Oh, really?" A hint of coldness flashed in Chen Zongheng's calm eyes. "Looking at this world, who dares to threaten death?" He suddenly raised his right hand slightly, the movement was as calm as a cloud. On the dining table next to Chen Zongheng, a piece of silver chopstick suddenly rose up and shot towards Huang Shuyan like lightning. But the silver chopsticks instantly penetrated Huang Shuyan's trachea and throat. The silver chopsticks picked up a bunch of blood and shot it into the wall behind him. And on Huang Shuyan's throat, a bloody hole as big as a thumb was blasted through. The red blood is like a vast ocean of spring water, it can't stop overflowing. Huang Shuyang's pupils shrank violently and he was shocked. He stretched out his hands tremblingly, trying to cover the bloody mouth on his throat. But it was of no avail. The blood stained his hands and the entire clothes on his chest red. Every time he took a breath, blood would flow out crazily. His pupils were about to burst, he couldn't believe it. In the end, Huang Shuyan fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, only the red blood bubbles still bubbling on his throat. "Ha! Moment!" Everyone present. Everyone's eyes widened. Everyone was shocked and horrified by this scene. Master Huang Shuyan, was killed? A second ago, the eldest son Huan was still full of energy and domineering. At this moment, lying on the ground like this, turned into a cold corpse? The head of the Huang family's bodyguard recoiled in fear and almost fell to the ground. He witnessed his son being shot through the throat with a chopstick and shot dead on the spot. The legs of the dozens of Huang family bodyguards present were trembling. It was a huge shock and an unbearable reality. The young master, the arrogant young master, the young master of one of the 4 major families in Shanghai Beach, was actually killed? The scene was dead silent. All the guests were as stunned as stone sculptures. Xiaoyiren stood there blankly, her heart beating loudly, and she was almost suffocating. The scene in front of her made her stunned to the point that she couldn't breathe. This is a big deal. In the entire banquet hall, only Chen Zongheng looked calm. He wiped his hands clean with a square towel, then poured himself a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. Kill people, drink alcohol. Elegant and indifferent. Killing seemed like art to him. There is no thrill, no smoke, just a wanton move with every gesture. Death kills people with the snap of a finger. In the banquet hall, all the guests were as stunned as stone sculptures. The scene was deathly silent. The eldest son of the Huang family is dead. The sky in Shanghai City is about to collapse. Chen Zongheng raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his Omega watch, then turned around and came to Xiaoyiren's side. "It's getting late, let's go." Xiaoyiren's chest heaved, and it took her a long time to recover her thoughts from the shock. She didn't know what to do at this moment, she could only helplessly follow behind Chen Zongheng, and the two of them slowly walked towards the door of the banquet hall. "Go!" All around, the Huang family's bodyguards looked shocked and trembling. No one among the dozens of bodyguards dared to step forward to stop him. Being able to shoot the young master through the throat with a chopstick, such a terrifying method of thunder, is simply not something that these bodyguards can withstand. At this moment, they could only let this man leave. No one dares to stop. Chen Zonghong and Xiao Weiren left the dinner hall calmly. In the hall, all the guests present were staring directly at the departing figure. Unknowingly, everyone's foreheads were soaked in countless cold sweats. At the entrance of Peace Hotel. The night is deep and dotted with stars. 3 Mercedes-Benz cars were waiting quietly outside the door. Chen Zonghong led Xiao Weiren, and the two slowly walked out of the hotel. "Miss, are you okay?" When the bodyguards saw Xiao Weiren's face turned pale and ugly, they respectfully stepped forward and bowed and asked. Xiao Weiren took a deep breath, tried to adjust her complicated and messy mood, shook her head and said, "It's okay." She got into the Mercedes-Benz, and Chen Zonghong looked calm, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and also got into the car. The 3 Mercedes-Benz cars did not encounter any obstruction, and just drove away slowly, disappeared into the night. Peace Hotel, General Manager's office. General Manager Lin Jian was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigar and looking out the window at the dark night. The Peace Hotel went through 100 years of ups and downs and was eventually banned by the Lin family. And his general manager, Lin Jian, also relies on the Huang family for support. The Huang family is Lin Jian's biggest backer. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, a female assistant in uniform rushed into the office with a solemn face and a panic. "Why are you so nervous? How many times have I told you? Don't panic when something happens, I'll be with you in everything." Lin Jian took a deep breath of his cigar and scolded the female assistant dissatisfied. The female assistant groveled, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Lin, no, it's not good. Something happened in the dinner hall." "What happened in the banquet hall? Did young Master Huang go on a killing spree again?" Lin Jian blew out a puff of rich cigar smoke and said calmly, "Young Master Huang has an unruly temperament. So what if he kills a few people? Send someone to kill him. Just clean up the scene." Huang Shuyan's violent temper often killed people in the Peace Hotel. Lin Jian was the one responsible for the aftermath of each corpse. Mr. Huang's killing was just a trivial matter, so Lin Jian didn't take it seriously. "No, it's not," the female assistant said in a trembling voice, trembling with fear. "It's Mr. Huang was killed." "Aha!" The cigar in Lin Jian's mouth fell to the ground with a clatter, and his whole person seemed to be frozen and petrified in an instant. "You said, what?" Lin Jian's pupils widened and he stared at the female assistant in disbelief. Mr. Huang, was killed by someone in the banquet hall." The female assistant's voice was trembling with fear. Boom! Lin Jian felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his heart almost stopped. He stood up suddenly from the sofa and rushed out with his fat body. Lin Jian rushed to the door of the banquet hall like an out-of-control wild boar. In the center of the banquet hall, Huang Shuyang's body was lying in a pool of blood, his pupils were dilated and white, and a bloody hole the size of a thumb penetrated his throat. All the blood had drained out. When he saw the scene with his own eyes, Lin Jian's face instantly turned pale. The fat body could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground in fear. "Mr. Huang is dead, dead?" In the dark night, 3 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly walked through the street. Xiao Weiren was sitting in the car, her pretty face turned pale, and her whole complexion looked complicated and ugly. Huang Shuyan, the eldest son of the Huang family, just died like this? This sudden ending was hard for her, a wealthy CEO, to accept. At this time, Xiao Weiren was feeling complicated and worried. It was a deep fear. Mr. Huang, the eldest son of the family, was killed. This Shanghai Sea is probably going to be shaken. The Huang family will never give up. Her beautiful eyes were complicated, and she turned to look at Chen Zonghong beside her. "Why, you want to kill him?" Xiao Weiren asked in a complicated voice. Chen Zonghong sat in the car calmly and replied slowly with 8 words, "If he shoots, I will kill him." In this world, anyone who dares to shoot at the god of death will die without rebirth. Shura bit her red lips tightly and said worriedly, "You are too impulsive. What you killed was Huang's eldest son, the involvement is too big. He has murderous intent in his eyes. Instead of saving it to kill him later, it would be better to kill him as soon as possible to save trouble." Chen Zonghong said calmly and indifferently. Calm, indifferent, indifferent. Chen Zonghong took out a cigarette and lit it elegantly. His calm appearance made people unable to believe that just a second ago, he had personally attacked and killed a wealthy young man from Shanghai City. Shura's beautiful eyes were stunned, and she was speechless. Because, what he said seems to be correct. Mr. Huang indeed had murderous intentions today and wanted to kill Chen Zonghong. The hatred between the two of them may be difficult to resolve. Instead of leaving the conflict to be resolved later, why not kill it and resolve it today, to avoid leaving any trouble? But he is a descendant of Huang Jinrong. The Huang family has influence all over Shanghai. If you kill him tonight, the entire Huang family will not let you go. Shura's pretty face turned pale, showing deep nervousness and worry. The Huang family are just ants. Chen Zonghong's voice was indifferent and disdainful, and a smoke ring floated out of his mouth. He never took the so-called youth gang tycoon seriously. Because he comes from hell, and his codename is enough to make the entire Pacific tremble. How can a mere boss of the Hutangji gang be compared to the Shura god of death from hell? Shura's beautiful eyes became more and more worried. She took root in Shanghai, and no one knew the horror of the Huang family better than her. That is a terrifying clan sweeping across the south of the Yangtze River. You leave Shanghai tonight. I will arrange a helicopter for you and fly away overnight. You go out to avoid the limelight. Shura's voice was solemn and complicated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Zonghong. The situation tonight is extremely serious. The death of Huang's son will cause a huge shock. Shura didn't want Chen Zonghong to be implicated, so she had no choice but to make him go out to avoid the limelight. No need. Chen Zonghong took a deep breath from his cigarette. Chen Zonghong, am doing my best, why should I avoid it? If they want to die, then let them do it. After Chen Zonghong finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Sun cold and indifferent, arrogant and domineering. Such a tone and gesture made Shura's mood more complicated and difficult to settle down. What is the identity of this mysterious man? Does he really have the strength to fight against the Huang family? In the dark night, 3 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly drove into the Ziyuan Villa area. Shura has purchased the manor opposite and handed the key to Chen Zonghong. Starting tonight, he will live opposite the Chiu Manor. The two manors are only 100 meters apart. Chen Zong stepped out of the car, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and walked indifferently towards the manor opposite. Shura was left standing alone in the night, staring at his back for a long time. Then she turned around with complicated emotions and walked into Chiu's manor. At 12 o'clock at midnight, the stars were dotted, and the faint moonlight shrouded the entire Shanghai city. But tonight in Shanghai, we are destined to be sleepless. A row of black vans speeded through the midnight streets, heading towards an ancient manor in the urban area of Shanghai City. Creak. Tens of minutes later, the black van fleet suddenly braked and stopped in front of an old house. On the porch of the ancient house, there is a plaque full of time, with 2 vigorous ancient characters engraved on it, Huang Zhai. A group of bodyguards got out of the car with solemn and embarrassed expressions, and carefully lifted a stretcher out of the van. The stretcher was covered with a piece of white cloth, and the outline of a corpse could be faintly seen under the white cloth. A bodyguard looked sad, rushed to the door of the Huang family's ancient house, and hammered the door hard. Master. Funeral report. The sound of the funeral echoed through the entire Huang family's ancient house. A few minutes later, the lights in the entire ancient house were all on. The 2 thick wooden doors of the Huang family's ancient house opened. The head of the Huang family, Huang Zhengming, had a solemn look on his face. He was wearing a long robe and had a body as tall as a king. He walked out of the door step by step, slowly. What's the matter with mourning? Huang Zhengming's voice was resolute and resolute, exuding an aura as strong as a tiger's. His Huang family has stood in Shanghai for hundreds of years, fearless in heaven and earth. At this midnight, there is a sudden news of death? There are people in the entire Shanghai beach who are not afraid of death, daring to touch members of the Huang family? Wow! All the dozens of bodyguards present at the door fell to their knees in misery. All the bodyguards were trembling in fear and bowed their heads. Huang Zhengming's eyes narrowed, as if he felt something was wrong. "Where is your young master?" Huang Zhengming asked with a sharp voice. Tonight, his eldest son Huang Shuyang hosted a business banquet at the Peace Hotel. Could it be that something happened to the business banquet? In his impulsiveness, the traitor killed someone he shouldn't have killed? Causing trouble? But when he thought about it, Huang Zhengming shook his head again. There were only a handful of families in the entire Shanghai city that could compete with his Huang family. Who is not smart enough to dare to offend the Huang family? "Hurry up, where is your young master?" Huang Zhengming said angrily with stern eyes. The kneeling bodyguards were even more trembling and frightened. They trembled slightly and turned their eyes to the stretcher beside them. Huang Zhengming's eyes suddenly condensed and he glanced at the stretcher. His tiger body suddenly shook. My heart almost suffocated. This is... Huang Zhengming moved his steps and quickly teleported to the stretcher. He suddenly opened the white cloth on the stretcher. Boom! At that moment, his whole body felt like he was struck by lightning. The body of his son Huang Shuyang was lying cold and pale on a stretcher, with a bloody hole in his throat. Huang Zhengming's body was trembling, and under his legs, the entire ground was cracked. A few hours ago, his son Huang Shuyang left the house alive. In the blink of an eye, life and death are separated. Huang Zhengming's eyes were furious and blood red. He roared to the sky. In front of the Huang family's ancient house, all the bodyguards knelt down and trembled, as frightened as ants. Who? Huang Zhengming's face was as ferocious as a demon. He suddenly lifted the bodyguard leader up from the ground and strangled the leader's neck. Who did this? The bodyguard leader's face turned purple, and his neck was pinched so hard that he almost suffocated. His voice was trembling. It was killed by the bodyguards of Zhou Group, Zhou. Huang Zhengming's face exploded with anger, and he suddenly broke the neck of the bodyguard leader. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiao. Person. Huang Zhengming's hands were stained with blood, and his hair was disheveled in the dark night, like a demon. I want all of you Zhou family to be buried with my son. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a flash of fish belly white appeared in the eastern sky. The entire foggy magical city of Shanghai emerged from the darkness. And a piece of shocking news quickly spread to the entire upper class in Shanghai. The eldest son of the Huang family, Huang Shuyang, died suddenly last night. The Bund of Huangpu District, Suwei District, Lujiazui of Pudong New District, the entire top class in Shanghai learned of this shocking news immediately. Huge earthquake in Magic City. An endless and strange huge storm is brewing. At this time, as the initiator of this storm, Chen Zonghong was shirtless and doing push-ups in the villa. There was a turmoil outside, but inside the villa, he remained calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. This villa was auctioned by Chouyiren at a high price yesterday for him to live in. The villa is decorated luxuriously and luxuriously. It was originally a private residence of a certain builder, but because it had not been lived in for a long time, it was bought by Chouyiren yesterday. After completing the 9,900th push-up, Chen Zonghong rolled to his feet. Turn around and walk into the bathroom. When he finished taking a shower, there was a knock on the door outside the villa. Chen Zonghong changed his clothes and opened the door of the villa. Mr. Chen, miss, please come over and have breakfast together. A nanny stood at the door and said respectfully. Chen Zonghong nodded slowly, lit a cigarette, and followed the nanny across the lawn to the Chiu manor opposite. In the hall of the Chiu family villa, on the long table, an exquisite and rich breakfast has been prepared. Chouyiren was wearing a black OL uniform, with long hair shawl, and was sitting at the dining table. Father Chiu Huaihai looked solemn and solemn, sitting in front of the dining table, flipping through a newspaper in his hand. The sister Chiu Shuangxiao on the side was wearing a pink nightgown, with her long snow-white legs exposed. She was already so hungry that she couldn't wait. If her father hadn't ordered her to wait for a moment, she would have stretched out her claws and devoured it. The Chiu sisters, sitting together, are a beautiful and eye-catching scenery. Unfortunately, Chen Zongheng had no intention of watching. When he saw Chen Zongheng arriving, Chiu Huaihai put down the newspaper in his hand. "Xiao Chen, here we come." Chiu Huaihai greeted with a deep voice, "Sit down and let's have a meal together." As an elder, Chen Zongheng is almost a generation younger than him. So Chiu Huaihai naturally called him Xiao Chen. When Chen Zongheng heard this title, he was slightly startled. Xiao Chen? Looking at the whole of China, and even the Western world, who dare to call him that? Unless the other person doesn't want to live anymore. But today, the god of death with a terrible reputation was called Xiao Chen by the chairman of a small group. Chen Zongheng took a puff of cigarette and slowly sat down at the dining table. "Let's have dinner," Chiu Huaihai said. Finally, Chiu Shuangxia couldn't hold it any longer, stretched out his jade claws, grabbed a piece of corn and started to eat it. She was starving. Xiao Yiren glanced at her sister with her beautiful eyes, feeling helpless, picking up the knife and fork with both hands, cut off a small piece of steak and put it into her mouth. Chen Zongheng was not polite, picked up the knife and fork, and began to enjoy the steak. The way he holds the knife and fork is standard, and every movement exudes the aura of a European aristocrat. Like a young master from an aristocratic family. The head of the family, Chiu Huaihai, was sitting at the main table, staring at him with deep and complicated eyes, as if he wanted to find something out of this mysterious young man. Under the autumn frost, I quickly finished my breakfast like a storm. "Dad, I'm going up to change clothes." After saying that, she swung her long snow-white legs, and ran upstairs to change clothes and get ready for school. At this time, only Chiu Huaihai, Xiao Yiren, and Chen Zongheng were left at the dining table in the hall. Chiu Huaihai took a deep breath and stared at Chen Zongheng with extremely solemn and profound eyes. "Last night, Huang Shuyan was really killed by you?" As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became silent. News of Huang Shuyan's death instantly spread to the entire Magic City. Xiu Huaihai had his own network, so he had naturally found out about this shocking news. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes were complicated and she put down the knife and fork in her hand. She was a witness to the murder last night. At this time, her mood was extremely complicated. Only Chen Zongheng was still sitting there, holding a knife and fork in his hand, calmly cutting off a piece of beef and putting it in his mouth, as if he was an outsider. "I killed him," Chen Zongheng replied calmly. Although he already knew the result, but when he heard what Chen Zongheng said personally, Chiu Huaihai's pupils still trembled in shock. His eyes were extremely solemn, and he was shocked and complicated. After a long time, he took a deep breath. "Xiao Chen, you and Yiren went to sea together and hid for several months. I have arranged the fastest private plane and ship, and we will set off to sea immediately after breakfast." Chiu Huaihai's voice was unquestionable and solemn. "No need." Chen Zongheng calmly picked up a piece of tender beef with a silver fork and put it into his mouth. "Xiao Chen, this matter can't be delayed any longer. Now, the entire Shanghai High Airport route is probably blocked by the Huang family. All highway checkpoints have been blocked by the Huang family. Customs ports are guarded by hundreds of Huang family members. They are going to lock down the city." Xiu Huaihai's expression was extremely solemn, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper due to the seriousness of the situation. "If you don't leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. This matter has risen to an extremely serious level. Looking at the past few decades, such a shocking thing has never happened in Shanghai. The eldest son of the Huang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, was massacred on the spot. The whole Shanghai was shaken. Since last night, the entire Shanghai has been blocked by a giant network of the Huang family. The Huang family was furious, and the city was trembling. There will be blood disaster. It's just a Huang family, why should we care about it?" Chen Zongheng elegantly cut a piece of beef with a silver fork and a table knife. His voice was calm and indifferent. Would you like to lock the city? It's just right, it saves me a lot of trouble. Form a group to come and kill together. More hassle-free. Xiao Huaihai's face was stunned. He had been in the mall for half his life. This was the first time he had seen such a bold and fearless young man. Is he too young, or is he too overconfident? The other party is the Huang family. Xiao Huaihai turned his attention to his daughter Qiuerin. Even if Chen Zongheng refused to leave, his daughter must leave. He must keep his daughter safe. Dad, I'm not leaving either. Qiuerin said seriously with serious eyes, the group's projects need me to maintain and take care of them. If I leave, the projects will be gone. The air is extremely quiet. For some reason, Qiuerin seemed very calm in the face of a formidable enemy. Even if the tsunami hits, she is still not afraid. In her heart, she had a vague hope for Chen Zongheng. Can this mysterious man, really, compete with the Huang family? Xiao Huaihai let out a long sigh, his expression extremely worried. In the end, he still couldn't convince his daughter. Dad, sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking so depressed so early in the morning? At this moment, a magnetic and sweet voice interrupted the silent atmosphere. On the spiral staircase, I saw Qiu Shuangxia wearing a white t-shirt and a black pleated short skirt, with long legs dangling. She walked down the stairs in a great mood. It's okay, you should go to school early. Don't be late. Sister Qiuerin took a sip of hot milk and concealed it. Qiu Shuangxia pouted, and walked out of the villa with her Hermes shoulder bag in confusion. A few seconds later, there was a violent engine sound outside the door, and a pink Lamborghini drove into the garage, roared away. Qiuerin hurriedly finished her breakfast and stood up to say goodbye to her father. The two who followed Chen Zongheng also left the villa together. 3 Mercedes-Benz S600s drove slowly towards the Qiu group. Along the way, Qiuerin sat in the car, her beautiful eyes deep and complex. For some reason, her right eyelid keeps twitching, which seems to be a bad sign. Suddenly, she received a text message on her phone. Qiuerin clicked on the text message in confusion, and then her pretty face turned pale instantly. What? Chen Zongheng, who was sitting aside, noticed something was wrong with her expression and asked indifferently. The owner of the Peace Hotel had his legs cut off, hanging in front of the hotel. Qiuerin's voice trembled slightly and she handed the phone to Chen Zongheng. Chen Zongheng lowered his head and glanced lightly. On the text message on the phone screen, there was a bloody photo. Lin Jian, the owner of the Peace Hotel, was hung high on the flagpole in front of the hotel, his legs were cut off, and he was dripping with blood. This is the newsletter that just came out. The Huang family finally started a bloody massacre. Huang Shuyang died in the Peace Hotel, and the hotel owner must be blamed. This is the Huang family's revenge. It's the last trick. Chen Zongheng withdrew his gaze indifferently, closed his eyes and rested. It seemed like those bloody photos didn't make any difference in his eyes. The Mercedes-Benz was driving quietly, and the interior of the car seemed inexplicably quiet. Just as the Mercedes-Benz was slowly driving through a 4-way intersection, suddenly, a slag truck loaded with debris suddenly rushed out of the side street. The slag truck was like a moving giant beast, rushing towards the Mercedes-Benz S600 quickly and crazily. Qiuerin was completely shocked and stunned. She turned around and stared blankly out of the car window. She was completely shocked by this sudden frightening scene. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, the driver and bodyguards were also completely shocked. The speed of the slag truck was too fast, so fast that it was difficult for everyone to react. Lower your head. Chen Zongheng's eyes were focused and he reacted like lightning. He suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Qiuerin's waist and pulled her into his arms. Boom! The slag truck collided with the Mercedes-Benz S600 instantly. At this moment, a figure suddenly burst out of the window of the Mercedes-Benz like lightning. The entire Mercedes-Benz sedan rolled violently, and was knocked over several meters away. Chen Zongheng hugged Qiuerin, spinning lightly in the air, and slowly landed on the ground. He just stood there on the cross street. His eyes were stern. Xiaoyiren looked like a frightened elk. Her delicate body was hugged by Chen Zonghong, and her whole body was a little limp. "Mr. Qiu, are you okay?" In the distance, a group of bodyguards hurriedly got out of the car and rushed forward. Sudden. A bullet struck, poof. The bullet suddenly penetrated the head of a bodyguard. Blood penetrated, one shot to the head. Wow! The entire street scene fell into complete chaos. A gunshot disrupted the entire crowd on the street. People on both sides of the street screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Traffic was jammed on the street, and several cars rear-ended each other. It was chaos. Enemy attack. "Cover Mr. Qiu," the bodyguards shouted. The bodyguards in suits looked solemn and horrified, on alert. A wall of people was formed to urgently protect President Qiu. It was cloudy in the morning, and at the four-way intersection on this street, a fierce attack was underway. Xiaoyiren was held in Chen Zonghong's arms. Her pretty face turned pale and her beautiful eyes were frightened. She never expected that in such a public place, she would be suddenly attacked. "Stay behind the bodyguard and don't move. Do you hear me?" Chen Zonghong hugged her and warned Xiaoyiren's earlobe. At this time, Xiaoyiren was completely sluggish and confused. She had no idea at all. She nodded in shock and panic. "Wait for 2 minutes, it will be fine soon." Chen Zonghong looked calm and put her down. He looked indifferently, raised his wrist to glance at the time on the Omega watch, and then slowly walked towards the street ahead. Chen Zonghong needs to use the Qiu people to lead out the Bible organization. So, how can he allow other forces to threaten the Qiu people? Whoosh! A bullet pierced the void and exploded from 100 meters away. The attack direction was right at Chen Zonghong's temple. A hint of disdain flashed across Chen Zonghong's lips. "You're a clown." In a flash of lightning, his body flashed slightly. Whoosh! The bullet passed rapidly several millimeters away from his temple. The bullet missed its target, and suddenly penetrated into the ground behind him, sending up a burst of dust. Chen Zonghong stood there calmly, his eyes indifferently scanning 100 meters away. 100 meters away, in a black Volkswagen sedan, the gunman looked shocked. That man, actually, avoided a rifle bullet? How is this possible? The gunman didn't believe in evil, so he raised his gun and took aim again. Bah! A bullet whizzed, and shook the void. Street, in the middle of the four-way intersection. Chen Zonghong's expression was calm and indifferent, and in his right hand, a strange-shaped dagger slowly appeared. On the silver dagger blade, strange and ferocious barb lines spread like devil's tears. "Weapon Devil May Cry, now!" Clang! Devil May Cry's silver blade is as fast as lightning, splitting the incoming bullet in half with one strike. 100 meters away, the gunman's pupils in the Volkswagen suddenly shrank. How is this possible? One knife split the bullet in half? How is this possible? The gunman looked horrified and suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie. "Report to the leader." The other party. But before he could finish his words, a silver light struck quickly. But the silver light was as fast as lightning, instantly piercing his head. The gunman's voice was stuck, and his pupils widened with fear and awe. "Falcon, Falcon? Hear the answer." The leader's voice shouted angrily on the intercom. However, the Falcon gunner was completely unable to answer. A tiny trace of blood appeared between his eyebrows and gradually spread. His head gradually split. He was split into 2 pieces. Devil May Cry's silver blade circled in the air and returned to Chen Zonghong's hand. His eyes were as indifferent as ice, and he slowly scanned the surrounding streets. The bodyguards in suits guarded Xiaoyiren solemnly and nervously, and the atmosphere at the scene was extremely solemn. At this time, the bodyguards' eyes were filled with shock and horror. Avoid hot weapons with your body and split bullets with your bare hands. Mr. Chen's methods are simply terrifying. Is this mysterious Mr. Chen a human being? Buzz. Suddenly, there was an engine roar. 4 Volkswagen sedans suddenly sped out of the street corner. The engine roared violently, and 4 cars came from Sicha, roaring rapidly from 4 directions at the fork in the road. 4 cars have only one goal. Chen Zongheng. Chen Zongheng stood calmly in the middle of the 4-way road. A cold and disdainful arc flashed at the corner of his mouth. You don't know your own abilities. He twisted his right arm, and the devil-may-cry silver blade flew out of the air. Whoosh! The silver light cut through the void, like a terrifying sharp blade. It directly split a car rushing in front into 2 halves. Behind him, another Volkswagen car crashed crazily. The corners of Chen Zongheng's mouth curled up, and his body jumped suddenly. A fierce somersault. Boom! Chen Zongheng flipped in the air and stomped on the roof of the car. The whole car was trampled into a pile of scrap metal. The killer in the car was completely turned into a pile of meat. From the left and right, 2 more cars rushed towards me like crazy. Chen Zongheng looked indifferent and murmured, "Ghost cry, are you hungry?" Zheng. The cold light of the devil-weeping silver blade in his right hand suddenly condensed, as if it was filled with bloodthirsty excitement. In an instant, Yin Mong attacked. Cut through the void. The silver blade flew through the air quickly, the blade's barbs rubbed against the air, and it made a faint cry like an evil ghost. Poof! The silver light penetrated the head of the driver in the car on the left like lightning. The Volkswagen sedan on the left lost control, tilted, and finally crashed into a nearby building. The whole car exploded instantly, with flames shooting into the sky. To the right, the last Volkswagen sedan rushed towards Chen Zongheng quickly. The driver looked ferocious, his eyes were bloodthirsty, and he stepped on the accelerator hard. I vow to smash this man into a pile of blood. Chen Zongheng's expression remained unchanged, a hint of disdain flashed at the corner of his mouth, praying mantises blocking the car. Suddenly, he moved his left foot slowly, and the next second, his entire right leg was suddenly raised high, and he performed a sharp and terrifying move. At the critical moment, the car rushed forward. Suddenly, Chen Zongheng's left leg was like a steel pillar, hitting the front of the car hard. Boom! The hood of the entire off-road vehicle deformed instantly. He was directly blasted into a pile of scrap metal by a kick. Chen Zongheng's body was not injured in any way. But that car had been completely dented by the blast, all the glass shattered, and the frame was completely dented and deformed. As if it hit a rock, the entire front of the car was blasted into a pile of scrap metal. The group of bodyguards in suits at the scene were completely wide-eyed, with faces full of shock and disbelief. The fleeing pedestrians not far away from the street were also shocked and frightened, as if they had seen a monster. A car weighing 2 tons crashed into it, and that man was okay? What's even more frightening is that the off-road vehicle was smashed into a pile of scrap metal? Is this really a human being? Chen Zongheng looked indifferent and slowly came to the twisted car. He tore open the door and lifted the bloody driver out of the car. The driver's body trembled and he was thrown to the ground like a doll. His whole body was covered in blood, but his eyes were extremely ferocious, with murderous ferocity gushing out. Tell me, who ordered you? Chen Zongheng looked at the driver who was lying on the ground casually. The driver's face was ferocious, and a sinister smile flashed across his lips. I am a direct member of the 4th generation of the Huang family in Shanghai. If you mess with my Huang family, all 9 of your clans will be slaughtered. Oh, the Huang family? Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm and unperturbed. Isn't it enough to kill your young master? It seems that we need to kill a few more people. Arrogant and ignorant. Do you know the power of my Huang family? The driver's face was ferocious, his eyes were arrogant. My Huang family has been in Shanghai for hundreds of years, for thousands of generations. Our ancestor Huang Jinrong has been in power 10 miles away, who refuses to obey. He will be massacred by my Huang family, 9 clans, and will never recover. Really? Chen Zongheng raised the corners of his mouth, then I will be waiting eagerly. He suddenly raised his left leather shoe and stepped on the driver's head hard. Put! Bloody sauce splashed. The head was smashed, the flesh was bloody. Among the firelight and bloody corpses on the ground, Chen Zongheng calmly lit a cigarette. Like a death god Shura, standing at the four-way intersection. His figure seemed to travel through endless space, forming a shadow of Shura in the sea of blood. Across the Pacific, his codename made the entire Western Hemisphere tremble. Mountains of corpses, thousands of ghosts kneeling and weeping. Grim Reaper. At this time, the shadow of death stood on the Chinese mainland, at the intersection of Zhongshan South Road in Shanghai City. Long Street, in the middle of the four-way intersection. Blood filled the air and flames shot into the sky. Chen Zonghan looked indifferently and slowly dusted off the dust on his suit jacket. 1 second ago, he was killing people wantonly, the next second, he had returned to being an elegant gentleman. He stretched out his hand to straighten the tie in front of his clothes, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and slowly came to Qiu Weiren. 1 minute and 40 seconds, 20 seconds faster than expected. Chen Zonghan raised his wrist to glance at the hands of the Omega watch and murmured. Qiu Weiren's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. She stared blankly at this man. At this moment, she suddenly heard the words the man mentioned just now. Wait 2 minutes, it will be over soon. So, it really only took him 2 minutes to deal with these killers? Have you timed yourself yet? Qiu Weiren looked at him as if he were looking at a monster. This man was so mysterious that it was scary. He was simply a monster. They are members of the Huang family. Qiu Weiren glanced at the corpses around her, her voice solemn and complicated. Several corpses lying on the ground were dressed in brown clothes. This is one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, the Huang family uniform. Yes. Chen Zonghan slowly blew out a smoke ring with a calm and indifferent expression. A trace of complexity flashed in Qiu Weiren's beautiful eyes. This attack and killing was carried out by members of the Huang family. What shocked her even more was, the Huang family was so unscrupulous, and acted openly and without even a trace of cover-up. This is not just an attack, this is a warning. A naked warning before the bloody massacre of the Huang family in Shanghai. The foreplay of the Huang family's bloodbath has just begun. Withdrawing her complicated and worried look, Qiu Weiren straightened her messy uniform and clothes, and then said hello to the bodyguards. You stay, to deal with the bodies at the scene. Send a driver to take me back to the company. At this moment, she instantly became a steady and wise female CEO, and her mind returned to its carefulness. The bodyguards nodded solemnly and began to quickly seal off and clean up the scene. A bodyguard quickly stepped forward and drove a Mercedes-Benz not far away. Chen Zonghan and Qiu Weiren slowly got into the car, and the Mercedes-Benz drove away quickly. Shanghai, the ancient residence of the Huang family. Huang Zhengming closed his eyes tightly and stood in front of the ancestral hall with his hands behind his back. Reporting to the head of the family. The assassination failed. The 8 masters sent, all died. A subordinate looked solemn and rushed over to report. In the ancestral hall, the air was silent. Huang Zhengming suddenly opened his eyes, and endless cold murderous intent surged out of his pupils. Whether they are dead or not, let them live for 2 more days. Huang Zhengming's voice was hoarse, with a terrifying aura. My Huang family has been in charge of the Shanghai territory for hundreds of years. My ancestor, Huang Jinrong, lived a heroic life. I provoked the Huang family and slaughtered the 9 clans. Send the order, the whole city is on strict alert. The Huang family's disciples under my command summon the order. Huang Zhengming's voice suddenly became thick and murderous. When my son is buried, the whole city will be washed with blood. Qiu's building. After returning to the company, Qiu Weiren's mood was still uneasy. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 99th floor of the office, staring at the city outside the window with complicated beautiful eyes. The sky outside the window was cloudy, the whole city was shrouded in an inexplicable atmosphere. An hour ago, the attack in the early morning made her right eyelid keep twitching. This seemed to be an inexplicable bad omen. The Huang family openly commits murders on the streets, without even concealing any identities. What does this mean? The Huang family has no fear of the laws of this city. Even the official laws of this city cannot suppress it. What kind of terrifying existence would that be? The Huang family's revenge is about to come. A giant clan on the Bund that has been inherited for hundreds of years. God knows how much terrifying power they have hidden. 100 years ago, the rise of the youth gang tycoon Huang Jinrong was not just a rumor. Now that it has continued to this generation, the Huang family's current terror can be imagined. How can the Chiu group bear the revenge of a centuries-old giant clan? Xiao Yiren held the Huawei phone in her hand. She repeatedly picked it up, trying to make a call, but finally put the phone down again. The number on the other end of the phone was a number that would allow her to escape. But it was just an escape. She was able to escape Shanghai alone and escape from this turbulent city. But what about the person behind her? Father, mother, and sister. As well as tens of thousands of employees in the entire Chiu group. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yiren finally put the phone into his pocket. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distant sky with deep and complex expressions. This feud with the Huang family is inevitable. So what if Chen Zonghong doesn't kill Huang Shuyang? According to Huang Shuyang's character, he will attack the Chiu group sooner or later. Chen Zonghong killed Huang Shuyang, but he just brought the conflict to an earlier stage. If that's the case, then let's deal with it. The soldiers came to cover up the water and earth. A hint of stubbornness and sharpness quietly flashed through Qiu Yiren's eyes. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the entire sky red. After get-off work, 5 bulletproof Mercedes-Benz cars formed a convoy, escorting Qiu Yiren, and slowly drove back to the Qiu family manor. After experiencing the fierce attack in the early morning, Qiu Yiren became more vigilant and urgently dispatched more guards and vehicles to improve protection. In the Qiu manor, the vigilance of all the bodyguards has doubled. All security conditions have been adjusted to the highest alert state. The threat from the Huang family in Shanghai seemed to be an invisible sword hanging in the air, forcing Qiu Yiren to face it solemnly. Outside the manor, there was a look of caution, and the bowstrings were tense. But in the lobby of the villa, it was warm. The dining table was filled with plates of exquisite and sumptuous dishes. Today's dinner was cooked by Qiu's mother, Luo Shangnan. Chen Zonghong, who lived in the manor opposite, was also called over by Luo's mother to have dinner together. In front of the dining table, the Qiu sisters were sitting together. The sweetheart was mature and sexy, while the younger sister, with her long pale golden hair hanging lightly under shuang, looked cute and charming. A pair of sisters, the older sister is mature and the younger sister is tender, they are the best in the world. However, Chen Zonghong's eyes were indifferent, as if he had no interest in the sisters in front of him. He just sipped red wine and tasted the fine wines and dishes. He seemed not to be interested in women at all. Father Qiu Huaihai sat directly above the dining table, eating the dinner with complicated emotions. As the chairman of the group, how could he not know about the assassination of Yiren? But this matter, he could only hide it and not let his wife and daughter Xuanxia know about it. Otherwise, they will be more worried. Xiao Xuanxia finished eating a roasted wing, then suddenly raised his head, looked at his father and asked, "Dad, I heard that Huang Shuyang, the eldest son of the Huang family, was killed? Is it true? Who killed him?" The news of the murder of young Master Huang has now spread throughout Shanghai, and almost the whole city is in turmoil. I only learned about Qiu Xuanxia recently. The little girl doesn't study hard, so she usually cares about these gossips. The air on the dining table suddenly became quiet. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes were complicated, she didn't speak. The news of Huang Shuyang's murder spread throughout Shanghai, causing a sensation throughout the city. But there's one thing that hasn't gone viral, and that's the identity of the perpetrator. Perhaps, the news was secretly intercepted and blocked by the Huang family. Therefore, almost the whole city is wildly speculating, who is the audacious perpetrator. His father, Qiu Huaihai, stared hard and scolded, "You, a little girl, don't worry about this kind of thing. Study hard and take the postgraduate entrance exam." Xiao Xuanxia was so frightened by her father's stern shout that she didn't even dare to express her anger. She was too busy to lower her head and carefully pick up the rice. She has never seen her father so angry. As the murderer, Chen Zonghong was sitting at the dining table calmly, sipping red wine and enjoying a steak dinner, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The night has come, and the stars are dotted. The night in the magic city that never sleeps seems to be as prosperous as ever. And in this dark night, the entire Shanghai city is falling into an unprecedented huge siege and blockade. Black Volkswagen cars were speeding through the streets of Shanghai late at night, and countless members of the Huang family were dispatched to block all the major ports, terminals, airports, highways, and provincial roads in the city. The night stretches on, blocking the whole city. The Huang family's ancient house, in front of the ancestral hall. There was a huge black wood coffin lying horizontally. The body of the eldest son Huang Shuyang was lying in the coffin. The head of the family, Huang Zhengming, was wearing a white robe, standing in front of the coffin, and slowly lit 3 sticks of incense on his son's body. 2 days later, there will be a funeral for Su Yang. Huang Zhengming's voice was calm and cold, as if murderous intent was brewing. In front of the entire ancestral temple, countless Huang family disciples wearing white robes and linen were kneeling and worshipping. All the disciples kowtowed to say goodbye to the young master. Everyone understands. After the funeral, there will be a bloodbath. In the early morning, a ray of sunshine emerged from the eastern sky. Chen Zongheng has already done 10,000 push-ups and is done washing up. Stand in front of the mirror, put on a clean and tidy suit, and comb your hair back. Then he put on that expensive Omega watch. Soon, the Chiu family's nanny aunt came and invited him to a breakfast at Chiu's villa. It seems that it has become a habit for Chen Zongheng to come to Chiujia Manor for breakfast every day. When they arrived at the Chiu family manor, the sisters Irin and Shuangxia were already sitting at the dining table, waiting for the meal to begin. Xiao Chen is here, dinner is ready. Father Chiu Huaihai put down the newspaper and said. Blinking his big eyes under the autumn frost, he happily picked up a piece of steak and started eating it, just like a greedy cat eating snacks. The sister Chiu Irin on the side looked a little absent-minded. She gently picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak, but her beautiful eyes were flashing with thoughts. How can she be safe when she is about to face the overwhelming revenge of the Huang family? Although the Chiu group has a scale of hundreds of billions, compared with the Huang family, a century-old giant, it seems small and even weak. One is an emerging group that has only been established for a few decades, and the other is a clan that has been dormant for hundreds of years. One can imagine which one is stronger and which one is weaker. But Chen Zongheng remained elegant. He held the steak and asked the nanny to pour a small glass of red wine. Red wine goes with the steak. This is how breakfast should be enjoyed. After breakfast, 6 black Mercedes-Benz S600 cars were waiting outside. After experiencing yesterday's attack, Xiu Yi was on guard today and brought 3 extra cars of bodyguards with her. A total of 6 bulletproof Mercedes-Benz vehicles formed a convoy, escorting Chiu Irin and drove towards the group building. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz convoy arrived safely at Chiu's building. Today, it seems to be extremely peaceful. There were no obstacles or crises along the way, and it was so peaceful that it was overwhelming. Xiu Irin stepped on high heels and got out of the car. More than a dozen bodyguards followed closely to protect him, forming a human wall. Xiu Irin's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. For some reason, she felt uneasy even more. Today, it's too quiet. She turned her head and glanced at Mr. Chen aside. She saw Chen Zongheng standing aside, puffing out smoke rings leisurely. A hint of helplessness and complexity flashed in Xiu Irin's eyes. This Mr. Chen always looks calm and calm. Could it be that he is really not afraid of the Huang family? Is there anything in Shanghai that can make his face move? She shook her head lightly to disperse the complicated thoughts in her mind. Wearing high heels, we walked straight into the group building. Chen Zongheng held a cigarette in his mouth and walked into the building with a hint of yuppie. The whole morning was quiet in Shanghai. Everything is like the calm before the rainstorm. Near noon, suddenly a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove towards Chiu's building. Slender retro body, obsidian black body. This is a top-notch Rolls-Royce luxury car that sells for tens of millions. On the front of the Rolls-Royce is a local license plate from Shanghai City, but the license plate number is extremely eye-catching, Shanghai A88888. This license plate alone is worth millions. And there is a price but no market. This is not just something that money can buy. This license plate represents a kind of supreme honor, power, and a status symbol. The security guards at the entrance of Chill Group were about to step forward to register, but at this moment, the window of the Rolls-Royce was lowered. A burly and muscular driver turned his head and glanced at the security guard with an indifferent look. Kick, kick, kick. The two security guards of Chill Group's heart trembled suddenly. They were actually frightened away by the driver's gaze. The driver's eyes seemed to be filled with endless anger. That look seemed to be murderous. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the downstairs of Chill's building, with its domineering license plate hanging in front of it, and no one dared to stop. It's... The driver got out of the car, his tall and muscular body wrapped in a suit jacket, his eyes cold, like a wild beast. The guards at the door of the building were so frightened that they didn't even dare to ask. The driver glanced around and after confirming that it was safe, he slowly came to the back door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, bowed and carefully opened the back door. A pair of white rhinoceros leather shoes stepped out slowly, and then, a slender young figure stepped out of the car. The young man was wearing a light blue suit, his eyes were calm, and his face was as handsome as a knife. The young man held a cigar in his hand, put it in his mouth and took a deep breath. Then he walked calmly towards the Chill mansion. The burly driver followed slowly behind him with respectful eyes. "Sir, may I ask, who are you looking for?" Two girls at the front desk asked cautiously. It seemed that the young man in a blue suit had such a strong aura that they didn't even dare to speak loudly, so they could only ask softly and carefully. But the young man didn't pay any attention to the two girls at the front desk. He blew out a puff of cigar smoke and walked calmly towards the elevator. The driver behind him looked coldly, glanced at the girl at the front desk, and said slowly, "The master of the Yuanqing Group is here, why don't you go and report Shura? Let her come to greet you." "Ha!" Hearing the words Yuanqing Group, the two girls at the front desk were shocked and stunned. This is a famous supergroup in Jiangnan. Yuanqing Group, early 1990s. This name has deeply affected countless people in Jiangnan. In that era of reform and opening up, Yuanqing Group represented glory. It involves real estate, finance, insurance, mining, new energy. The entire group occupies almost all the business chains to get rich. The chairman of Yuanqing Group was the most powerful and richest man in Jiangnan at that time. Now, although the position of the richest man has changed hands, but the powerful foundation of Yuanqing Group is still terrifying. Although Chiuiren's Chill Group is powerful, its scale is far less than 1/10 of the Yuanqing Group. Deep enough to see the distant stars. Chiu's building, CEO's office on the 99th floor. Chiuiren was handling official duties when the intercom phone in front of her desk suddenly rang. She stopped what she was doing and picked up the phone. After a few seconds, her pretty face changed. "What? The master of the Yuanqing Group is here to visit?" Chiuiren's beautiful eyes were stunned. She hurriedly hung up the phone and stopped what she was doing. She has never had any business contact with the Yuanqing Group. Why does the young master of the Yuanqing Group come to visit today? Chiuiren's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She tidied up her clothes, then walked out of the office on high heels and headed towards the elevator entrance. At the same time, the VIP elevator slowly rose to the 99th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and the young man in a light blue suit looked calmly and slowly stepped out of the elevator door. "Hello, Mr. Gua. You've come all the way, I'm sorry for the poor reception." Xiao Yi was kind and gentle, and she took the initiative to extend her hand. Gua Xiao's eyes were calm. Under his light blue suit, he slowly stretched out his right palm, and shook Chiuiren's hand. "Miss Chiu, fame is worse than meeting." Gua Xiaoza replied calmly, his eyes scanning Chiuiren's delicate body with a profound look. Both of them are young leaders of a wealthy group, but they have never been in contact with each other on weekdays. This face-to-face communication like today is the first time. Xiu Yi's charming temperament brought Gua Xiaoza into the VIP room and asked the secretary to prepare the best tea and snacks. Gua Xiaoza's personal driver stood slowly at the door of the VIP room, with his hands folded in front of him, exuding an inexplicable aura of hostility. Just from this momentum, you can feel that this driver is not simple. He must have touched human lives on his hands. And there's more than one. In the VIP conference room, Xiaoyi and Guo Xiaozi sat opposite each other on the sofa, and the atmosphere seemed a bit quiet. The sudden arrival of the young master from the Yuanqing group caught Xiaoyi unexpectedly, and she couldn't help but feel wary. Now that a storm is about to arise in Shanghai, the relationship between the Huang family and her Qiu group has deteriorated to an unprecedented level. During this sensitive period, Guo Xiaozi suddenly visited. What was his purpose? Guo Xiaozi sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea calmly. Miss Qiu, I heard that Mr. Huang was killed by a bodyguard under your group? Guo Xiaozi said slowly with a deep look. Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes narrowed and she nodded slowly. The murder of Huang's eldest son made the whole city aware. Uproar. With the influence network of the Guo family of Yuanqing group, it is not difficult to find out the murderer. Find out the identity of the murderer. Guo Xiaozi suddenly laughed, his smile was light and gentle. The courage is commendable, I admire Guo. Guo Xiaozi's mouth curved deeply, I wonder where this person is? Invite him over, I would like to meet him. Mr. Guo, do you want to see him? Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. I really want to see you. Guo Xiaozi said seriously, not as if he was joking. Xiaoyi hesitated and became even more confused. After thinking for a moment, she sent a text message to Chen Zongheng. Mr. Chen, are you free? There is a guest here. I would like to invite you to come over and meet you. A few seconds later, she received a reply from Chen Zongheng. The content was very simple, with only 4 words, let him come over. Domineering, cold reply. Seeing this text message, Xiaoyi was helpless. She couldn't figure out Mr. Chen's soft and hard character. Mr. Guo, I'm sorry. That Mr. Chen said, please go over and see him. Xiaoyi said slowly. The air suddenly became a little quiet. How presumptuous. How dare a little bodyguard dare to let my young master go there in person? How proud of him. Guo Xiaozi's personal driver said angrily at the door of the VIP room. Oh, interesting. Guo Xiaozi, who was sitting on the sofa, raised the corners of his mouth, I haven't seen such an interesting person for a long time. In this case, I would like to meet him even more. With that said, Guo Xiaozi slowly put out his cigar and stood up from the sofa. Miss Qiu, take me to see you. Xiaoyi nodded and led Guo Xiaozi to the door of Chen Zongheng's office. The burly private driver followed behind, guarding the door coldly. Pushing open the office door, Chen Zongheng was sitting on a chair indifferently, puffing out smoke rings. Guo Xiaozi's eyes were dark and he slowly walked into the office. Are you Mr. Chen? Chen Zongheng slowly raised his eyes and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. What's the matter? The corners of Guo Xiaozi's mouth raised and he stared at him. You are a very interesting young man. One of your actions really opened the eyes of the entire Shanghai city. What he was referring to was naturally the murderous case of killing Huang Shuyang. The entire Shanghai city was in turmoil because of this murderous case, which shows the seriousness of the matter. I hate nonsense, so I will fart if I can. Chen Zongheng blew out a smoke ring and said in an indifferent voice. How dare you? Dare you speak to the young master like this? The burly driver's face suddenly turned sharp at the door of the office, releasing a murderous intent. Guo Xiaozi slowly raised his hand to signal the driver to be quiet. It's very interesting, young man. I don't know who gave you the courage, but because of one of your actions, the entire Qiu group fell into an unprecedented crisis. Guo Xiaozi's mouth curved even more. Oh, what does it have to do with you? Chen Zongheng replied to him with just 5 words, as if he didn't take the supergroup prince in front of him at all. Guo Xiaozi's eyes were deep and leisurely, and he smiled slightly. He no longer paid attention to Chen Zongheng, but turned to look at Xiaoyi aside. Miss Qiu, Guo came here this time, to give you a way to choose your life. Guo Xiaozi said slowly and calmly. It is a gesture of taking charge of the world. Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a bad premonition flashed through her. Mr. Guo, what do you mean? My Guo family can help your Qiu group survive this disaster. I have only one request, that the Qiu group's medical project be shared with my Guo family. Guo Xiaozi said calmly with a deep look. In the office, the air suddenly became silent. Naked, straightforward, so unscrupulous. Guo Xiaozi went straight to the point and directly stated his purpose. He can save the Chiu group. But his request is to share the secret project with Chiu's medicine. Xiu Yiren's beautiful eyes were solemn and complicated. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, Mr. Guo, you don't have to worry about it. If you encounter any problems, I, the Chiu group, can solve them by ourselves. Xiu Yiren's rejection was also clear and straightforward. She won't share that project with anyone. She, the Chiu group, can resist any crisis. The atmosphere around him became a little depressing. Miss Chiu, are you sure? Guo Xiaozi's face was calm, his eyes slightly condensed, with a hint of amusement. The Huang family's revenge is unimaginable. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, I'm sure. Our Chiu group can bear all the consequences. Xiu Yiren's voice was magnetic, with a hint of determination. Guo Xiaozi's eyes were deep, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became a little cold. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, I have some things to deal with today, please do as you please. Xiu Yiren gently stretched out her hand to signal and issued an order to expel the guests. Miss Chiu, you are really impressive. Guo Xiaozi smiled profoundly and narrowed his eyes slightly. There seemed to be a faint smell of gunpowder smoke floating in the air. After all the nonsense, you can go. Shenzong lay on the chair with a cigarette in his mouth and said indifferently. There was no respect in his eyes. Guo Xiaozi's eyes were deep and he slowly glanced at Chen Zongheng. Your lifespan should not exceed 2 days. After Huang Shuyang's funeral tomorrow, it will be your death date. In other words, the death date of the entire Chiu group. Guo Xiaozi said slowly with a curve in the corner of his mouth. Chen Zongheng glanced at him from the corner of his eye and replied lightly, if you are very close to Huang Shuyang, then, your funeral is not far away. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became cold. Guo Xiaozi's expression was indifferent, and the curvature of his mouth gradually narrowed. Seeking death. How dare you act so arrogantly on the young master? The burly driver at the door looked furious and strode into the office. The driver was burly and muscular, and grabbed Chen Zongheng's collar. Murderous intent. Chen Zongheng glanced at the driver indifferently, as if he was looking at a dying person. Looking at the whole world, anyone dares to pull the collar of the god of death? This is simply a suicide. Ants, noisy. Chen Zongheng's voice was cold and he slowly raised his hand. Bang! The driver's burly body was directly blown away. Boom! The driver's whole body hit the wall hard. A huge crater was instantly blasted out of the wall. The driver was sunk deeply into the crack in the wall, vomiting blood. Dead silence. The office suddenly fell into deathly silence. Chen Zongheng slowly took back his hand, took out a tissue, and wiped his palms. Guo Xiaozi's eyelids trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up, with an unprecedented coldness. Xiu Yiren's pretty face was stunned, and she couldn't react. The scene in front of her happened so fast that she had no time to control or stop it. Okay, very good. Guo Xiaozi stretched out his arms and clapped his hands slowly. The corners of his mouth were extremely cold, and he stared at Chen Zongheng, as if he was looking at a dead person. Looking at Shanghai and the sea, within a radius of 6,000 square kilometers, you are the first person who dares to be unscrupulous in front of me. Guo Xiaozi's voice was calm and cold, with an aura that he had never seen before. Chen Zongheng took a deep drag on the cigarette and looked at him calmly. Are you done? You can get out after you're done. Guo Xiaozi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chill disappeared in a flash. He turned around coldly and left suddenly. Remember to take your dog back, it's stuck in the wall, it's quite an eyesore. Chen Zongheng reminded him as he walked away. A few minutes later, 2 solemn attendants in suits came up from downstairs. They slowly lifted the driver's body, which was stuck in the wall, onto a stretcher and rushed it to the emergency center. In the office, only Chen Zongheng and Xiu Yiren were left. The atmosphere seemed a little inexplicably quiet and depressing. When is the funeral of Mr. Huang? Chen Zongheng suddenly asked slowly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes recovered from her dullness. She hesitated for a moment and said complicatedly, tomorrow. Oh, really? Chen Zongheng took a deep drag on the cigarette, his eyes indifferent. Prepare 4 wreaths for me. Chen Zongheng blew out a smoke ring and said slowly. Xiao Yiren was stunned, her beautiful eyes looked at him in astonishment. What do you want to do? Chen Zongheng looked calm and indifferent, and took a deep breath of the cigarette. Then, the words are not shocking and he will die. Attend Mr. Huang's funeral. Early in the morning, 4 o'clock. The sky was gray, and there was a drizzle of rain floating in the sky. Luxury cars with local photos on them were driving from all directions in the city. Rows of luxury cars, almost involuntarily, formed a long queue, heading towards the Drum Tower Cathedral a few kilometers away. This morning, the long queues of these luxury cars had only one destination, and that was to attend the funeral of Huang Shuyang, the crown prince of the Huang family. The rain curtains intertwined and swayed in the wind. There was already a huge crowd in front of the Drum Tower Cathedral. The entire huge medieval cathedral is hung with endless snow-white cotton and linen satin, forming a white palace. Ahead, in front of the huge church square, pots of snow-white daisies and gladioli intertwined and spread, forming an endless sea of flowers. According to the Jiangnan custom, white chrysanthemums and gladioli are given to the deceased at the funeral, which has shown the eternity, sorrow, remembrance, and memory of the deceased. As a result, a sea of flowers bloomed to pay homage to the deceased. Everything is just to hold a shocking funeral of the century for the crown prince of the Huang family, Huang Shuyang. One after another, Shanghai local luxury cars, with their lights flashing, slowly drove in from a distance through the misty rain. Luxury cars were parked one after another, almost filling the entire Drum Tower Church. Rich families from all over the Yangtze River in Shanghai, at this moment, are coming to attend the funeral of the crown prince of the Huang family. Countless guests were all dressed in black, with a white tulip on their chests to show respect for the deceased. The crown prince of the Huang family, Huang Shuyang, fell overnight. His myth? That's the end. The Huang family has been running rampant in Shanghai for 100 years. How can the funeral of the Huang family prince be casual? Therefore, today's funeral was unprecedented in scale. Such a battle is almost comparable to a state funeral. Even the female greeter at the church door is a well-known first-line female model in Jiangnan. You can imagine how grand the Huang family's grandeur is. The head of the Huangmen family, Huang Zhengming, stood with one hand on his back and stood in front of the highest steps of the church, overlooking everything below. His figure was calm and his expression was indifferent, as if there was no sign of any emotional fluctuations. It was as if the owner of today's funeral was not his own son. However, the sake in his hand occasionally trembled. Only when a person hides his anger in the deepest part of his heart can he show such indifference and calmness. Even though his son is dead, he is still so calm and indifferent. Huang Zhengming's forbearance is enough to shock people. Such a person deserves to be called the century-old lord of Jiangnan. Suddenly, an old man appeared from the darkness. His back was so low that it almost became a right angle. Master, no information about the murderer has been found. There is no trace of him in the entire city files. This person seems to appear out of thin air. The old man's face was a little complicated, and he reported the report carefully. Crack! The crystal cup in the Huangmen family's hand was instantly cracked. After my son's funeral, lock down the whole city. Even if we search the whole city, I will find him. Huang Zhengming's voice was cold, without any emotion. However, the murderous intent emanating from those words made the air around him suddenly cool down. The old man's body trembled. No one understood the meaning of the master's words better than him. Lock down the whole city? Search all over the city. This, the century-old Huang family, is about to come out in full force. The Huang family has been silent for nearly 100 years, and now, because of the death of the third generation of heirs, Huang Shuyang is about to burst out? The sky in Jiangnan is probably going to be completely shaken. Dad! Suddenly, a voice came from a distance. I saw a young man in a black suit walking slowly over. He is Huang Honghu, the second son of the Huang family. He was only in his early 20s. Although he was young, his eyes were full of sharp murderous intent. At the age of 20, he had already killed countless people. Hearing Erzi's voice, Huang Zhengming slowly put down the defective crystal cup. A simple word calmed the endless murderous intent in his eyes. "Honghu, you're here." Huang Zhengming's eyes were a little softer. Now, the eldest son is dead. Huang Zhengming only has this last son left to inherit the family business. The second son, Huang Honghu, also had a patient expression on his face, but it was far worse than his father's. Both of them knew in their hearts that they had to endure it today. The century-old dignity of the Huang family cannot be thrown away at this funeral. No matter how angry there is, today's funeral must be held without incident. Huang Zhengming walked down the steps slowly, and no one could see his happiness or anger. However, no one would step forward to touch his troubles at this time. His Huang family is in full swing. No one here can withstand a blow from an angry lion. A column of fragrance was handed from the waitress's hand to Huang Zhengming's. As the priest prayed on the stage, the guests became even more silent, and the air seemed to condense. In front of the church stood a row of stunning maids wearing bright red cheongsam. The expressions on each of their faces were dull and frightened. These women were all the maids buried with the crown prince Huang Shuyan. What awaits them is that they will be buried together with Huang Shuyan, the proud man of heaven. Huang family, a century-old incense. The prince of the Huang family died, how could he be buried with no one? Since the eldest son Huang Shuyan loved beauty the most during his lifetime. Then his father Huang Zhengming prepared 10 top maids for him to be buried with his son. Burying a living person with him in such a battle is shocking and outrageous. However, in the entire funeral chapel, no one dared to speak out and accuse. The group of maids who accompanied the funeral had no choice. Their faces were frightened and dull. They were all threatened and forced. At this time, they were detained for several days, humiliated and tortured, and they were also hypnotized and brainwashed by professional brainwashers. They were completely sluggish at this time, like walking zombies, and they could only let the mermaid flesh and be buried with them. In the center of the huge circular platform of the church, there is a huge dragon coffin. The coffin is made of golden nanmo and is extremely luxurious. There is also a relief sculpture of a real dragon carved on the coffin. At this time, the body of the Huang eldest son, Huang Shuyang, was lying peacefully in the coffin. His body was made up by the beautician to be very calm, and he died peacefully. She was also wearing a golden Kowloon cheongsam. According to ancient customs, after death, a person wears a 9-dragon robe and is reincarnated as a general after death. Huang Mei I. The coffin is filled with gold and jade carved with dragons and phoenixes, making the deceased look like an emperor has descended. Even the ancient kings were just mediocre. But what was shocking was the hideous blood hole on his forehead. What exactly was this injury caused by? One hit, immediate death. Although this hideous hole and wound has been covered up, it still cannot cover up the terrible traces of blood. The cause of death of Huang Shuyang, the Huang family's public obituary is, Huang Shuyang died due to a car accident. But what kind of car accident could pierce his entire head? Regarding this matter, those who knew it did not dare to speak. Because they were all silenced. Those who didn't know about it were shocked and suspicious, but they could only discuss it quietly behind their backs. No one dared to really question it. The eldest son of the Huang family died in a car accident, so there is no room for doubt. The huge church with an area of several thousand square meters was almost full of people. It was completely dark, and all the guests from all walks of life were dressed in black and looked solemn. Pay homage to the dead. In front of the dragon-carved coffin, a priest bowed his hands and was praying for the souls of the deceased. Almighty God the Father, you are the source of life, you saved us through your Son Jesus. You are the Son, He is God, and you and the Holy Spirit live forever and ever, Amen. All the guests present bowed their heads and prayed with the priest to bid farewell to the departed souls. Huang Shuyan was standing quietly aside at this time. He was wearing a neat black suit. Although he was only in his early 50s, his hair was already slightly white. The head of the Huang family, one of the biggest tycoons in the south of the Yangtze River, turned gray overnight. The second son, Huang Honghu, stood closely behind his father with an extremely cold expression. For Huang Honghu, the death of his eldest brother is the fall of an idol. That kind of heartache made him sad. Huang Honghu has always regarded his eldest brother as his idol. His ability can turn everything upside down, a business tycoon. Xian Zheong aspires to surpass his elder brother and become as young and handsome as his elder brother, ultimately serving the family. But today, everything is gone. The eldest brother is dead. There was only one funeral left to see him off. At the last moment, the priest finished his prayer. The head of the Huang family, Huang Zhengming, lit a stick of incense and slowly raised his head to the sky in worship. "My son, go on your way." The overwhelming hatred in his heart could only be suppressed in his heart at this time. Huang Honghu slowly stepped forward and did not make any move to support his father. Instead, he placed the rare treasure he had been looking for days on the coffin. "Brother, I hope this rare pearl can illuminate your path to the top of the world in the next life." This sentence is not only for those who are sleeping, but also for those who are temporarily immersed in pain. Huang Zhengming looked at his youngest son not far away, his heart warmed, but he slowly walked off the stage. He didn't say much, but even if he didn't say a word, in the eyes of everyone, it would carry more weight than if he said 10,000 words. Everyone understands that the situation in this city is about to change. Not far away, the group of funeral maids wearing red cheongsam were forced to drink glasses of strong wine. Strong alcohol enters the throat, and he is about to be buried with him. On the steps, a middle-aged man in a black dress slightly raised his glass to Huang Zhengming, indicating that he was ready. "Everyone is here today to witness my son's wedding." Huang Zhengming's sudden words made everyone's expression slightly change, but no one dared to say anything. Next, the burial ceremony for the 10 maids is about to begin. At the funeral of the crown prince of the Huang family, 10 living girls must be buried with him. This is simply tragic. However, although everyone present was shocked, no one dared to stand up. The guests present had complicated and strange expressions, suppressing the panic in their hearts, and expressed their congratulations again. It seems as if today is really not a funeral, but a wedding. The priest's prayer also turned into a wedding message at this time. It's just that the answers of the 10 buried brides all became one-sided, covered by huge sounds. Some guests could not help but whisper, "The Huang family is really powerful. They can even hire such powerful psychologists." Indeed, these 10 young women who were buried with him were all deeply brainwashed. Now, she is willing to be buried with Master Huang Shuyang and become his bride. This is simply more terrifying than the brainwashing of a cult. However, these words were instantly interrupted by his companions. This is the territory of the Huang family, and no matter how many big bosses come here, they have to bow their heads. Who do they think they can say such a thing? Fortunately, no one noticed at this time, otherwise the two of them would be dead on the spot. At the last moment of the wedding, all the young women were seen lying in the phoenix coffins surrounding the 9-dragon coffin. The same golden phoenix weighed down the coffin, but the 12 coffin nails that were about to be nailed on were extremely dangerous. This is to suck away all the luck of those women in this life and the next. There is no more vicious technique than that. At the same time, it was drizzling outside the church. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 slowly stopped in front of the square, the door opened, and a young man in a black suit slowly got out of the car. He has fair skin, elegant and handsome complexion, like a scholar. He slowly opened the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz and took out 4 funeral wreaths. "Sir, you can't go in." The bodyguards in front of the church square stepped forward to intercept him, but before they could take action, they fell to the ground. No one even saw clearly how those bodyguards fell. Then, he just carried the wreath and walked slowly towards the square. Square, church door. The originally calm expressions of several guests suddenly changed. Then, their pupils suddenly dilated. A chill instantly spread from all around their bodies. The bodies of several guests almost stiffened. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. They rubbed their eyes and stared away again with wide eyes. In the end, a group of people were horrified. This group of guests were all those who witnessed that night in the banquet hall of the Peace Hotel. They had experienced the attack firsthand. And this time, all of them were creepy. Because they saw an unforgettable figure. The perpetrator, that night in the hotel, that perpetrator. The murderer who massacred Huang Shuyang, is here. That night at the Peace Hotel, he came to the Peace Hotel in such a calm manner. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated Huang Shuyang's trachea. Now, at this moment, he appears in person again. Outside the church door, on the steps, Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm and he walked slowly up the steps. Today, on such an occasion, he actually came to express his condolences in person. In his hand, he was holding 4 wreaths. This is simply arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Huang Zhengming's eyes were sharp and he noticed the weirdness of the scene. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he followed everyone's gazes and looked outside the church door. Then, his eyes locked on a figure. The young man walking slowly down the 100-meter stairs. Chen Zonghong slowly stepped up the steps. There was a smile on his lips. His eyes met with Huang Zhengming's in the church. At this moment, it was like a sword meeting a sword. The air freezes. Murderous intent surges. Everyone present felt that something was wrong. Who is this young man who comes suddenly? Immediately afterwards, more people present turned their attention to Chen Zongheng. The murderous intent at the scene was overwhelming. However, Huang Zhengming obviously had no intention of stopping the funeral ceremony for this young man who suddenly appeared. The priest's prayers became louder and louder, and the nails were about to fall, waiting for the last moment. God, grant them eternal rest, and let everlasting light shine upon them. God, we will praise you in Zion, hear my prayer, and we will salute you in Jerusalem. All bodies will return to you. Eternal rest. But, just when the priest was halfway through reading, suddenly, the voice stopped. The priest stood blankly on the stage. His mouth opened slightly, and he wanted to speak, but he couldn't. Then, a small trace of blood appeared in his throat. Immediately afterwards, the priest's body suddenly fell to the ground. Whole place, huge earthquake? What happened? No one saw that scene clearly, let alone what happened. Father, why did you suddenly fall down? In the entire scene, Chen Zongheng was the only one with a faint smile on his face, but the endless killing intent flowed in his eyes. Don't worry, he won't die. He just lost his voice temporarily. The corners of Chen Zongheng's mouth slightly raised. His figure, at some point, he had appeared at the door of the church, blocking the light outside the door. Boom! Everyone in the audience was shocked. The priest fell to the ground. Was it this young man who took action? None of them saw this young man take action? How did he take action? At the scene, most of the guests did not know Chen Zongheng, so their faces were full of shock. However, only those guests who were present at the Peace Hotel 3 days ago turned pale. 3 days ago, they visited the scene in person and had a deep understanding of it. They have experienced Chen Zongheng's terrifying killing attacks, killing people with just a raised hand. The guests were all so frightened that their legs were shaking, as if they were going to be executed by Ling Qi in the next moment. The terrible thing is not death, but the endless pain of waiting for death. The eyes of the people around who didn't know him also gathered at the same time. Even if you don't see clearly who took action. But in the eyes of everyone, there seems to be only one explanation. Only the mysterious and demonic young man at the door can do such a terrifying thing? Raise your hand to attack the priest? The smile on Chen Zongheng's face amplified the fear in everyone's hearts again. Today, the Huang family held such a grand funeral, the scale was unprecedented. But, at this moment, an uninvited guest came to the door and interrupted the funeral ceremony? That's it. Ha! At the same time, from all directions, a large group of security personnel quickly surrounded the church, in a surge. But Chen Zongheng's mouth curved up. He continued, lifting his leather shoes. Pace, pace, pace. The sound of black leather shoes stepping on the ground clearly echoed in the air around the church. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure stepping outside the door. He had his hands behind his back. His breath was calm. But it is as majestic as a dragon. It makes people terrified. He came just like that. Chen Zongheng stepped onto the stage step by step, and then, carrying 2 wreaths, he calmly stepped into the church door. The surrounding guests immediately backed away as if they had seen a ghost. The person who can come to the funeral is not as smart as a monkey. No one wants to die here without knowing anything. Those guests who were deeply aware of the situation were instantly like rabbits being targeted by wolves. Everyone's legs were shaking with fear, as if they were about to be executed by Ling Qi the next moment. The terrible thing is not death, but the endless pain of waiting for death. The eyes of the people around who didn't know him also gathered at the same time. What is this man's background? He actually openly injured today's priest? I guess I ate arsenic and became tired of living. Say less. Don't be blamed. What are you afraid of? Now the Huang family has nothing to do, but no one will notice us. What was originally a solemn funeral suddenly seemed to turn into a drama performance. After the clown came to an end, people began to talk about today's exciting plot. Both those who knew him and those who did not know him had a deep fear of him. There are only some exceptions, and that is the power of the Huang family. Seeing Chen Zongheng's face, they want to peel off his skin and bones and throw him into the abyss. In the dark stairwell, Huang Honghu, the second son, stared at the brilliant man not far away. In an instant, he slammed his fist on the table in front of him. The broken table looked like a noisy funeral outside. He could have taken this funeral to skyrocket to 90,000 miles. However, everything was ruined by a troublemaker. He didn't care how glorious the person sleeping in the coffin was. After all, the huge Huang family. He is the only one who can aspire for the top spot now. But why did something go wrong at this time? Kill him for me. Huang Honghu said with a cold voice and gritted teeth. Then a group of people appeared behind him. The security guards took action. However, suddenly a voice came from behind him, "Don't even move." Huang Zhangming walked over slowly, and his eyes were much calmer at this time. The rights I give you are not for you to use for impulse. Dad. Huang Honghu turned around with a pained expression and a look of indignation. If the director saw it, he would definitely give him an Oscar. Huang Zhangming couldn't bear it when he saw the pain in his eyes. Now is not the time. That's my brother. You are also my son. Everything you have in your hands must be used to ensure the glory of the Huang family. No matter what, those women should be put into coffins as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams. When Huang Zhangming said this, he walked out of the dark steps again. The guests outside saw Huang Zhangming returning, and at the same time they looked at Chen Zongheng not far away. The smile on his face amplified the fear in everyone's hearts again. But if the head of the Huang family doesn't move, the matter is not over. Even though the Huang family is extremely wealthy, an uninvited guest comes to their door on the most important day. This is something that no one can bear, yet the Huang family didn't do anything. Sure enough, this yellow gate is not something that ordinary people can understand. After a few words, the scene gradually returned to calm. People are waiting, but they don't know what they are really waiting for. The scene cooled down for a while, but no one took the first step. I saw that although the security personnel around me were ready to move, they did not take a step forward. Some people's hearts suddenly became anxious again. He memorized their faces. Today should be the day to die. Every day I live is a nightmare. After finally attending a funeral, I saw the devil again. Why even under the protection of so many security personnel? They have no sense of security at all. Others sneered. Those who challenge authority are either in the cement or in the Huangpu River. Without exception, even if he has the ability to shake the sky, it will be of no avail. Not far away, there were 2 old ladies standing beside each of the buried women in wedding dresses. Those old women were wearing bright red and purple clothes, but their faces were painted with death makeup. Anyone who knows anything knows that no one will dress like this except the hag who was getting married to the underworld. Any one of them would cost tens of millions of dollars to start, but the Huang family invited so many people at once. It seems that they are bound to win today's ghost marriage. These brides who were buried with him had all been deeply brainwashed. At this time, they had almost forgotten the meaning of living and just wanted to be buried with Mr. Huang's body. At the last moment. Suddenly, the wreath in Chen Zongheng's hand was slowly placed in the center of the church. Everyone present turned their gazes over. Only then did everyone see the words on the wreath. The merits are immeasurable and the death is limitless. Sleep in the underworld and live forever. What the fuck? There is simply a blood feud with the Huang family, right? Are you here for a funeral? Or are you here to cause trouble? Who would write these words on a wreath? Someone whispered something. Huang Zhengming stared at the crowd with poisonous eyes, but he failed to notice what someone said below. Security personnel immediately surrounded him from all sides. I saw a smile on Chen Zongheng's face. I came here to attend the funeral with good intentions. After all, I was the one who killed the person. Is it possible that they kicked me out when I came to see him off? Chen Zongheng was wearing a straight suit and stared at the funeral home with calm and indifferent eyes. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent for a moment. Damn it, you really can say it. This is making it clear that we will fight to the death with the Huang family. Huang Zhengming was almost angered by his words. This boy was the culprit who killed his beloved son. He wished he could eat this beast alive. The distance between the two is only 10 steps. If Huang Zhengming takes action, he can pull out a gun and kill someone in the blink of an eye. But his eyes were cold and expressionless. But almost everyone who knows him knows that the more indifferent Huang Zhengming is, the more terrifying he becomes. For a hero to be so calm and composed in the face of his murderer's enemy, you can imagine his terror. If a person like this got angry, it would probably shake Jiangnan. But no matter what, today, we must not take action. But he still couldn't let anyone see through his expression. He said coldly, "Get out of here. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured." Obviously, the head of the Huang family retreated. Today, he can't take action, and he doesn't dare to take action. If you can't even keep the dignity of your own son's funeral. In the eyes of outsiders, they are the biggest laughingstock in the city. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood that the Huang family did not want to make a big fuss about today's matter, nor did they intend to make a big fuss, but it was hard to say whether this person would be able to see the sun tomorrow after he walked out of this door. Oh. Chen Zongheng's wreath was instantly thrown onto the ghost marriage coffin not far away. On the coffin. I saw the wreaths standing squarely in the middle of the magnificent Kowloon coffin. The four words "death without borders" were aimed right at the face of the person inside. Ironically, the golden armor could not block the gurgling blood. 5 elements in Bagua, Kowloon Town Hall. The sarcasm on Chen Zongheng's face made everyone present shudder. You still dare to ask strangers to be buried with you and hold a ghost marriage? Emperors of all dynasties have not dared to do so. How dare you wait for me? Chen Zongheng's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly shouted loudly. The sound is as loud as thunder. While talking, the coffins of ghost marriages were placed at the eye of the Bagua array. Totally shattered. A heart-wrenching voice came from inside, as if trying to trick a corpse. Only now did all the guests realize that the young woman who had just been buried with them had handed them the fragrance. At this time, they were all held up by a woman dressed in horrible clothes, as if they were wooden figures. If the coffin hadn't broken into pieces, he would have been buried. It is estimated that no one will discover it no matter how many years it takes. In terms of cruelty and ruthlessness, there really is no big business that can compare to Huangmen. Seeing that the underworld marriage was destroyed, Huang Zhengming's face immediately darkened. He glared at the senior psychologist who was controlling the minds of those women not far away. I saw that he was sweating profusely at this time, as if he had just taken a sauna. In order to control the minds of these women, he spent a lot of mental energy and even psychological brainwashing. But at this moment, his entire control was interrupted by the young man's words. It was as if a tiger was roaring and biting. However, there was no disturbance in Chen Zongheng's eyes at all, they just looked at each other calmly. It is to make the world's top psychological master retreat and be exhausted. Using people's money to help others eliminate disasters. Since you like to make money from dead people so much, then let him go and sit with him. As soon as these words came out, the psychological master not far away looked blank, like a zombie. Pounced forward straight up. In order to avoid affecting the hypnotic effect, the psychological master stayed very close to the coffin. In less than a minute, he jumped directly into the coffin. The eldest son of the Huang family has a glorious life and is here. An old man over 50 years old weighed down the coffin. The surprised eyes of all the guests seemed like sharp swords piercing the hearts of the Huang family present. At this time, Huang Honghu's eyes were so angry that they were about to fall out, but he could not move even half an inch without giving an order. Before they lost their energy, the women who were buried with them slowly regained their consciousness one by one. The master of psychological manipulation is dead, and these women finally regain their sanity. Let me go. Ghost. Help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to be buried with you. The sound of women crying could not be heard without stopping. She was originally a young beauty, and the more lustful guests around her were instantly attracted to her. Only. The Huang family didn't have the guts to offend him, but they couldn't control their eyes. I'm just here to work, I don't want to die. Unfortunately, those hags are so powerful that it is difficult for ordinary people to break free. This is one of the reasons why they can stand here. Huang Zhengming obviously didn't react for a while, which also gave Chen Zongheng time to deal with the witches. I saw his figure floating past, and the dark afterimage was difficult to catch in the eyes of everyone. In the blink of an eye. Those hags, their pupils were widened, and blood was pouring out from their necks. Immediately afterwards, a group of hags all fell to the ground. There was blood, and the corpses stained the ground red. In the church, the faces of all the guests suddenly changed. This? Attack and kill dozens of hags in the blink of an eye? That's it. What's even more terrifying is that none of them saw, how did this young man take action? His skills are so fast. Chen Zongheng's face was calm, and he slowly dusted off the dust on his hands, then stepped over the corpses of the hags with his leather shoes, looking calm and calm. Not far from the church, the owner of the family, Huang Zhengming, suddenly had a look on his face, filled with murderous intent. But he forced himself to suppress his endless killing intent. Turning around, he said to the old housekeeper behind him, "Tell him to get out." These words were spoken by Huang Zhengming through gritted teeth. The old housekeeper nodded solemnly, and then, slowly stepped forward. "You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." The old servant's voice was full of evil spirits. This old servant's old eyes actually hid a sharp murderous intention. This old servant is a sharp sword. Although it is old, it has never become rusty. Chen Zongheng then withdrew his gaze from a distance and cast his gaze on the old servant in front of him. Artillery battery, field main gunner. Chen Zongheng's voice was deep and calm, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. Decades of military service have severely damaged your spine and waist. This is a stubborn disease and must be treated early. Ha! As soon as he said this, the old servant's rickety body trembled suddenly, with disbelief. He joined the army in 1952. Recruited into the army, field artillery battery, main gunner. After more than 30 years of military service, he finally retired from the disease. How did the young man in front of me know this? I just didn't expect that the mighty military soul would become a lackey of a gang-related family. Chen Zongheng said slowly, with helplessness, inexplicability, and slight ridicule in his voice. Boom! Hearing this, the entire scene, everyone was shocked. Is this young man so arrogant? How dare you speak to Uncle Huang Zhezhong like this? In the whole of Shanghai, Huang Zhengming, the head of the Huang family, is the most powerful. There are two old servants of the Huang family. Zhongbua. Uncle Zhong also has the surname Huang, and his full name is Huang Zhong. It is the bloodline on the edge of Huangmen. Now, I am lucky enough to enter the inner sect of the Huang family and become the old housekeeper. I am already a person in the Huang family who is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. At this time, the old servant Huang Zhong also trembled. The old fists were clenched tightly, and there seemed to be an endless and inexplicable aura emerging. Chen Zongheng's eyes were wandering, and he slowly put his right hand into his suit pocket. Then, he took out a package tightly wrapped in white cloth. Today's Mr. Huang's funeral, besides wreaths, I can't think of what to send. Let's take this, lunch as a small gift. Chen Zongheng said lightly and handed the white cloth thing to Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong's eyes were deep and he stared at Chen Zongheng for a long time. Then he slowly turned around, took the bag of items, and handed it to the head of the family who was dozens of steps up. The owner of the house, Huang Zhengming, looked calmly and took the white cloth handed to him. Then, slowly open it. All the guests around him cast curious glances. Everyone is curious to know, what is this? When Huang Zhengming opened the package of white cloth, there was a gasp of air at the scene. I saw that in the middle of the white cloth package lay several bloody severed fingers. These are the fingers of a living person. The center of the white cloth was stained blood red. These are the severed fingers of the members of your Huang family on the crossroads of Zhongshan Road the day before yesterday. Their bodies were not complete, so I cut off a few fingers and returned them to your Huang family. This can be considered a complete return to Zhao, right? Chen Zongheng stood on the steps, he said calmly. At the same time, he calmly took out a cigarette and lit it slowly. The day before yesterday, at the intersection of Zhongshan Road, the Huang family sent people to attack and kill him. All 10 killers died. Today, Chen Zongheng personally came to the door and presented the severed fingers of 10 Huangmen killers. The complete jade returned to Zhao. Huang Zhengming's hands were trembling slightly. Under his sunglasses, his pupils were staring at Chen Zongheng, who was dozens of meters away. The atmosphere in the entire scene was tense to the extreme. All the guests present were stunned. He was so frightened beyond belief by the scene in front of him. Outside the church, the sky was gloomy. After a thunder, a heavy rain suddenly came. A heavy downpour swept across the square. However, inside the church, the wind was blowing solemnly and extremely oppressively. Someone in the crowd started talking again. This is impossible. Will I ever see someone come to provoke the Huang family to this extent in my lifetime? Didn't you want to live anymore? The atmosphere that the Huang family had painstakingly created was once again broken. At the critical moment, the majesty of the royal family was once again trampled into the mud. It doesn't matter if he is aloof, it's not that he can't even hold a decent funeral. Those guests had been somewhat angry at being forcibly transferred, but now seeing the Huang family in such a state of disgrace, in line with the principle that the law does not punish the public, they did not leave any face to the Huang family. This gift is so good. Huang Zhengming's face looked like a palette, uncertain. There are so many people, but they can't even control Chen Zongheng. Is it possible that we have to let him continue to be arrogant? Obviously there was no need for him to speak now. Huang Hongmu understood instantly. Why are you just standing there? Today, he has 10 million on one finger, and whoever takes his head will be treated as a guest of our Huang family. At this moment, the second son Huang Honghu suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, the guests below who were famous for their martial arts also began to be eager to try. This guest of the Huang family is not a blank promise if anything happens. That must be the full support of a big family. There is nothing more exciting than this. One of them said something instantly. Young master of the Huang family, do your words count? Huang Honghu's face looked a bit ugly. Wasn't he obviously afraid that he would not be able to ascend to the position of head of the family in the future? But he could only smile good-naturedly, and then turn to face his father Huang Zhengming. Huang Zhengming glanced at Huang Honghu, and no matter how helpless he felt in his heart, it still wouldn't stop him from stepping down now. My son is right. Not only that, my Huang family will also add a bonus of 100 million. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. In an instant, more than 10 people stood up. Although they are all members of small families, they are also somewhat famous. Once we can succeed today, it will no longer be a matter of talk. What you can get from getting involved with the Huang family is not the glory and wealth that ordinary people can see. Head of the Huang family, this person, is left to me. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood up, and the man spoke in arrogant words. Huang Zhangming on the high platform smiled slightly. This man's name was Zhang Lei, and he was a well-known martial arts figure in the country. Having him to deal with him would really save a lot of trouble. What a pity. The next second, Huang Zhangming and all the guests were stunned by the scene in front of them. The man was ready to fight Qin Zongheng. You'd better kneel down and surrender, otherwise. Chen Zongheng said with a smile on his face, otherwise what? Otherwise, I will kill you without a burial. Snap. In the next second, Zhang Lei's whole fat body felt like it was struck by lightning. His entire face was distorted by a huge force of the fan blow, and then, his fat body was blown away by the fan, rolling down the steps like a meatball. I dare to kill Huang Shuyang, so what do you think? Chen Zongheng calmly retracted his right hand, then took out a square towel and wiped his palm. He is as elegant as a gentleman. No one had time to see how Chen Zongheng would take action. Just see a complete head and body separated. Zhang Lei's head flew into the air. His headless body slowly fell to the ground. The blood sprayed out caused the nearest people to be sprayed all over. Only those with quick eyes know. Just now, Chen Zongheng just dodged and moved his hands up and down. The man's head was slapped and flew away. This is such a perverted palm force that it can make a big living person's head fly out. Even the knife specially used by executioners in ancient execution grounds cannot make a person's head fly that far. The man's head just flew at Huang Zhangming's feet. The clamoring expression just now still stayed at that moment, and he didn't even have time to say the rest of the words. Just lost his life. Everyone gasped, and the hair on their backs stood on end. No one would think that they can be better than a national-level master. Money is easy to make, but you only have one life. When Huang Zhangming saw the head at his feet, he said bitterly, "Who can kill him? I am willing to give half of the Huang family's wealth." As soon as these words came out, Huang Honghu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even if he had to pay half of his family fortune, he still had to give face to a dead man. Didn't he think that he still had a son? It's a pity that even if Huang Zhangming gave everything to the Huang family, no one would dare to stand up. They didn't want to be the next head to fly onto the high platform and end up dead without any body parts. The blood of the person who had just died tragically was not wiped away. The person who was sprayed with blood didn't even dare to urinate, for fear that the smell would hit Qin Zongheng. Your life is at stake. Mr. Huang, what a big courage. Half of the Huang family's property? Chen admires it. Chen Zongheng's mouth curved even further, and he walked towards Huang Zhangming step by step. At the same time, he also extended his hand, as if to shake hands with the other party and salute. But Huang Zhangming had no intention of returning the handshake. He put his hands behind his back. And stared coldly at Chen Zongheng's approaching figure. He is the head of the Huang family, with 100 years of history. How can he bother to shake hands with this mere Qin Zongheng? What's more, this person is the murderer of his son and his sworn enemy. However, what is surprising is that Qin Zongheng stretched out his hand and walked to Huang Zhangming. He didn't shake hands with Huang Zhangming, but put his palm on Huang Zhangming's shoulder. Huang Zhangming's eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. But before he could react, suddenly, on the shoulder, a terrifying huge force came. Huang Zhangming's body trembled suddenly, his knees weakened, and he couldn't bear the force at all. Bang! The dignified head of the Huang family, Huang Zhangming, was directly pressed to the ground by a palm. When you see me, you should kneel down, Chen Zongheng said slowly with calm eyes. The whole place was in dead silence and in an uproar. This? What happened? The head of the Huang family was pressed to the ground by a young man? Huang Shuyang was extremely angry and tried to get up. But Chen Zonghang's hand was pressing on his shoulder, making him feel like a mountain weighing him down, unable to get up at all. Chen Zonghang's eyes were indifferent and he looked around at the sea of people. Around the church, countless guests had complex and frightened expressions on their faces, and they took a few steps back reflexively. "Don't worry, all of you here are not worthy of kneeling down for me." Chen Zonghang said a word without caring. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Damn it! Does this mean that these guests are not even qualified to kneel down? This person is simply domineering and arrogant to the extreme. Chen Zonghang stood calmly and scanned the audience. Indeed, he is the god of death. How can it be that ordinary people can kneel down whenever they want? Even if you kneel down to the god of death, you must have a qualification. Mortal ants don't even have the right to talk to the god of death, so how can they be qualified to kneel before the god of death? Huang Zhangming resisted the murderous intention, trembled his legs, and forcibly stood up from the ground. He is the head of the Huang family, how can he not have the power to use force? How could he be overpowered by this mere junior youth in front of him? Huang Zhangming stood up. At this time, his complexion was extremely livid. Under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to bear the murderous intention. Otherwise, the Huang family will be completely disgraced, and the spirit of the deceased son will not be able to rest in peace. However, the second son Huang Honghu, who was standing next to him, clenched his fists tightly and his face was extremely cold and angry. Huang Honghu, the second son of the Huang family, is in his early 20s. It has long been a terrifying beast that has been painstakingly cultivated. There was an endless fierceness in his eyes. Those are not the eyes of a 20-year-old young man at all, but the eyes of a vicious and unruly killer stained with human life. Suddenly, Huang Honghu reached out and took out a dark pistol from the waist of his suit. "Kneel down and apologize to my father immediately, or I will destroy all 9 of your clans." Huang Honghu's eyes were ferocious, and endless murderous violence emerged. As the second son of the Huang family, he is now the new blood and new hope of the Huang family. He is endlessly murderous. He is more ruthless and hotter than his elder brother. The surrounding air suddenly cooled down. Countless guests present unconsciously took a step back. This is a pistol. China is a country that bans guns. Under such strict laws, the second young master of the Huang family actually raised a gun. The situation became difficult to control. "Oh, really?" Chen Zonghang murmured, his eyes calm, and he walked towards Huang Honghu step by step. A few dozen steps away, Huang Honghu's pitch-black gun was aimed at him. The bullet can penetrate his body the moment he pulls the trigger. But he turned a blind eye to the dark pistol. Stepping forward, thousands of eyes are watching. "Put down the gun." At this moment, a voice broke the silence of the scene. The head of the family, Huang Zhangming, looked coldly and shouted at his son. "At this time today, at the funeral of the eldest son, how can we use guns? The person named Chen in front of me deserves to die, but he is not in a hurry. To kill him, after the funeral, the whole city was massacred. At this time, this funeral must be beautiful and flawless." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little solid. Everyone looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Huang Honghu's expression was unwilling, his stern eyes trembled slightly, and after a long time, he slowly put down the pistol. "Sheath the gun." This was his father's order, and he dared not disobey it. The atmosphere in the funeral parlor, which is luxuriously decorated with dragon carvings, is solemn. The Taoist priests also practiced salvation in the funeral parlor, and the whole scene was full of sorrow and joy. A huge ice coffin with the 9 dragons totem is enshrined in the center. In front of the ice coffin is a huge photo of Mr. Huang Shuyang. In the photo, he smiles warmly and brightly. A few days ago. He is still alive and unruly in the world. Dominate the south of the Yangtze River and control the wind and rain. In this part of Shanghai, those who hear his name are frightened by the news. But now, at this moment, they are about to be buried as a pair of bones. Huang Shuyan, who was lying in a Kowloon ice coffin and wearing a general's dragon robe, probably wouldn't have thought about it at the moment before he died. He would die so early. I killed the man. Now that he's here, I should send him on his last journey, right? Chen Zonghong was wearing a straight suit and stared at the funeral home with calm and indifferent eyes. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent for a moment. Damn it, you really can say it. This is making it clear that we will fight to the death with the Huang family. The distance between the two is only 10 steps. If Huang Zhengming takes action, he can pull out a gun and kill someone in the blink of an eye. But his eyes were cold and expressionless. But almost everyone who knows him knows that the more indifferent Huang Zhengming is, the more terrifying he becomes. For a hero to be so calm and composed in the face of his murderer's enemy, you can imagine his terror. If a person like this got angry, it would probably shake Jiangnan. After enduring for a long time, Huang Zhengming looked cold and finally spoke slowly. You are not qualified to worship my son. Huang Zhengming stood there, clenching his fists, and veins appeared faintly on his forehead. You are not qualified to worship my son. A smile appeared on Chen Zonghong's face. He looked at the soles of his feet with thousands of eyes on him. Who told you that I want to worship him? I just came to see if his body was decomposed. You have done many evil things, and your appearance after death is not good looking, right? The scene was dead silent, and the air suddenly became cold again. All the guests present were also inexplicably shocked. Isn't this young man too arrogant? Damn it, every word is really provoking the Huang family's bottom line. What trump card does he have behind him? Is he really not afraid of death? Don't you take Huang Zhengming's threats seriously at all? But Huang Zhengming's face remained cold, and he did not speak. Just staring at him. Young man, you are chasing a moth into a flame and seeking your own death. Huang Zhengming's forehead veins trembled faintly. He suppressed his anger and said slowly. The head of the Huang family is like a bow and arrow tightened at this moment, and he may be furious at any time. Chen Zonghong, on the other hand, raised his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. It's not you who has the final say about who lives and who dies. In this little Jiangnan, there is no one who can decide the life or death of Chen, me. After saying this, he stepped forward calmly, walking towards the coffin on the memorial platform. Ahead, a large group of security personnel rushed forward, trying to intercept him. Before he could get close to him, he was blown away. Bodies were flying all over the sky. It was miserable and hideous. Chen Zonghong stepped forward with a cigarette in his mouth and calm eyes. Basically, you can't see his action. Because, that speed is so fast that even the naked eye and light cannot catch it. There were only shadows all over the sky and the remains of bodies flying out. The posture of one person, facing a sea of hundreds of people, is like entering a deserted place. No one can stop him. He can hold the eagle bow like the full moon, look northwest, and shoot at the wolf. His eyes pointed at where he was, watching the dust escape. Under one man, he swept through thousands of armies. The corner of Chen Zonghong's mouth curled up, his emotions undisguised and without any reservation. He came here today just to see how terrifying the legendary Huang family is. At this time, I finally saw it. But, he seemed a little disappointed. Doesn't it mean that it is the inherited bloodline of that hero Huang Jinrong? Why, can't you feel the killing power of the Qinggang's black forces at all? What a disappointment. But now that I'm here, let's say our last goodbyes to Mr. Huang who was lying in the ice coffin. Chen Zonghong slowly walked into the funeral parlor. His eyes scanned the mourning hall carved with dragons and phoenixes, and then he slowly came to the ice coffin. Huang Shuyang's body was lying peacefully inside. Wearing a general's dragon robe, even after his death, the Huang family will make him famous and bury him among the best. Chen Zonghong glanced at the corpse in the ice coffin, his eyes dim and he didn't know what he was thinking. Young Master Huang, it was a one-sided relationship. I didn't expect you to take the first step. Keep in mind the threatening words that day. You will go well all the way. Chen Zhonghong looked calm, staring at the body in the ice coffin, and said slowly, "How presumptuous! When you see the deceased, you don't offer incense and bow? Are you well educated?" At this moment, a sharp scolding came from behind. With endless killing intent, Chen Zhonghong withdrew his faint eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, slowly turned his head, and looked behind him. I saw Huang Honghu, the second son of the Huang family, standing in front of the mourning hall, with his fists clenched and his face ferocious and extremely angry. His eyes were murderous and murderous. If his father hadn't stopped him, the second young master of the Huang family would have shot him on the spot and killed him into a pile of dregs. Sorry, I was in such a hurry this time that I didn't have time to bring the incense. Chen Zhonghong touched his nose, his eyes elegant and soft. How about this? Next time I wait for your funeral, I will light incense for you. The whole place fell silent for a moment. Huang Zhangming. Huang Honghu. Everyone present. Everyone. Everyone was shocked and speechless by his words. Next time, waiting for your funeral? Can I give you some incense? How arrogant do you have to be to say such rebellious words in front of countless members of the Huang family at this moment? Provocative, humiliating, and scrupulous. You are seeking death. Huang Honghu was young and energetic, his pupils were furious and ferocious, and he took out the dark pistol from his waist again. The dark gun hole was aimed at Chen Zhonghong. The scene at Nuoda. Everyone was thirsty and nervous. This situation is beyond control. Facing the dark and cold gun hole opposite, the corner of Chen Zhonghong's mouth raised a slight arc. Second young master, do you want to kill me? He walked forward slowly with a smile on his leather shoes. He actually walked towards the bullet hole. Instead of avoiding or giving way, he faced the gun directly. Before your eldest brother died, he aimed his gun at me just like you. Chen Zhonghong said slowly and calmly. After hearing this, everyone present said, "Dare to be so unscrupulous in provocation in front of Huang Zhangming, at the gunpoint of the second son of the Huang family, is he really not afraid of death?" Bang! A violent gunshot sounded. Huang Honghu looked ferocious and furious, and finally the gun went off. A bullet quickly penetrated the barrel of the gun, passed through the air, and shot towards Chen Zhonghong's head at supersonic speed. And he, Chen Zhonghong, the corner of his mouth raised a curve. The moment the bullet was about to penetrate his head, his figure disappeared. The bullet cut through the air, lost its target, and shot into the wall of the mourning hall behind him. In the center of the wall, there was a gunshot hole filled with smoke. The entire scene was silent for a short time. Everyone stared, unable to react. This. What's going on? Bullets were fired, but the target person disappeared in front of him? Did he avoid the bullet? How did he disappear? Could it be, is it a ghost? The hearts of everyone present jumped. At that moment, among the hundreds of pairs of eyes present, no one could clearly see Chen Zhonghong's movements. How did he dodge the bullet? Not far away, Uncle John's old and rickety body trembled uncontrollably. That was horror, disbelief. Everyone might not be able to understand it, but he vaguely captured the young man's movement. His footwork is like a dragon's and his body speed is like lightning. So scary. What a terrifying tactical evasion technique. Is this a rumored terrifying skill that can only be mastered by certain secret forces? Special warriors use heaven-defying power to reverse the limits of the human body. Beyond ordinary people, his body can dodge bullets, his body can be compared to supersonic speed? The head of the Huang family, Huang Zhangming, was still standing there, but under his sunglasses, his eyes, which showed no joy or sadness, were indeed more focused than ever before. There was a hint of curvature in the corner of Chen Zhonghong's mouth, his eyes were dull, he stretched out his hand, took out a cigarette and lit it. Then, step by step, he walked towards Huang Honghu. What a pity, the speed of that bullet is still a little slower. Huang Honghu's hand holding the gun was shaking. He stared at Chen Zhonghong in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Huang Honghu's legs felt a little weak. He moved slowly and backed up. That day, your eldest brother shot me in the same way." However, his end was more miserable. The corners of Chen Zongheng's mouth curled up, and the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly closed together, making a snapping sound of the joints. Swish, swish, swish. All around, countless Huang family security guards quickly gathered around. Everyone was in darkness, surrounding Chen Zongheng. Murderous and cold. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. This is the momentum to kill. A fierce and burly bodyguard suddenly stood in front of Chen Zongheng, blocking his way forward. "Step forward and kill without mercy." The burly bodyguard's face was cold, and his voice exuded endless killing intent. "This is an executioner who has actually killed people. Do you want to die for your young master?" Chen Zongheng raised his head meaningfully and glanced at the bodyguard lightly. His eyes raised slightly. "Okay, then I'll make it happen for you." He suddenly raised his hand, and with his fair and elegant right palm, he strangled the burly bodyguard's neck. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. His palms were like sharp ice, and in an instant, he broke the neck of the burly bodyguard. The burly bodyguard's pupils widened. He clutched his strangled neck with both hands. Huge blood holes emerged, staining his entire shirt red. Kick, kick, kick. The bodies of the bodyguards fell back one after another, and the blood on their necks couldn't stop overflowing crazily. Bang! The bodyguard's body fell down hard, and blood stained the surrounding ground red. The entire scene was as silent as a chill. Thousands of looks were shocked and horrified. With a raised hand and a raised foot, in the blink of an eye, a human life was wiped out? Dare to cut the neck of the Huang family's bodyguard in front of the head of the Huang family? This special mother simply doesn't take the Huang family seriously. In the entire Jiangnan and Shanghai, I am afraid that there will never be another person. Huang Hongwu's face turned pale, and his body fell backwards in a hurry. He tripped over something under his feet, and fell straight to the ground. This scene was silent again. Huang's face was completely slapped. Chen Zongheng stood there calmly, took out a white square towel from his suit pocket, and then slowly wiped his right hand. The entire right hand was stained with the bodyguard's blood. The bloody right hand is horrifying. But he was calm and composed, like an elegant gentleman. Elegant, indifferent, and murderous. At this moment, all he lacked was a glass of wine. If there is red wine as a lining, wouldn't it be more beautiful to kill someone? You will not come out of Shanghai alive. Suddenly, Huang Zhangming, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Your whole family will be slaughtered by all the 9 tribes. Huang Zhangming's voice was calm, without any threatening tone. But this kind of breath makes people feel even more frightened. Chen Zongheng wiped off the bloodstains on his hands and raised the corners of his mouth. Thank you for reminding me, I have no plans to leave Shanghai. I'm afraid I will stay in this city for a long time. At the scene, everyone felt their mouths were dry and their minds were tense. The air seemed to be filled with a thick smell of gunpowder smoke. With just one click, it explodes instantly. Okay, very good. I hope you can live a long life. Your family can also live a long life. Huang Zhangming slowly took off the sunglasses on his face. His pupils were still calm and indifferent, giving people the feeling of falling into an ice cellar. These words were calm and indifferent, but they carried a great threat. After the funeral, the Huang family will go to war. The clan named Chen was massacred with blood. With Mr. Huang's good words, I think. I will definitely live longer than Mr. Huang and your son. Chen Zongheng slowly blew out a smoke ring, his eyes were dark, he walked straight to the ice coffin. The air at the scene was so quiet that it was suffocating. In the Kowloon ice coffin, Huang Shuyang's body lay quietly. Wearing a golden robe and a golden dragon crown. There is an emerald night pearl in his mouth. Even if he died, he was still superior to others. Members of the Huang family inherit noble blood. How many people sacrificed their lives for the country and were wrapped in horse leather, but you, a mere wild man, the son of a gangster, how can you enjoy such a coffin burial? Chen Zongheng stared at the corpse with cold eyes, muttering to himself. However, his voice was not soft, so everyone present heard it. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. This man is so damn, he provokes the Huang family's bottom line again and again. To say such disrespectful words to a corpse? That's it. Huang Zhengming's face finally turned cold. Today, his son was buried. He has endured endless emotions and anger. But, at this moment, he couldn't bear it. You are really provoking the bottom line of my Huang family. Huang Zhengming's eyes were colder than ever before, and he slowly stepped forward step by step. My Huang family has been in Shanghai for more than 100 years, and the name of the Qinggang will last forever. In this Jiangnan, my Huang family is the sky. Before and after my son's life and death, he will be rich in gold and enjoy the opportunity of a golden coffin and a dragon robe. Huang Zhengming, his voice was calm, cold and solemn. And you, just a speck of dust, how can you be so arrogant here? Hearing this, Chen Zongheng suddenly smiled, and he smiled meaningfully. Oh? Really? By coincidence, my name is also Zongheng. After today, you should be able to remember my name. Huang Zhengming stepped forward step by step, his aura was cold and threatening. Leave the mourning hall immediately. Get out of here. Huang Zhengming's voice was cold, like a sword coming out of the body. But Chen Zongheng still ignored it. He stared dimly at the body in the ice coffin. You lie in the Kowloon golden coffin, enjoying the glory after death, wearing a golden dragon robe. But my soldiers sacrificed their lives for the country, but they can only be wrapped in shrouds, and even their bones cannot be returned to their hometowns. Chen Zongheng slowly reached out and touched the expensive gold ice coffin. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his big hand suddenly lifted up. Boom! The pure gold dragon coffin, which weighed several tons, was directly blasted into the air by a huge force. Everyone in the audience, their expressions suddenly changed. What is this for? Bastard! What are you going to do? Put down my eldest brother's coffin quickly. Huang Honghu, the second son of the Huang family, roared with furious eyes. Chen Zongheng held the giant golden coffin in one hand and looked around at everyone. At this time, he was like a god of war, his energy shaking the sky under one person. The corners of his mouth raised in arc. The next second, his right hand dragged the golden coffin and slammed it down towards the ground. No! Huang Honghu, the second son, was furious. Stop! Huang Zhengming, the owner of the family, finally couldn't help it and rushed forward quickly. But everything was too late to stop it. Boom! A loud noise. The golden coffin exploded. The ground is dented and cracked. Gold fragments scattered all over the sky. The scene is shocking. Huang Shuyan's body lost its contrast and fell directly to the ground. In the audience, everyone's expressions suddenly changed and their hearts trembled. What the fuck? The coffin was blown to pieces? How dare he shatter Mr. Huang's coffin? Having done all kinds of evil things during his lifetime, how can he deserve to enjoy all the blessings after his death? Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm and leisurely, staring at Huang Shuyan's body at his feet. How can a mere gangster's son deserve to wear this general's robe? Chen Zongheng's right hand suddenly spun. Zheng! A silver light pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, Huang Shuyang's Kowloon gold silk general's robe was cut and torn into pieces. Dead silence, the whole place. This is simply treason. It's simply too arrogant. What a bloody feud this is with the Huang family. The entire scene, the thousands of guests, everyone, were all stunned in disbelief. Brother at. The second son Huang Honghu's eyes were furious, and his murderous violence was endless. Asshole. You dare to insult my elder brother's rest? I want you to die. At this moment, he was so mad and furious that he wanted to cut Chen Zongheng into pieces and cut him into pieces with 1,000 knives. From all directions, a large group of Huang family security guards rushed forward in a furious rush. Surround Chen Zongheng. The scene was filled with murderous intent. Chen Zongheng's face was calm and indifferent, his hands were clasped behind his back, and as he looked, he was facing the murderous security guards. Kill him. Huang Honghu was completely furious and ferocious. He shouted angrily and suddenly loaded the gun in his hand. Today, he will completely slaughter this bastard. My eldest brother was so humiliated at his funeral. Even the coffin was shattered? Are the general shrouds and uniforms torn to pieces? This is simply a great shame. After all, they are brothers of the same blood. After all, he is the eldest brother who has been a sibling for decades. How can it be that you just stand there and watch your elder brother's body being humiliated? Huang Honghu has been running rampant for many years. When has he ever been stepped on and humiliated like this? It was simply a naked attempt to attack the dignity of the Huang family. How long had the Huang family been so aggrieved? Back off. At this moment, the father behind him, Huang Zhangming, suddenly shouted angrily. It interrupted the atmosphere of the whole place. The whole audience was stunned for a moment, surprised. The head of the family, Huang Zhangming, not only did not take action, but instead spoke out, scolding his son and telling him to retreat. Stop messing around. Stand down. Huang Zhangming shouted angrily again. Huang Honghu's face trembled and looked extremely ugly. On such an occasion, in such a rage? My father actually refused to take action? Also, scold yourself? Is this father an old fool? Everyone in the entire scene was dead silent. However, I cannot resist my father's words. Huang Honghu's eyes were red and he stared at Chen Zongheng. If eyes could kill, then he would have torn Chen Zongheng into pieces by now. In the end, Huang Honghu gritted his teeth and stepped back slowly, unwillingly, standing behind his father. But his eyes were still fierce and murderous, glaring at Chen Zongheng. Young man, you are so careless about life and death, do you really not take my Huang family seriously? Huang Zhangming looked coldly, stared at Chen Zongheng, and said slowly. Security guards from all directions, with cold and turbulent expressions, hundreds of security guards, hundreds of electric batons, and electric currents filled the air. The scene of murder was terrifying. Why should I put your Huang family in my eyes? Chen Zongheng said with an arc at the corner of his mouth, not caring. The entire scene was suddenly filled with dead silence. Huang Zhangming looked coldly and walked step by step in front of Chen Zongheng. The two looked at each other calmly. Chen Zongheng is calm and elegant, like a gentleman. Huang Zhangming, on the other hand, forcibly restrained his endless anger, like a nuclear weapon that could explode at any time. Young man, you are very successful and I will remember you. Huang Zhangming's voice was cold, like a crawling beast, which made people tremble. Oh, really? Chen Zongheng looked at him meaningfully with a hint of curvature at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Huang has remembered it. Your name is Chen Zong Hung. Huang Zhangming's voice was very calm, and his eyes were endlessly deep, as if there were thousands of murderous intentions hidden in them. Chen Zongheng smiled lightly, extremely elegant. That's great. I hope that not only Mr. Huang will remember it, but the entire Huang family will remember my name. My surname is Chen, and my given name is Zongheng. The surname is Chen and the given name is Zongheng. The hearts of everyone present were trembling. This name, from this moment on, has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone present. This name will gradually make the whole Shanghai a storm. This name will soon become the starting point of the Huang family's bloody massacre. A bloody battle is inevitable. Extremely arrogant. Who do you really think you are? Behind him, the second young master Huang Honghu couldn't restrain his anger and said ferociously, Sooner or later I will peel off your skin, pull out your bones and muscles, and slaughter your whole family. Chen Zongheng's eyes were indifferent and he gave him a meaningful look. Very good. You are young, impulsive, and ruthless. You are a good prospect. This sentence is more like a compliment. But the next sentence made people's hearts beat fast. I have killed countless young people like you. It would be a pity if I killed you again. Everyone in the audience. This is so fucking arrogant. Huang Honghu's eyes were ferocious, and he was furious. But before he could speak, he was forced back by his father's gaze. He clenched his fists tightly, holding back his murderous intent. Chen Zongheng stood in the field, looking around lightly. Everyone, we have a long way to go. We are destined to meet again. Then, he put his hands behind his back, calmly and elegantly. He just turned around and walked slowly outside the church. Huang Zhengming's eyes were profound and endless, staring straight at his leaving figure. Chen Zongheng, we will meet again soon. Huang Zhengming finally spoke slowly. His voice was extremely calm, but it made people tremble inexplicably. But right now. Chen Zongheng, who had just stepped out of the church, suddenly turned back. His eyes met again with Huang Zhengming's, who was dozens of steps away. Like light and like a dragon, murderous intent trembles. At this moment, Chen Zongheng's pupils seemed to be full of endless ferocity. It was as if a hellish Shura appeared in the world. Not far away, Huang Zhengming, the head of the Huang family, also had his pupils trembled suddenly and his mind was greatly shaken. He, an old man who has been involved in the world for decades, was so shocked by this young man's eyes? Then, Chen Zongheng smiled outside the church. The clouds are calm and the wind is gentle. He turned around and walked slowly down the church steps. And, at the moment he turned around, at the door of the church, the two thick bronze doors suddenly boomed. With a sound, it fell apart. In the church, the whole place was trembling. No one saw it, let alone saw clearly what happened. The moment he turned to leave, the bronze door of the church was blown to pieces. This. Is it a threat? Or a warning? Chen Zongheng ignored it and slowly walked towards the square 1,000 square meters away. There, his black Mercedes-Benz car was still parked at the door. It's drizzling, and the wind is getting louder. Huang Zhengming looked complicated and embarrassed, staring deeply at his leaving figure, not knowing what he was thinking. The whole scene. Almost everyone froze on the spot, their eyes dull, shocked, and in disbelief. Today is such a solemn occasion. At the funeral site of Huang's eldest son, he wantonly provoked and humiliated the Huang family, then shattered the coffin, and even more unscrupulously tore into pieces the deceased's general's robe. Such a defiant act is simply a complete provocation to the Huang family's bottom line. This young man was destined to die. The Huang family is destined to be a giant family for a century. At that time, the descendant family of the hero Huang Jinrong. The Huang family was so angry that the whole city was massacred with blood. However, this young man can leave safely at this moment. This still makes everyone present find it hard to believe. Mr. Huang actually, really let him go. Huang Zhengming stood in front of the mourning hall with his hands behind his back and his eyes were cold, watching Chen Zongheng leave. I'm going. Isn't it true? The head of the Huang family really didn't do anything? Let him go? I have a hunch that the sky in Jiangnan is going to be in chaos. There was a sea of people and guests all around, and they were all frightened. Today, Chen Zongheng's actions are destined to lead to an overwhelming revenge from the Huang family. Perhaps, from the moment he stepped out of this square, he was already a dying person. The Huang family wanted to kill the person, and almost no one in the whole city could save him. In the huge square thousands of meters away, drizzle was falling. The Huang family's unprecedented funeral should have attracted the attention of the whole city. Almost everyone in the audience was paying attention to this huge and grand state funeral. Yes, at 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as the official news came to the Huang family, it suddenly came out. Due to special reasons, Huang Shuyan's funeral has been cancelled. Mr. Huang's funeral has been cancelled? This? The news spread throughout the city almost instantly. At this moment, almost the whole city was shocked, right? What happened? Good luck. Why was the grand funeral cancelled? Today is an auspicious day, the best day for burial. Is this simple? The people were all shocked and wondering, what happened during the funeral? Then, inexplicable rumors suddenly leaked out. Leave a message saying, at the funeral, someone caused trouble in public. Then, the people in the entire city were shocked. Make trouble? Dare you be so provocative at the funeral of Mr. Huang? Dare to make trouble? Is this eating the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard? Everyone was shocked and inquired. Everyone was shocked. Who on earth was so bold that he dared to cause such trouble in an occasion like the Huang family? However, the news was completely blocked by inexplicable forces, making it impossible to know. There are rumors circulating everywhere, but no one has confirmed the true news. As a result, people were even more curious and shocked about the mysterious troublemaker. Who could that person be? It's even a little bit uncontrollable. Finally, the top insiders finally came forward and used their authority to block speech. The Huang family was forced to fight against the pressure of various gossips. Finally, the media organizations under the Huang family publicly clarified and explained. There were some minor accidents at the funeral, so you don't need to speculate too much. It was just a few minor accidents that would be resolved quickly. But this so-called resolution caused the entire funeral to be cancelled. Shanghai, the bund along the Huangpu River. An arc-shaped skyscraper stands. On the top of the building, four huge fonts hang, Fuxing Group. Fosun Group Headquarters, office on the top floor. Wu Xiaozi was sitting on the sofa, taking a rest with a cigar in his mouth. The entire city's situation and all changes seemed to be under his control. Today, the funeral of Mr. Huang's parents. The Huang family did not invite Wu Xiaozi, and he had no intention of going. When the two forces are so powerful that they are equally matched, there will be disputes and covetousness. The Huang family will only invite people with the same ideals, not future enemies. However, although Wu Xiaozi did not go to the funeral, he was very interested in the funeral. 2 days before the funeral, the Huang family had already made some moves. Use all your strength to blockade the whole city. As expected, after today's funeral, the Huang family will take action. Blood slaughter, Chen family. The Qiu group will suffer a huge disaster. The corner of Gui Xiaozi's mouth curled up. He was very happy to see this result. The world is in troubled times, and without strife, how can the world come to be? At this moment, a uniformed female secretary suddenly rushed into the office. Sir, something happened at the Huang family's funeral. The female secretary's voice was urgent and nervous, and she bowed to report. Gu Xiaozi still closed his eyes and slowly blew out a smoke ring. What happened? Could it be that the Huang family couldn't bear it any longer and took action against Qin Zongheng in advance? The female secretary shook her head vigorously. With a complicated face and a solemn voice, a man named Chen went to the Huang family's funeral, and made a big fuss at the funeral. Ha! Wu Xiaozi's closed eyes suddenly opened. What? His pupils were shocked and in disbelief. The man surnamed Chen made a big fuss at the funeral? Chen Zongheng? Wu Xiaozi suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes uncertain, staring deeply out of the French window. Outside the window, on the Huangpu River, freighters' ferries slowly passed by. This piece of Jiangnan is still so quiet and peaceful. Chen Zongheng, you really opened my eyes. Wu Xiaozi's eyes were dark, staring at the river view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky in this city was becoming more and more interesting. The storm is about to rise and the waves are rolling. And at the same time, a black nanny car was speeding down the street. Zhou Ruodong, a well-known local host in Shanghai City, was dressed in a white dress and sitting in the car with helpless eyes. She was forced by the TV station leader to attend the Huang family's funeral. Mr. Huang of the Huang family was notorious, and Zhou Ruodong didn't want to get involved in anything related to the Huang family. But she had no choice but to do something because her leaders were forcing her to do so. At this moment, I was also hurriedly driving towards the funeral site. But, just when she was about to feel the funeral scene. As a result, news suddenly spread? The Huang family funeral, cancelled? Zhou Ruodong's pretty face was stunned, completely confused? Confused? This is, what happened? The Huang family's funeral was so good, how could it be cancelled? Her tense and helpless mood, for some reason, suddenly relaxed at this moment. She made a phone call to the leader. I confirmed this with my boss on the phone. Finally, Zhou Ruodong's heart relaxed completely. The Huang family funeral was really cancelled. Zhou Ruodong leaned on the massage chair in the nanny car, her beautiful eyes curious and uncertain, looking out the window doubtfully, as if thinking. Listening to rumors, it seems that someone caused trouble at the Huang family's funeral? I don't know, is this true or false? If it is true, that person is really ruthless. There are not many people who dare to openly challenge the Huang family in this Jiangnan and Shanghai city. Zhou Ruodong's beautiful eyes were complicated, and she kept thinking about the authenticity of the news. Throughout the morning, news of the termination of the funeral of Mr. Huang spread almost throughout the city. Chiu Group, President's Office. Xiao Yiren stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her hands on her shoulders. He stared out the window, but his eyes were unfocused. The long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly, which was a vague premonition of uneasiness. Last night, Chen Zongheng asked her to prepare 4 wreaths. He threatened to attend Mr. Huang's funeral. But this morning, he actually went. Xiao Yiren could not dissuade him. After these few days of contact, she suddenly understood that this man was a sleeping beast with his eyes closed. Her efforts could not dissuade the beast. She couldn't even see through this man's heart. She didn't understand what was this man's intention. Why did you go to the Huang family's funeral? Doesn't he know the idiom, call the wolf into the tiger's den? The Huang family's funeral scene, wasn't it like a tiger's den? Xiao Yiren had been restless since the whole morning. Then, when she learned that the Huang family's funeral had been cancelled, her heartbeat became even more chaotic. What she was most worried about seemed to be happening out of control. Chen Zongheng went to the Huang family's funeral, and then the funeral was cancelled? What on earth did he do at the funeral? Can he still come out alive? At the same time. Building, Chairman's office. Xiao Huaihai was also uneasy. He was pacing back and forth in the office. This shopping mall tycoon who was over 50 years old was actually a little restless at this moment. He has been working in Shanghai for many years and has a comprehensive news network. When he learned from his informants that the person who disrupted the Huang family's funeral was Chen Zongheng, the head of the Chiu family couldn't sit still at all. Immediately afterwards, he sent someone to find out the news. But until now, there has been no reply. The Huang family has completely blocked the news. At this time, he only knew that the Huang family funeral was over. As for what exactly happened at the funeral? What happens next? Don't know anything. The more you don't know, the more uneasy you feel. Making a fuss about the Huang family's funeral is tantamount to flying a moth into a flame. The young man named Chen was too young and energetic after all. No matter how good he is at fighting, no matter how good his skills are. But the Huang family is a whole big family. What is a clan? Thousands of them, with endless bloodlines. This is the clan. How can one person deal with thousands of troops? Xiao Chen's actions not only harmed himself. It even dragged the entire Chiu family into a dead end. How to deal with the revenge of the Huang family? Noon, 11 o'clock. In front of Chiu's building under the scorching sun, 2 security guards were stationed at their duty stations. The surroundings seemed a little quiet. The signs of early summer had made the air quiet and hot. Suddenly, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 drove from a distance and slowly stopped at the door of Chiu's building. A pair of shiny black leather shoes slowly stepped out. Chen Zongheng got out of the car elegantly with a cigarette in his mouth. He walked into Chiu's mansion just like that. At the same time, a piece of news was instantly transmitted to the ears of several senior executives of the entire group. Chen Zongheng is back. President's office. Xiao Yiren's pretty face was in disbelief, with endless complexity. He's back? Invite him to see me immediately. Xiao Yiren's pretty face was complicated and solemn, and she ordered her secretary. A few minutes later, the office door was pushed open. Chen Zongheng walked in slowly with a cigarette in his mouth and an elegant temperament. Xiao Yiren turned around, her beautiful eyes were complicated and incomprehensible, and she glanced repeatedly at this elegant young man. It was an indescribable shock. The man in front of him was making a scene at the Huang family's funeral just a few hours ago. But at this moment, he appeared in front of him safe and sound? How did he get out? The Huang family actually let him back? Mr. Chen, did the Huang family have any trouble for you? Xiao asked cautiously with a complicated voice. Chen Zonghong slowly blew out a smoke ring, calmly and elegantly. Why are you in trouble? I was the one who killed Mr. Huang. As the person involved, I naturally want to see him off. Is there anything wrong with this? Chen Zonghong said calmly. Xiao how domineering do you have to be to say these words? A murderer giving a farewell to the deceased? Simply unprecedented. Mr. Chen, today, you are too impulsive. Xiao Yiren's voice was solemn, although she didn't know how Chen Zonghong was able to return safely. However, Chen Zonghong's move today really added fuel to the fire. You went to the Huang family's funeral rashly, and waited for the wolf to enter the tiger's den. No matter how skilled you are, after all, you are no match for the entire clan. Tiger's den? Chen Zonghong took a deep breath of cigarette. Turning around, he walked out of the president's office calmly. The Huang family is nothing more than a nest of ants to me. Xiao Yiren was left standing blankly in the office, her face full of shock and astonishment. This Huang family funeral almost touched the nerves of the entire Shanghai. The termination of the funeral caused all kinds of gossip to spread throughout the city. Today's Shanghai and Hainan are destined to be restless. The storm is turbulent, and the waves are washing over the sand. As the protagonist of this turmoil, Chen Zonghong still leaned on his chair calmly, smoking cigarettes one after another. Until dusk, the office door was pushed open. Mr. Chen, it's time to get off work. Let's go. Xiao Yiren endured the smell of cigarette smoke in the room and greeted him. Xiao Yiren did not dare to put on any airs about this security director. Not only because Chen Zonghong saved her life twice in a row, but also because this man's aura was so strong that even Xiao Yiren didn't dare to look directly at him. Chen Zonghong put out his cigarette but stood up and walked out of the office calmly. Downstairs, 5 black Mercedes-Benz bulletproof vehicles were waiting. Get in the car and start. 5 black Mercedes-Benz cars drove away slowly. Along the way, Xiao Yiren's mood was always a little uneasy. Starting from today's incident, her grievances between the Chiu group and the Huang family have completely fallen into an unending state. In other words, there will be crises around her every moment. But along the way, it was surprisingly quiet. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars drove along the main road for half an hour. Then slowly drove into the Ziyuan Manor Villa area. There were no assassinations or attacks, and it was a bit too quiet. The Mercedes-Benz motorcade slowly stopped at the door of Xiu's villa. Xiao Yiren got out of the car and glanced at the surrounding villas with complicated eyes. Dozens of bodyguards were stationed outside the villa, which seemed to be a tight wall. But Xiao Yiren's uneasiness was even worse. The Huang family has been inherited for hundreds of years. In the past few decades, many families have been crushed and destroyed like ants. The power of the Huang family is immeasurable. She even had an unimaginable thought in her mind: if the Huang family came in full force, how would she and the entire Chiu family face it? Inside Chiu's villa, the lights are bright. Tonight's dinner will be cooked by Chiu's mother, Luo Shangnan. A table full of delicious dishes, fragrant. Outside the villa, it was getting dark. In the villa, the Chiu family's dinner was being served. Facing this table full of delicious dishes, Xiao Yiren had no appetite. Under the complicated mood and pressure, how could she still think about eating? She held the chopsticks and her eyes were a little distracted. The sister on the side, who was in a state of fullness under the autumn frost, stretched out her chopsticks and raised and lowered her hands to the dishes on the table, without any trace of the girl's gentleness. How do you know how to be polite when you are in your early 20s? What's more, she is not a gentle little sister. In school, she is the school bully, pretending to be polite? Thank you, she won't. The little girl reached out and grabbed a large gate from the plate, and began to remove the shell with skillful movements. Although there were piles of hairy crab shells in front of her dining table, she obviously didn't care, using her classic saying, "It's a blessing to be able to eat, and I won't gain weight anyway." "By the way, sister, I heard that someone made trouble at Mr. Huang's funeral today? Is it true?" Xiao Shuangxia blinked her beautiful eyes while nibbling hairy crabs, and cast curious eyes on her sister. "My sister has been in the mall for many years, so she should have better information than me." As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became quiet. Xiao Shuang blinked her big eyes and looked at her sister like this. Xiao Weiren didn't know how to speak and explain this problem. "Ignore the rumors and let's eat." Xiao Weiren replied absent-mindedly with a complex voice. "No, sister, there is no smoke without fire. The whole city is in an uproar because of the news. There must be something real." Under the autumn frost, I raised my little head and took a bite of hairy crab meat. I wonder who was so awesome. He even dared to mess up the funeral of young Master Huang. Xiao Shuang gnawed on crab legs, his big eyes full of inexplicable admiration. The little girl is not usually a serious person, and she often bullies boys in school. What she longs to admire most is this kind of rebellious hero. Young and dangerous, rebellious, fearless, this is what she yearns for in her heart. "Eat well." Her sister Qiu Weiren shouted to her again, telling her to stop making assumptions. But Qiu Shuangxia was a rusted chatterbox, his face was filled with admiration, and he was almost out of control. "Huang Shuyan has done all kinds of bad things on weekdays, and he deserves to be punished. But the man who disrupted his funeral is really awesome, eh? I wish I could get to know him. I don't know if he is handsome or not, maybe he is very young. If he is a little handsome, I can marry him." The beautiful eyes were shining under the autumn frost, and the little girl's fantasy nature began to become obscene. Ahem. Chen Zongheng was eating calmly aside, but when he heard Qiu Shuangxia's words, he choked on his food and coughed hard. The beautiful eyes under the autumn frost looked at him and glared at him. "What are you doing? Look at you like that. You look like a pretty boy. Apart from being handsome, do you have any other advantages? You're not cool at all. You look sick." She probably doesn't know yet, the person she knows. The hero figure he admired was sitting in front of him at this moment. Sick? At this time, Chen Zongheng choked again and coughed violently when he heard this girl's words. This cold-blooded god of death, stained with endless blood, was completely disgraced in front of a little girl. "Look at how cowardly you are. You'll choke even after eating. How can you still be the security director like this? I really don't know why my sister hired you." Her beautiful eyes glanced at him under the autumn frost, with a hint of sadness on her pretty face. "Laugh lightly. Nonsense. Show some respect to Mr. Chen and shut up and eat." The father, who was sitting directly in front of the dining table, finally shouted. Xiao Shuang pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes glared at Chen Zongheng, and then lowered her head to nibble on the hairy crab. Sister Qiu Weiren's beautiful eyes were complex, and she glanced at Chen Zongheng at the side with her peripheral vision. With a hint of heart palpitations. My sister was a little scared when she offended Mr. Chen in this way. But at this time, Chen Zongheng had recovered and was sitting there quietly, enjoying his dinner. It seems that everything has nothing to do with him. Xiao Weiren had complicated emotions. She found that she could not see through this man more and more. This man seems to have no emotional changes no matter what. No matter in the face of crisis or various killings. Even women. Is he really a cold-blooded animal? A deep night. The long dark night is finally over. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Zongheng got up on time. 10,000 push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. Then he took a shower and put on clean clothes before arriving at the Chiu Manor, which was dozens of meters away. In the Chiu family villa, the nanny aunt has prepared breakfast. The two sisters, Yiren Chuangxia, were sitting at the dining table, waiting for the meal to be served. When she saw Chen Zongheng arriving, her beautiful eyes under the autumn frost gave him another cold white look. It seemed that she was very unhappy with this sickly pretty boy. She was scolded by her father last night, so she blamed all her unhappiness on Chen Zongheng. Chen Zonghong ignored the girl. He sat at the dining table calmly and started eating. When Chen Zonghong picked up a piece of 3 pieces on the plate in front of him. When she was getting a piece of sandwich. A hint of cunning suddenly flashed across Chiu Shuang's eyes opposite her, and she looked at him expectantly. Chen Zonghong put the sandwich to his mouth, took a bite and chewed it slowly. Then he took another sip of milk and took another bite of the sandwich. This? The big eyes blinked under the autumn frost, a little confused. Why? She had obviously secretly added a large packet of super thick mustard to this sandwich. But why, this man's expression remains unchanged and his heart doesn't beat. Chen Zonghong chewed lightly and tasted this unique sandwich. His leisurely look made Xiao Shuangxia completely stunned. How could this little girl know under the autumn frost that to Chen Zonghong, mere mustard was as tasteless as light cream? What he experienced was like hell and sea of fire. It's definitely something that most people can't bear. After decades of wandering about life and death, he ate the most poisonous centipedes, bit the most disgusting spiders, gnawed on the most terrifying rattlesnakes, and even drank human blood to save his life. Behind him was a mountain of endless corpses. Behind him was a hail of bullets fired by thousands of dangerous people. He was called the God of Death, and the world was terrified of him. But who really understands him? If there is a choice, where will death come from? There is no way between life and death, and there is no door to hell. He finally became the God of Death. Breakfast was over and Chen Zonghong was safe and sound. He wiped the mustard from the corner of his mouth, and even felt a little unfinished. Her beautiful eyes were dull under the autumn frost, and she felt depressed in her heart. Angrily, he picked up his backpack and went out. It was obvious that she was unhappy with Chen Zonghong's indifferent appearance. Soon, a pink Lamborghini LP700 roared and drove out of the manor. Chen Zonghong and Xiao Yiren also slowly walked out of the villa. Looking at the pink sports car driving away, Xiao Yi felt slightly worried. She called 2 bodyguards to follow her. You two, drive quietly to follow the second young lady. Protect her around the school. If anything happens, notify her as soon as possible. Xiao Yiren said solemnly with beautiful eyes. The 2 bodyguards nodded, then got into a Mercedes-Benz and drove away. Xiao Yiren was just taking precautions, and now the situation of the Chiu group was in a precarious position. It can be said that he is surrounded by enemies on all sides. At this critical moment, the unimportant relatives around him are also involved. She must make safety preparations in advance to ensure the safety of her sister under the autumn frost. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yiren's Mercedes-Benz fleet arrived at the company safely. Along the way, there were still no ambush crises. A little too quiet. Ever since Chen Zonghong made a big fuss at the Huang family's funeral yesterday, everything seems to have become particularly peaceful. Just when Xiao Yiren took the elevator and arrived at the 99th floor, Private Secretary Sun Shui suddenly hurried up and reported. Mr. Chiu. Mr. Wan is here. He is standing at the door of your office, waiting to see you. Mr. Wan? Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes slightly frowned. Why is he here again? I know. Xiao Yiren was a little irritated and walked helplessly towards her office on high heels. Chen Zonghong put one hand in his trouser pocket and followed slowly behind him with a cigarette in his mouth. His office is right next to the president's office, so it's a convenient way. At this time, Wan Wenyao was standing there at the door of the CEO's office, wearing a luxurious suit, with a handsome face and a handsome smile. When he saw Xiao Yiren, Wan Wenyao's smile became even brighter and he slowly stepped forward. Yiren, you're here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Yiren frowned. This Mr. Wan was like a fly, wandering around her all day long. Listening to the buzzing sound, she became upset. Master Wan, why are you here? Xiao Yiren asked, enduring the irritability in her heart. The company of Nguyen Van Yao's family is a partner of Xiao Yiren Group. Rowan's pharmaceutical company and Xiao's group have been cooperating. Therefore, if Xiao Yi has emotions in her heart, it is not convenient to express them. A smile appeared on Wan Wenyao's handsome face. I was on a business trip in Europe a few days ago, so I couldn't come to accompany you. I just returned to Shanghai last night, so I rushed here immediately.
No, Mr. Wan, I'm very busy now. If you have nothing to do, please come back.
Xiao Yiren said impatiently, passed by Wan Wanyao, and opened the office door. Her office is locked on weekdays, and only she has the key. The purpose is to prevent people like Wan Wanyao from breaking into his office. Seeing her entering the office, Wan Wanyao was very familiar with her and followed her into the office.
Mr. Wan, I still have to deal with official business, I'm afraid I'm a little busy. Xiao Yiren said helplessly. Yiren, I know you have been under a lot of pressure recently.
Don't worry, if anything happens, our Ruan family will stand by your side. Ruan Wanyao had just returned from a business trip in Europe and heard some things about the Chiu family. He knew that the Chiu family had provoked the Huang family, but he didn't know the specific reason.
When I come back from Europe this time, I have specially chosen a gift for you. Ruan Wanyao smiled and took out an exquisite black gift box from his suit pocket. He slowly opened the gift box, revealing a diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe women's watch. Is lying quietly in the gift box. Xiao Yiren didn't even look at the gift.
She sat directly in front of the computer and said with all her heart, I don't like it very much.
Mr. Ruan, please take it back. Thank you.
Ruan Wanyao was slightly startled. Yiren,
I chose this watch specially for you. I know you like diamonds. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes frowned, very impatient.
Suddenly, someone came to her mind. So, by some strange combination of circumstances, she suddenly sent a text message to Chen Zongheng next door, come over here and have a meeting. A few minutes later, Chen Zongheng nonchalantly opened the door and entered the president's office, holding a cigarette in his mouth.
Is something wrong? Chen Zongheng asked calmly. Well, let's have a small meeting with you. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes gradually widened when she saw Chen Zongheng coming in.
She called Chen Zongheng over as a shield, and sent Ruan Wanyao away, the troublesome guy. Ruan Wanyao looked at Chen Zongheng with deep and doubtful eyes. Who are you? Chen Zongheng was too lazy to offend him and just sat on the sofa. He didn't bother to have a conversation with such an ant waiter. I hate the smell of cigarettes the most. Who allowed you to smoke in Yiren's office? Ruan Wanyao shouted in a rude voice, as if he was the owner of this office. At this time, Xiao Yiren suddenly said, Mr. Ruan, he is an important person in my company. I have a meeting now, which may not be convenient. Please go out.
Ruan Wanyao was stunned for a few seconds and said very familiarly, It's okay, my dear, can there be any privacy between you and me? I'll just sit down for a while and you can talk.
After saying that, Ruan Wanyao came to the sofa by himself. He stared at Chen Zongheng and said coldly, no matter who you are, put out the cigarette in your hand immediately.
I said. I don't like the smell of cigarettes. Xiao Yiren was almost speechless. How could this Ruan Wanyao be so shameless?
She was about to say something to dismiss, but Chen Zongheng, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke first.
I'll give you 3 seconds, get out.
Chen Zongheng slowly blew out a smoke ring and said in an indifferent voice. Ruan Wanyao was immediately furious, and a trace of ferocious anger flashed across his face. How outrageous!
Who are you talking to? A mere employee dares to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Pa!
Suddenly a clear and trembling slap broke the silence of the scene.
Ruan Wanyao was blown away by a huge force. Bang! His body drew an arc in midair and was accurately blasted out of the office door.
Chen Zongheng stood there, took out a tissue on the tea table, wiped his palms, and murmured, I'm sorry, I really don't know who you are.
Xiao Yiren was sitting in the president's chair, completely confused. Why? What's going on? Outside the CEO's office, Ruan Wanyao got up from the ground tremblingly.
His entire left cheek was completely swollen, as if half a pig's head was attached to his face.
You dare to hit me?
I am the young director of Ruan's pharmaceutical industry, and I am a partner of Chiu's group.
You dare to hit me? Ruan Wanyao's voice was trembling with ferociousness. He had never thought that in this Chiu group, any employee would dare to hit him. Oh! Chen Zongheng took a puff of cigarette, turned his head, and stared at him. 3 days ago, there was a young man who threatened me just like you. But unfortunately, he died. Chen Zongheng's voice was calm and he blew out a smoke ring. I just don't know if you are more durable than him. Kick, kick, kick. Ruan Wenyao's body trembled suddenly and he took several steps back. He actually felt a terrifying aura from this man's body. Xiao Yiren noticed that something was wrong and suddenly stood up from the office chair. Mr. Chen. Her voice was a little urgent, trying to stop him. Mr. Chen took action, ruthlessly and decisively. Her heart was aroused. She was afraid that Chen Zongheng would suddenly go on a killing spree and kill Ruan Wenyao on the spot. Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm and he glanced at Ruan Wenyao lightly. Then he turned around and sat back on the sofa. Ignore it. For such an ant, he has no interest in doing anything unless necessary. Because of disdain. Outside the office, Ruan Wenyao's expression changed ferociously. You, just wait for me. Ruan Wenyao spoke quickly and angrily, and then left in anger with his face covered with a pig's head. Outside the office, a group of colleagues from administrative positions stood there dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. Isn't this newly hired security director too ruthless? That's awesome. How dare you even slap the young master of Ruan's pharmaceutical industry? In the CEO's office, Xiao Yiren was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. Why did you hit him? Just drive him out. There's no need to do anything. Xiao Yiren was speechless. This man was too domineering and violent, he would slap people away at the slightest disagreement. Although she is tired of Ruan Wenyao, there is no need to go to the point of taking action, right? After all, the Ruan family and the Chiu family are in a cooperative relationship. Chen Zongheng looked at her indifferently and glanced at her. If you don't beat the person who installed the bug in your office, should you keep it for the new year? Hot upon hearing this, Xiao Yiren's pretty face suddenly changed color. You said, he installed the bug in my office? Xiao Yiren looked in disbelief. Isn't it possible? His father and I are partners, so it's impossible to do this. Besides, my office usually it's locked, he can't get in at all. Low IQ. Chen Zongheng glanced at her lightly, too lazy to pay attention to this woman. He took a deep breath of cigarette, turned and left the office. Xiao Yiren was left standing there with a dazed look on her face. He just seemed to be scolding himself. Low IQ? Looking at the entire group, among the thousands of employees, it is probably unprecedented that Chen Zongheng is the only one who dares to rebuke the president's low IQ so brazenly. Ruan Wenyao went downstairs holding his red and swollen cheeks and stood at the door of the building. He was furious and took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call. Mr. Ruan, what's wrong with you? At this moment, a surprised and suspicious voice came from afar. I saw a fat man with a big belly, smoking a cigarette, and leading a group of security men out of the building. This person is Ding Damon, the security manager of Chiu Group. He was planning to take some of his brothers out to play mahjong together. As a result, I happened to bump into Ruan Wenyao at the door. Almost everyone in the group knows Ruan Wenyao's identity as a partner of the Chiu Group. Ruan Wenyao often comes to the company, so almost everyone knows him. There were also many Chiu Group employees who gathered around him to brag and flatter him. Among them is Ding Damon, the security manager. Ruan Wenyao is Mr. Chiu's partner, and they have an unusual relationship. Everyone hopes to use Mr. Ruan's relationship to give them a career path. But at this moment, Master Ruan was covering his face with an angry and ferocious look on his face. Ding Damon made an arc and stepped forward to Ruan Wenyao. Mr. Ruan, what's wrong with you? Ding Damon was suspicious at first, and then his eyes suddenly condensed. Mr. Ruan, who hit you? Master Ruan, who did this? Ding Damon saw Mr. Ruan's entire face swollen and couldn't help but asked with a solemn expression. You dare to attack young Master Ruan, I'm so tired of living. Young Master, please tell me, Ding Damon, celebrate his death today. Mr. Ruan is Mr. Chiu's partner. Now that Mr. Ruan has been beaten, it is a huge opportunity to flatter him. Ding Damon is very observant and has been in the workplace for many years.
How could there be such a great opportunity? Ruan Wenyao covered the left side of his swollen cheek, his lips sullen and angry. That bastard on the 99th floor. Take off his 2 arms and I'll give you 2 million. After hearing Mr. Ruan's words, Ding Damon's eyes suddenly glowed with greed. 2 million? This is more profitable than him secretly embezzling group funds and accepting bribes. He only embezzled hundreds of thousands of funds a year, and now, as long as he removes the opponent's 2 arms, he can get 2 million? This is equivalent to the gray income he earned after working for 10 years. Don't worry, Mr. Ruan. If anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Ruan here today, I, Ding Damon, will definitely kill him today. Ding Damon immediately gathered dozens of group security guards downstairs. He is the group security manager and has a very high position. There are many die-hard security brothers under his command who all hang out with him, Ding Damon. On weekdays, I am used to being arrogant and domineering in the group, almost forming a small gang. So, a large group of security members, led by Ding Damon, came. He was so furious that he took the elevator directly to the 99th floor. The 99th floor, office area. 2 female administrative colleagues were standing in front of the elevator waiting, planning to take the elevator downstairs. Bite. The moment the elevator prompt sounds and the elevator door opens. Wow! A large group of group security personnel rushed out of the elevator in a furious manner. 2 female colleagues in administrative positions were so frightened. What's going on? Mr. Ruan, where is that guy? Lead the way. Ding Damon followed Ruan Wenyao with a menacing and threatening attitude. Not to mention that in the Cho group, he is the leader of the security department and has very high authority. Just the dozens of security brothers behind him were enough to make him unscrupulous. There are so many people, who are you afraid of? Ruan Wenyao covered his swollen pig-headed face with a ferocious expression, and led Ding Damon towards Chen Zongheng's office. Along the way, the entire 99th floor employees looked shocked and stunned. No one could react. A large group of group security guards gathered and came with anger. What happened? This is it. Ruan Wenyao brought them to the door of Chen Zongheng's office and said with a ferocious expression. Ding Damon and a group of security guards behind him surrounded the office door, furious. Brother Ding, this seems to be the office of the director of our department? Beside him, a sharp-eyed security guard suddenly came up and said, pointing to the sign in front of the office door. Ding Damon's eyes were focused, and he looked along the sign on the office door. Sure enough, there were a few words printed on it, Security Director's Office. Here is the office of the newly promoted security director. Chen Zongheng? Ding Damon was stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with anger and unwillingness. He couldn't stand this airborne security director for a long time. Originally, this position belonged to him, Ding Damon. But, it was because of this bastard's airborne landing. Only then did he ruin Ding Damon's beautiful career. Ding Damon and this damn security director are destined to be at odds. There is destined to be a life and death battle. Master Ruan, did this guy hit you? Ding Damon asked solemnly. Ruan Wenyao covered the swollen face of the pig head, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Aha! Ding Damon's face was serious, a sly smile that suited his own interests flashed across his lips. He has been secretly planning a strategy to get this damned director out of office. At this moment, isn't a huge opportunity right in front of us? This Chen Zongheng is so bold. He actually beat Mr. Ruan? This is a huge opportunity. Take this opportunity to destroy his arms and let him get out of here completely. When everything is investigated, Mr. Ruan still stands up for himself and acts as a shield. Master Ruan, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you today. Ding Damon suddenly rolled up his sleeves with a stern look on his face. Brothers! Who is this bullshit security director? He dares to insult our Mr. Ruan. This is disrespectful. Today, I, Ding Damon, will teach him the principles of life. Ding Damon encouraged the morale of the group of brothers behind him. Behind him, dozens of security guards suddenly became excited and geared up to take action. A hint of evil flashed across the corner of Ding Damon's mouth. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it would be for him to take action. Take the opportunity to destroy Chen Zongheng's arms. Joshua started to investigate, but it was just caused by the situation getting out of control. It has nothing to do with him, Ding Damon, just find a small security guard to take his place and shirk responsibility. Amid the restlessness of dozens of security guards, Ding Damon raised his right foot and kicked it hard. Bang! Kicked the office door open. A choking smell of cigarette smoke floats out of the office. Amid the pervasive smell of smoke, an elegant and fair-skinned young man was sitting on an office chair, puffing out smoke rings. Are you Chen Zongheng? Ding Damon looked ferocious and rushed into the office, glaring fiercely at the fair-skinned young man. Chen Zong sat on his office chair and blew out a smoke ring. He slowly raised his head. Is something wrong? Ding Damon's eyes were ferocious. Chen Zongheng, you are so brave. Mr. Ruan is a distinguished guest of our group. Mr. Chiu's partner. How dare you insult Mr. Ruan? I'm so tired of living. The air became slightly colder. Chen Zongheng was lying on the chair calmly, puffing out smoke rings, as if he didn't bother to pay attention to the group of people in front of him. Seeing that this damn bastard dared to ignore him, Ding Damon looked even angrier. Today, if you don't give Mr. Ruan an explanation and kowtow to Mr. Ruan, then you won't be able to walk out of this office standing. Chen Zongheng smoked lightly, the wind was light and the clouds were calm. Are you done? You're done, get out. He blew out a smoke ring and replied. Ding Damon suddenly looked ferocious. What the fuck? How shameless. Do you think I'm afraid of you because you have a higher position than me? Ding Damon looked ferocious and rushed forward. I'm not afraid to tell you. Hundreds of security guards in the group are all my people. I will destroy your hands today and let you taste the consequences of disrespecting me. Behind Ding Damon, a group of security guards rushed up, menacingly. Chen Zongheng's eyes were calm, he took a deep drag on the cigarette, and then flicked the cigarette butt on his fingertips. Whoosh! The cigarette butt burst out with great force and flew towards Ding Damon. Puff! The cigarette butt suddenly shot into Ding Damon's ferocious mouth. Cough cough cough. Ding Damon's furious momentum was directly choked by the cigarette butt. He coughed violently and tried to cough out the cigarette butt, but due to excessive force, the entire cigarette butt was swallowed. You are looking for death. I will destroy your hands today. Look at how arrogant you are. Ding Da's eyes were filled with ferocious rage. He was completely murderous. A sharp swinging stick suddenly appeared from Ding Damon's sleeve. Throw the stick and arbitrarily decide people's hands and feet. Ding Damon has taught many people a lesson with this stick in his daily life. How many hands have I cut off? He will beat anyone who dares to oppose him. If this person's hands and feet are not destroyed today, he will not be called Ding Damon. Stop. Suddenly, a soft shout came from behind. Immediately afterwards, the group of security brothers behind him suddenly became sluggish and quiet. The security brothers were afraid of retreating and took the initiative to give way. Ding Damon turned his head in surprise, and then he was stunned. I saw President Chiuiren wearing an OL uniform, with a cold face, and walked into the office on high heels. There was only a wall between her and Chen Zongheng's office. I heard the noise here, so I rushed over immediately. What's going on? Chiuiren's pretty face was cold, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, and she asked in a serious voice. When Ding Damon saw Mr. Chiu coming, he hurriedly put away the stick in his hand secretly. He stepped forward and was respectful. Mr. Chiu, this Chen Zongheng is unscrupulous and lawless. He is so audacious that he dares to humiliate young Master Ruan, and even slaps young Master Ruan. My subordinates are not used to his disregard for company discipline, so I'm here to ask for justice for young Master Ruan. Statement. The villain Ding Damon complained first, and took this opportunity to beat him up, and he was also able to flatter Mr. Chiu. Mr. Ruan and Mr. Chiu have a cooperative relationship. Mr. Ruan was beaten. Mr. Chiu must also be very angry. Ding Damon's eyes flashed with a hint of evil. Ha! Chen Zongheng, you are dead. Xiaoyiren was silent and her beautiful eyes glanced at Chen Zongheng. Ding Damon on the side could no longer hide the sneer on his lips. He could imagine Chen Zongheng being severely scolded by Mr. Chiu. He could even imagine the miserable appearance of this damn bastard being kicked out of the office and fired from his position. Chen Zongheng, do you think this security director position is something you can take if you want? You dream. Ding Damon was secretly happy. He had already thought of the outcome of the development of the matter. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight, he can have a big banquet, to celebrate himself, get promoted and make a fortune. Behind him, dozens of security guards also looked happy. They were already dissatisfied with the security director, but now, they could finally see a good show. Dare to offend Mr. Ruan, dare to offend Manager Ding, this Chen Zongheng will definitely die. But Xiaoyiren's next words made everyone instantly confused. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Xiaoyiren suddenly asked with respect. Ha! At this moment, everyone in the office was stunned. Ding Damon's lips parted slightly, unable to react. The dozens of bodyguards behind him were also a little confused. What's going on? Mr. Chiu did not reprimand this damn man immediately. Instead, he said with inexplicable concern. Are you okay? With calm eyes, Chen Zongheng took out another cigarette from the cigarette case and lit it. It's okay, it's just a little annoying, he said calmly. Xiaoyiren suddenly bowed respectfully and said slightly apologetically, sorry, these subordinates don't understand the rules. Swish swish swish. Xiaoyiren's actions once again shocked all the security guards present. A group of security guards all looked at me with their eyes wide open. A look of disbelief. This. What's going on? Ding Damon's mouth opened wide, and he was so frightened that he froze in place, his mind went blank. Chen Zongheng held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly stood up from the chair. He walked up to Ding Damon and looked at Ding Damon meaningfully with his eyes calm. Do you want to stand up for that person named Ruan? Chen Zongheng asked calmly. Ding Damon's face was complicated, and he stood there as if he was petrified. The scene at this moment was completely beyond his expectation. It's hard for him to judge. What exactly is the situation with TM? Why didn't Mr. Chiu feel the slightest bit angry when he heard the news that Mr. Ruan had been humiliated? Instead, why bother to apologize to this Chen Zongheng? Why? What is going on in this? The cold and complicated look in Ding Damon's eyes gradually faded away, and he apologized awkwardly. Well, there may be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You are right. Why is there such a misunderstanding? Chen Zongheng slowly blew out a smoke ring with a calm look. I did slap Ruan Wenyao in front of Xiaoyiren in Xiaoyiren's office. It was just a slap in the face. It's not too much. Ding Damon was in a daze, and his legs were unconsciously weak. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His mind was completely blank and shocked. What the hell is going on? All around, the group of security brothers were silent, and there was silence. A group of security guards quietly glanced at President Xiaoyiren, wanting to see President Chiu's reaction. But Xiaoyiren just stood there calmly, without explanation or refutation. At this moment, all the security guards felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time with great shock. It's over. It seems that I messed with the wrong person. Did you just say that you wanted to destroy my hand? Chen Zongheng's voice was calm and he stared at him. No, you heard it wrong. I, Ding Damon, have never said this. Really not. Ding Damon shook his head in denial. Brothers, I never said that, right? Ding Damon didn't forget to turn around and let the security brothers behind him testify that he never said that. The corner of Chen Zongheng's mouth curled up. Oh, really? He suddenly stretched out his hand and slowly put it on Ding Damon's left shoulder. Ding Damon's whole body trembled suddenly, and the cold swing stick in his left sleeve suddenly fell out and fell to the ground. Whose thing is this?
Who allowed you to bring the stick? How many times have I told you that these controlled knives are not allowed in the company? Fortunately, I found it early today and confiscated it. If I find it again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Ding Damon made a quick decision and directly changed the situation, playing rogue. A scoundrel does not recognize his own weapons. Oh. Chen Zhonghan's expression was calm, and Yun Danfengking waved his palm vigorously. Click. A crack of joints. Ugh. Ding Damon howled miserably, and his entire left hand, along the left shoulder, was directly twisted and disconnected. Severe pain, hideous. Ding Damon's face turned pale, and he hadn't reacted yet. Chen Zhonghang's hand suddenly rested on his right shoulder again. Ding Damon retreated ferociously, trying to escape. Click. Violent joint-breaking sound. Ding Damon's right hand was detached again, and all the joints were torn and broken. The entire right hand went limp. Ding Damon howled violently, his whole body kept retreating due to the severe pain, his steps were unsteady and he fell to the ground. Behind him, all the security colleagues looked pale and horrified. This. In the hall, in front of Mr. Chiu, he unscrupulously broke Manager Ding's hands? This is too noisy. How unscrupulous. Chen Zhonghang looked indifferently, took out a tissue and wiped his hands clean. Then, he turned around and sat down in front of the chair. There was a dead silence in the entire office. All I could hear was Ding Damon's miserable howl. Xiao Yiren stood there and witnessed the entire process. However, she did not stop him at all, nor did she speak. It was as if he completely acquiesced in what Chen Zhonghang did. What are you guys doing standing here? Chen Zhonghang glanced at the group of security guards lightly. Do you want to be like him and have your hands disabled? Kick. The security guards trembled and took several steps back. Everyone get out. Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes narrowed, she glared at the security guards and said coldly. The security guards looked extremely pale and ugly. They hurriedly lifted Ding Damon, who was howling miserably on the ground, and the group of people retreated and fled out of the office in fear. Outside the office door, not far away, Ruan Wenyao covered his swollen left face and stared at this scene with ferocious eyes. His fists were clenched. Ding Damon, a bunch of trash. Mr. Ruan, I'm quite tired from standing here. Would you like to come in and have some tea? Chen Zong sat on a chair and said hello to Ruan Wenyao, who was outside the door. Ruan Wenyao's body trembled suddenly, his expression ferocious and cold. Chen, just wait. He glared at Chen Zhonghang, then turned around and left. Alone, he is no match for Chen. Today, he left in anger. But he, Ruan Wenyao, will never give up. Today's shame will be repaid twice as much. In the office, Xiao Yiren glanced at Chen Zhonghang helplessly with her beautiful eyes. She had no control over what happened to this point. Shaking her head and sighing, she walked out of the office with mixed emotions. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the entire sky red. After get off work, 5 Mercedes-Benz S600s parked at the entrance of Chiu's building on time. Xiao Yiren stepped on high heels and walked out of the building side by side with Chen Zhonghang. The two got into the car, and the Mercedes-Benz convoy slowly started and drove away. The route is a safe route replanned by the bodyguards. It avoids congestion and avoids all possible crises. Drive out along the outer ring, avoiding the high-rise buildings and the threat of snipers. Along the way, it seemed very quiet. Ever since the chaos at the Huang family's funeral, the entire Huang family seemed to have disappeared, seemed to be silent. However, the more this happened, the stronger the uneasiness in Xiao Yi's heart. The Huang family will never give up. She turned her head and looked out the bulletproof glass window. The street scene in the dusk kept passing by. Her heart seemed slightly complicated and worried. Is this the calm before the storm? If you want more parts, show me by clicking like, subscribe buttons. Also comment the part you like. Or if there are any errors in video, I will try to fix that. That all for today. Like, share and subscribe. Bye.